3:40. Qin Pingan lay on his bed. That strange dream was still lingering in his mind. The last time was when he was reading in his dream on the ferry on Osmanthus Island. He didn't know what deeper meaning it had this time. Or was it just a dream? Was he being too paranoid? Qin Pingan sat up. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to the table and began to count his belongings. During the day, Junyang sent a message that the Yao clan's entourage would pass by Hure town tomorrow morning. At that time, the two parties would travel together to the Mirage City and part ways at a famous ferry outside the capital. Qin Pingan and his party would continue to head north to visit the immortal Heaven Fault Peak. The old General Yao Zhen had already arranged two identities for them. The latter half of their journey would be smooth and unimpeded. Qin Pingan lit the oil lamp and placed the blade-strengthening gourd on the table. The 15th flying sword flew out. Qin Pingan took out the golden wine robe. He was a little distressed. He was distressed about the damage to the golden wine robe. He was even more distressed about the copper coin used to repair the golden wine robe. He had already used up the Guyu money. It wasn't some small summer money or snow money. It was one of the small bag of golden wine coins that Zheng Dafeng gave to Qin Pingan as a reward for his breakthrough in Old Dragon City. Qin Pingan touched the neatly folded robe and sighed. No wonder people said that cultivation was a job that required mountains of gold and silver. No one should say that they had too much money to spend. However, Qin Pingan couldn't help but think of Lu Yuzhou from the Upside Down Mountains Ape Raven Prefecture. Lu Yuzhou's father was probably the same age as the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent. That was why he had the right to worry about having too much money. Qin Pingan took out the bag of golden wine coins again and gently poured them on the table. They piled up one by one and formed a small building that was less than the height of a palm. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. It was just that the building was a little small and short. Otherwise he would be happier. None of these invaluable gold and fine copper coins had the same color. Instead they were all betting coins. On the front and back of the coins were engraved the words, "Eliminate Evil" and "World Peace." The characters were different from the betting coins that Qin Pingan had first encountered in the Liju cave. It seemed that every 60 years, there would be changes in the coins that were made. When Qin Pingan was at the Upside Down Mountain, he learned a seemingly shallow but actually extremely orthodox refining chant from the golden wine coins. Previously, when he refined the golden wine coins, it only took him the time to drink a cup of tea. The golden wine robe was torn in many places, and the warp and weft threads were like willow branches sprouting. It was very magical. Qin Pingan estimated that the robe would be restored to its original state in at most 10 days. Another unexpected surprise was that Qin Pingan discovered that the golden dragons on the robe were acting strangely. The pearl held by the largest dragon and the eyes of the two smaller golden dragons were not shining with a golden light. After eating the gold essence copper coins, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon's painting. In particular, the spiritual energy contained in the golden pearl was as thick as water. This discovery made Qin Pingan, who had never been obsessed with magic weapons in the world, somewhat moved. Because the appearance of this golden wine robe was the same as Wei Xian and Zhu Lian's martial arts realm. It was rising. One had to know what was above magical treasures. Immortal weapons. The wealthy Fu family of the old Dragon City, which had thousands of years of accumulation, did not have a true immortal weapon. However, Qin Pingan did not expect the golden wine robe to grow into a magic robe with the appearance of an immortal weapon. After all, only God knew how many golden wine coins were needed to supplement it. Moreover, now that the Pearl Cave no longer existed, the 3 types of golden wine coins were very likely to be cut off and never appear in the world again. Even if he was lucky enough to cultivate the longevity bridge, he still had to refine the 5 magic weapons of the 5 elements. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Qin Pingan this was actually not too bad. It was just practicing a million punches after practicing a million punches. As long as he could see the road under his feet clearly and know where he should go next, it would be fine. As for how far it was and how difficult it was, he did not need to think about it. Qin Pingan continued to take out some of the items that he had kept for a long time. The golden script gallbladder that Lord Xingwang Shenwen gave to him. It was a fragment of the golden body that was left behind after the god's death. There was a pile of green bamboo slips that could be traced back to the Green Immortal Mountain. Most of them had been carved with poems by Qin Pingan. There was also the snake gallstone that Huangguan He Xiaoyang returned to him. Finally, Qin Pingan took out the water seal carved by Mr. Qi himself and gently placed it in the center of the table. Qin Pingan lay on the table. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers are inseparable. The mountain seal had been destroyed in the flood dragon ditch, and the water seal seemed a little lonely. Chen Pingan was in a daze. A thought came to his mind. On the way back he would find a chance to buy a white jade hairpin. The material was normal. After carving the words he could put it in his hair bun. It was not to show off, it was purely because he felt that with his current outfit, even if he did not wear the golden robe, he would still wear a long green robe and a jade hairpin. He was not a scholar, but he could still pretend to be one. Then when he returned to the Baoping continent he would go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui to find Li Baoping and the others. He would finally not have to worry about implicating them and causing them to be looked down upon by their classmates. After reading so many books and seeing so many sages, Chen Pingan still liked those words the most. The words of a gentleman were as gentle as jade. However, when he thought of the gentleman sleeping on the floor of the inn, Chen Pingan was a little curious about the Dafu Academy. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate to delay his journey in the Tongya continent, Chen Pingan really wanted to visit the academy. One by one Chen Pingan kept everything back into the square-inch object. Zheng Dafeng wanted to settle the old and new debts. Other than a bag of gold and copper coins, there was also a legendary item close to him. It was a piece of jade without any seal characters. It was extremely simple and elegant. However, Chen Pingan was used to dealing with the 15 flying swords. It was convenient for him, so he did not touch the items close to him. Even Earth immortals of the nascent soul realm might not have a treasure. Chen Pingan just hid it away. The Dew Armor West Peak was temporarily given to Wei Xian. The narrow saber Still Snow was hung on Lu Baixiang's waist. The sword of infatuation was carried on Sui Yu's back. The golden demon binding rope made from the old flood dragon's long beard could be used as a belt if it was not for its color being too eye-catching. Regardless of whether it was the usual snow-white color of the golden necklace or the 2 green robes bought from the marketplace, it did not match. After putting away his rich belongings, Chen Pingan was in a good mood. The only way to ease his worries was through money and wine. He stood up and walked to the window to open it. Suddenly he found that Pei Qian next door did not move at all. The walls of the inn were not soundproof. The little girl often snored when she slept. Chen Pingan thought that Pei Qian was like before, acting like a mouse in the middle of the night and stealing food from the kitchen on the first floor. However, after waiting for about half an hour, he heard the sound of the inn's door opening and closing. Chen Pingan casually flicked his finger and instantly extinguished the light. Soon he heard the sound of Pei Qian going upstairs. When the door next door closed, Chen Pingan calmed down. He lit the oil lamp again and took out 3 books to read. They were borrowed from Gu Qin, given to him by Li Shixing, and given to him by Zheng Dafeng. By now he had already memorized the chapters in the book by heart. However, other than the mountain quaking fist sleeping stance, 1,000 years, which he had recently started studying, there was almost no progress in talismans and sword techniques compared to before he accidentally entered the lotus flower blessed land. He really could not afford to be distracted. Chen Pingan believed that he could try writing some of the talismans that were slightly higher in quality than the demon suppressing pagoda talisman. There was a chance that he could finish them in one go. Chen Pingan read until dawn. Before the sun rose, he heard a light rustling sound coming from next door. Not long after there was a knock on the door. Chen Pingan put away the 3 books and got up to open the door. In the end he saw Pei Qian, who seemed to be ready to go. She had a cotton bag on her back and a walking stick in her hand. She looked up with a bright smile and asked, "When are we leaving for Mirage City?" Chen Pingan asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the inn?" Pei Qian's smile did not change as he continued to play dumb. "Do you want me to wake up the little cripple to cook for us? We can only set off when we are full. I heard that Hure town is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from Great Spring City. It is very far." Just as Chen Pingan was about to speak, a down-and-out scholar yawning appeared at the top of the stairs and walked over to the 2 of them. Zhong Kuei slapped the back of Pei Qian's head and asked Chen Pingan with sleepy eyes, "The Yao family came so early? Yao Jin wants to be the Minister of War so much." Pei Qian, who was slapped for no reason, was furious. She raised her walking stick and was about to cut Zhong Kuei in half. But after seeing Chen Pingan, she immediately stopped and complained in a low voice, "A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. How can you be a scholar? You deserve Junyang to look down on you. Little cripple is right. Poor scholars like you are the most hateful in the world." Zhong Kuei ignored the little girl's nagging and pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, you'd better take her with you. I don't want to face such a girl every day. It's too tiring. I reckon that the plum wine will be tasteless. Besides, Hure town is not peaceful. If you keep her here, it will go against your original intention." Pei Qian immediately stood up and straightened her chest. She looked down and tried to make herself look well-behaved. Qin Pingan did not immediately give an answer. Let me think about it. Zhong Kuei nodded and smiled. You have to think about it. Qin Pingan went downstairs for a walk. Just as Zhong Kuei opened the door to the inn, Jianyang and the others were already up and busy with breakfast. Zhu Lian and the other three opened the door to the second floor almost at the same time. It became lively all of a sudden. When Pei Qian and Zhong Kuei went downstairs, she secretly tugged on Zhong Kuei's sleeve. When he turned around, Pei Qian whispered, I will put in a good word for you in front of Jianyang. Is this returning the favor? Zhong Kuei gave her a thumbs up. You are so righteous. Qin Pingan went out for a walk for a few miles. He walked slowly on the official road with the 6-step walking stance. He felt refreshed. He looked at the silhouette of Hue town in the distance. Qin Pingan almost could not hold back. He wanted to take out the Yang light lighting talisman, the only one made of golden material. He wanted to see what kind of deity was hiding in Hue town. If it was really a demon with a high cultivation level, the ordinary light lighting talisman might not be able to reveal it. If it could make the gentlemen of Dafu Academy stay here to guard, it could not be some great demon of the 5 realms from Colorful Clothes Kingdom. However, Qin Pingan forcibly extinguished the thought. If he really took out the golden light lighting talisman, if there really was a demon lurking in Hue town, the talisman would burn. It would be a warning and also a provocation. Qin Pingan would not find trouble for himself if he had nothing better to do. Besides, it was a rare golden talisman. Every time he used it there would be one less. He would not be so wasteful. After Qin Pingan returned to the inn, he sat by the door and felt a headache coming on. It turned out that Pei Qian and Zhong Kuei were sitting at the same table. Zhong Kuei had drunk a little wine and was misleading the other students. Pei Qian listened attentively with a look of enlightenment. Zhong Kuei asked, Do you know why a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists? Pei Qian replied, Scholars can't fight. Zhong Kuei lowered his voice and said mysteriously, The true meaning of this saying is that a gentleman only needs to use his mouth and the other party is already dead. Pei Qian was puzzled. Gentlemen are so good at arguing. Can they scold each other to death? Zhong Kuei put one leg on the bench. His face was full of pride. He raised his eyebrows and signaled the little girl to pour wine for him before telling the truth. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, full of disdain. She looked at Zhong Kuei from the corner of her eyes. Her tan little face clearly said, Who do you think you are? Zhong Kuei was not angry. He stretched out a finger and poked the charcoal like little girl. He laughed and said, Only you don't like to be taken advantage of. Pei Qian was angry. She stood up and bent over to slap Zhong Kuei's finger away. Zhong Kuei moved his body and was about to point at Pei Qian, but Pei Qian kept waving her hand. Jianyang looked at Zhong Kuei from the counter in the distance. She didn't think that a man's childlike innocence was worthy of a woman's respect. But since Zhong Kuei could do this, he shouldn't be a bad person. Pei Qian had never met such a shameless scholar. She was so tired that she panted and sat back down. She sneered, Since a gentleman is so powerful, why do they say it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain? Zhong Kuei smiled and said, That's because you didn't meet me. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. You're just making things up. How could you have read more books than my father? Zhong Kuei slapped his own face. He was speechless. It was as if he didn't have the face to face the sages and teachers on the altar. Consider it my loss. Qin Pingan walked over to Jianyang and took out the silver he had prepared. Jianyang didn't refuse this time. The silver was only 20 to 30 taels. Since this benefactor of the Yao family was willing to give it, she could only accept it. She smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Qin, I hope you can help me take care of Lingji in the capital. She is arrogant and not likable. Young Master, please accommodate her. Take it as me asking for a yard after getting an inch. Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. He then smiled and stretched out his hand. Jianyang was confused. Qin Pingan smiled and said, The reward for taking care of Miss Yao is at least 20 to 30 taels. Jianyang hadn't laughed so happily for many years. She slapped the silver into Qin Pingan's palm. The woman was overjoyed. Oh, I didn't expect young master to be such a shrewd businessman. Qin Pingan kept the silver and joked, You need to know how to make money when you are away from home. Zhong Kuei turned his head to look at Jianyang and Qin Pingan, who were happily interacting with each other. He shouted towards the kitchen, When breakfast is served later, remember to bring me a bowl of aged vinegar. I want a big bowl. After breakfast, the sound of horses galloping on the road outside the inn became clearer. Farewell was imminent. Chen Pingan suddenly thought of something and asked Zhong Kuei tentatively, "Can you help me write a spring festival couplet?" Chen Pingan thought that the scholar in green robes in front of him was a gentleman from the academy. He must be good at writing. It would be a good omen for him in the coming year. Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "Will you pay?" Jianyang laughed angrily. "Do you only care about money?" Zhong Kuei was resentful. He ran to the counter and rubbed his hands. "Jianyang, give me a brush and ink." Jianyang rolled her eyes. "You are an accountant. Can't you find it yourself?" The inn had a brush, ink and red paper cut into blank spring festival couplets. This was because the old hunchback had always done it himself during the past New Year's. He was Yao Jin's third brother after all. Although the Yao family was one of the wealthiest families at the border, they were not negligent when it came to poetry and writing. If the Yao family's disciples were really unrefined martial artists, they would not be able to do it. Chen Pingan said that there was no need to prepare a brush and ink. He had it. Before he said this, he had already flipped his wrist and took out a small snow awl from his fangsuan object. They had just parted, but he was already looking forward to the next reunion with that sword-bearing sister. Zhong Kuei came to the small grave. The stone tombstone had already fallen. Someone had even dug up the soil and taken away the items inside the cenotaph. It was a bit fun. Children after all. Zhong Kuei rubbed his head and turned to look at the majestic group. He withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back and staggered back to the inn. He muttered to himself, "The sun rises from the eastern sea, melting gold for 10,000 miles. When the moon sets in the west, the night apes rise. It's a pity that it's not a good book, or else it would be a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation." Zhong Kuei thought for a moment, hesitating whether or not he should make a trip to Hure town. Master was a little too timid. He was, after all, the mountain lord of Defu Academy, and was born in the residence of a saint in the central divine continent. Although that nine-tailed fox's name was at the very front of the second page written by Lord Bai, since he knew her real name, wouldn't it be a simple matter if he wanted her to die? Zhong Kuei hugged the back of his head with his hands. A cool breeze caressed his face. It was as if the autumn wind was still swirling in his raised sleeves. The women in the inn had never seen Zhong Kuei like this. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. 341. After Zhong Kuei left the post house, the old Taoist kept him in an old pagoda tree that looked like a piece of jingtang wood. The old Taoist suddenly turned around and arrived at Chen Pingan's courtyard in just one step. Chen Pingan, who was still in a daze, quickly bowed and cupped his hands. Junior Chen Pingan greets the old immortal master. Zhong Kuei mentioned his death casually, but when he mentioned the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, he didn't hide his closeness. The old Taoist waved his hand. "No need to be so polite." Chen Pingan straightened his back and asked, "Old immortal master, why did you come back?" The old Taoist looked at Chen Pingan and nodded. "You're a real hero if you can tie them down. No wonder Huang Ting and Zhong Kuei looked at you in a new light." Chen Pingan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. The old Taoist was in a good mood and asked with a smile, "You call yourself a swordsman, where's your sword?" The old Taoist of Taiping Mountain turned a blind eye to the flying swords number 1 and number 15 that appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pingan said honestly, "I used to practice boxing and just started practicing swordsmanship. So when I practice swordsmanship now, I'm just holding the sword in the air and visualizing it in my heart." The old Taoist said to himself, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have been so busy competing with others. Not only did I lose, but I also missed watching your situation in the lotus blossom blessed land." The old Taoist was tall and wore a hibiscus crown that symbolized one of the 3 branches of Taoism. His Taoist robe was white and his hair and beard were white. Chen Pingan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. There was no need to act smart in front of such a wise old immortal. Any disguise was no different from an old woman wearing rouge or a child wearing an official's robe. It would only make a fool of himself. The old Taoist suddenly asked, "I can lend you a sword. 60 years or 100 years, it's negotiable. You can exchange it with treasures or pay guyu." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I already have a sword." Chen Pingan blushed. "Besides, I don't have a single guyu on me." The old Taoist didn't force him. The reason why he wanted to lend a sword to this young man was because he admired his promise with Zhong Kuei. There was also a deeper layer of selfishness and goodwill in it. However, after the words left his mouth, he already felt some regret. It's better not to spoil things. The chaos in the Fusue sect worried the old Taoist. As for why he returned to the small courtyard, It was because he saw the unusual movements in Qinpingzhen Lake. It seemed that Zhong Kuei's death had greatly affected his state of mind. But when he looked at it carefully, he relaxed. It was a taboo for cultivators to be like a small boat, drifting with the current. As for those whose mental states were as chaotic as willow catkins, they were not even worthy to talk about taboos in the eyes of the old Taoist. They should not be cultivating Tao at all. They cultivated Tao and were lucky enough to climb to a higher realm. Everything they did was for personal gain. They fought for opportunities, treasures, and spiritual energy. When they left the mountain to walk the world, other than showing off and bullying others, what good could they do? But no matter how much the old Taoist couldn't stand Qi cultivators who cultivated their strength but not their minds, he could only guard Taiping Mountain so that his sect wouldn't go astray. Qin Pingan asked shamelessly, "Does the old Taoist have a protective mountain formation?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "My Taiping Mountain has two protective mountain formations. One of them has the bright moon mirror as its center. It can shine through all the evil spirits in the world, making them unable to hide." After thinking about it, he could only think that his cultivation was high enough, but his great Tao was still small. Therefore the founder of the hierarch wanted to knock him down. Before the Battle of Taiping Mountain, the old Lord of Heaven thought that if he ascended to the Ascendant Realm in the future, he would be able to see the founder. Now, it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no regret at all. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist priest was about to leave, Qin Pingan said, "Thank you, old immortal." The old Taoist priest asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fall in cultivation?" The old Lord of Heaven shook his head. "No need. Taiping Mountain owes him this." Qin Pingan said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old immortal and Taiping Mountain. They let me know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart to be kind to the world." The old Taoist priest was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be similar to Zhong Kuei. You are very good at flattering." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "It's my sincere words." The old Taoist priest looked at the young man with a smile. "If it's sincere flattery, it will make me feel comfortable." The old Taoist priest left with the wind. A small head was lying on the window, staring at the yard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the post house noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old Lord of Heaven. Only Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingan in the yard in the middle of the night by accident. Qin Pingan looked back at Pei Qian. "Go to sleep." As soon as Qin Pingan said that, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill, jumped down and landed steadily. Qin Pingan asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you for a while." Qin Pingan waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice boxing. She could stay if she wanted. After watching for half an hour, Pei Qian felt sleepy. She told Qin Pingan that she was going to sleep, took a deep breath and rushed to the windowsill. She jumped high, probably trying to press her hands on the windowsill and then kick her legs randomly. She thought that she would look cool if she jumped up. But her chin suddenly hit the windowsill. She fell backward. Qin Pingan turned his head and couldn't bear to look at her. Pei Qian sat on the ground, covered her mouth and turned her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears and she was about to cry. Qin Pingan walked over, squatted down and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still acting like a hero?" Tears streamed down the little girl's tanned face. Qin Pingan had no choice but to retract his smile and help her stand up. "There's a little girl who's about the same age as you. She's also so careless, but she can withstand pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me right now." Qin Pingan held back his laughter. "You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid?" Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Qin Pingan asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Pei Qian felt wronged. "My chin hurts." Qin Pingan smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean against the stone table with the back of her head. Qin Pingan said softly, "After the new year, you'll be 11 years old. So you have to read more books and learn more principles." There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing martial arts a million times. But it was good. It was rare for Qin Pingan to share his inner thoughts with Pei Qian. "When I was in my hometown, I was slightly older than you and had never been to school. Mr. Qi told me that the truth is in the books but the person is not." Qin Pingan murmured, "I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young." Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Qin Pingan said that she would be 11 years old next year. In this world, only Qin Pingan would remember these things. She was 10 years old this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust tree. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw the most familiar person standing not far away. It was the master of Dafu Academy, his teacher. The master of Mount Hill just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei whispered, "Teacher?" The master of Mount Hill seemed to be unable to believe the bad news before. Even now he still could not believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He should not have gone to the Bio mansion and let this student, who was the best student in his life, go to Taiping Mountain. He should have stayed obediently in the inn in the border town and stared at the nine-tailed fox that was hiding in plain sight. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore her real name had been leaked. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the big demons in the world, he would be able to protect himself in the vast world. No one thought that the white ape with a sword on his back in Taiping Mountain was the culprit behind the escape of the demons in the well prison. Zhong Kuei could not stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, "Teacher, it's my duty." Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or use their righteousness to get rid of demons and defend the Tao. The master of Mount Hill was furious. "Do I need you to talk about these principles with me?" Zhong Kuei kept quiet out of fear. The old Lord of Heaven sighed, "If the Academy blames us, Taiping Mountain will not shirk." The master of Mount Hill did not treat the old Taoist like how he treated Zhong Kuei. "I wish that he was my grandpa. Sigh, what a pity." The great god of Suishan, who was known for his arrogance and unruliness, had a solemn expression on his face. He straightened his back and released his grip on the sword hilt. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heavens and earth. This could be considered an apology to the Holy Master. The old scholar continued, "You know what kind of person I am, right? I'm very thin-skinned and I always like to tell myself that I won't accept a reward if I don't deserve it. But I'm talented, I write well, and I'm good at reasoning. So our Saint Master came to me and earnestly advised me, and I was very moved. He told me a lot of things that I thought were ordinary, but there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times, sages have always been true heroes, but heroes don't necessarily have to be sages. When I heard it, I felt that our Holy Master understood me, so I made a small request to our ancestor." The god in Suishan said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear it." "Shut up." The old scholar wrung his hands and lamented, "Why can't you tell the good from the bad?" The god in Suishan sneered, "If I could tell the good from the bad, why would I let you go up the mountain?" The old scholar rubbed his chin and felt that he was not in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. "That old cow's nose in the Eastern Sea is really not likable, but he's still passable. He's quite generous and doesn't lose face. I know that he gave that child something good. Although it doesn't help with cultivation, it's better than coincidence. It's better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land." The god in Suishan said sarcastically, "Even if you want to arm wrestle with him now, can you?" The old scholar said earnestly, "We scholars still have to compete with people in terms of reasoning. Fighting and killing, piercing through the sky, it's not true ability." For the first time, the god in Suishan didn't refute. The old scholar covered his sleeves with both hands. The astral wind on the peak of Suishan was surging. Even the golden armor of the god in Suishan had ripples of talisman. However, the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, "It's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live. Among the 100 schools of thought, only our Confucian school doesn't care about guardians. The Academy is the greatest guardian of all scholars in the world. In the 3 great academies and 72 academies, there are all such gentlemen who died before becoming saints. I feel that these honest gentlemen who are not smart enough are the backbone of our world. We can." When the old scholar reached this point, he suddenly ran out of words. He turned his head and shouted, "Blockhead, think of an explanation." The god in Suishan said indifferently, "Indomitable spirit." The old scholar slapped his thigh again, "Great." The god in Suishan suddenly said, "You've never been a proper gentleman of the Confucian school." The old scholar was silent. In the Confucian temple, a saint walked out from his clay statue. The statue was very tall and the statue was very close to the saint in the middle. He was also holding the hand of a young man who had followed him from another world to the vast world. After leading the young man out of the gate, the saint turned his head and looked at the empty position of the statue. He smiled at the young man and said, "If you have the chance in the future, You can compete with someone. 342. Pei Qian stared at the long golden bridge and recited the teachings of the sage. Julien was thinking. The long bridge across the buried river gradually disappeared. Pei Qian was a little thirsty and had no desire to study. She wanted to learn boxing and swordsmanship, but unfortunately, Qin Pingan was not willing to teach her. As for Julien and the others, even if they were willing to teach, Pei Qian was not willing to learn. Qin Pingan was still in the mysterious state of meditative forgetfulness. What was even more strange was that he found himself floating out. His spirit had left his body and was suspended in the air. Looking at himself sitting cross-legged, he felt very strange. Unlike the separation of the souls of Ding Ying and the eunuch in the python costume, this time it was somewhat like the legendary Yin spirit. It was the same as the gentleman Zhong Kuei that night at the inn. It was just that Zhong Kuei had cultivated both the Yang spirit and the Yin spirit at the same time. At this time, Qin Pingan was drifting with the spiritual qi and astral wind in the buried river. He was far less stable than Zhong Kuei's Yin spirit and Yang spirit. If Qin Pingan was just a toddler, then Zhong Kuei was a strong young man who could climb mountains and wade through rivers as if he were walking on flat ground. Pei Qian and Julien did not notice this strange phenomenon at all. Almost at the same time, the two Qin Pingan had a thought that could not be dismissed. Qin Pingan, who was drifting, turned his head to look at the lower reaches of the buried river. Then, sitting cross-legged, Qin Pingan opened his eyes and said softly, "I need to practice the sword furnace stance here. Tonight's situation is a little different, so I can't go into detail. Pei Qian, Julien, you may need to help me keep watch for a few hours." Julien nodded and smiled. "It's my duty." Pei Qian stomped his foot and sighed. "You should have said so earlier. I should have brought some snacks for supper." The out-of-body Qin Pingan took a step toward the buried river. In an instant he was already dozens of feet away. He directly came to the surface of the buried river, like a piece of wood floating and sinking in the water. After Qin Pingan stopped, he adapted to the strange environment of stepping on the void. With a tap of his toes, he would float forward very far. Qin Pingan leaned forward and touched the surface of the buried river lightly like a dragonfly. He was like a mountain immortal flying in the wind, or a pure martial artist of the eighth realm of the far travel state. His sleeves fluttered as he rode the wind to travel far away. Qin Pingan did not know that under various coincidences, this was the embryonic form of a qi refinement warrior's Yin spirit. Shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's bones, condensing one's divine energy and having a body outside one's body. This was the Yang spirit and it loved the light. With a single thought, he would be able to enter the underworld free and unfettered. He was a Yin master who loved to roam the night. At night he visited the water god temple. Qin Pingan felt that even if he just took a look, he would be back soon. As for the Qin Pingan by the riverside, he closed his eyes and performed the sword furnace formula with both hands. Although one was sitting and the other was in a mental state, the two were one. The out-of-body Yin master saw and felt everything. Qin Pingan, who was practicing the sword furnace stance with his eyes closed, was very clear. He was completely immersed in it. The mystery of the great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was only at this moment that Qin Pingan understood why cultivators would leave the mortal world and focus on cultivation. It seemed that the scenery in the eyes of these qi refinement warriors was already beyond the mortal world. At this moment, Qin Pingan by the riverside seemed to be practicing the sword furnace formula. In fact, he continued to close his eyes and visualize the long bridge in his heart. Compared to the 2 times at the lotus flower-blessed land, it was much more stable. Although he still felt that he could not walk on it and cross the river. However, he should be able to walk on the bridge and view the river. If not for Julien beside him, Qin Pingan would have gone up and tried. The reason why he visualized tonight was not only because he thought about whether a gentleman should save or not, but also because he thought about the relationship between saving others and saving oneself. When he brought Pei Qian with him, Qin Pingan only wanted her to read and memorize books. He did not talk about any of the principles that he had figured out himself. However, as long as he looked at Pei Qian's actions and words, it was as if he was looking at himself in the mirror. Qin Pingan could not help but reflect on himself. Qin Pingan did not feel much about the contents of the books and did not understand the true meaning. However, with Pei Qian around, Qin Pingan would think more about it. For example, Qin Pingan would reflect on himself 3 times a day, restrain himself and return to etiquette. Only by reading 10,000 books would one be able to attain enlightenment. Wonderful. Pei Qian had already memorized the first book. It seemed that after tonight's visit to the water deity temple, Pei Qian could probably start reading the second book. Reading was not about how much one read. It was about how many words one read. This was not a logical principle. He could talk to Pei Qian about it. However, she would probably just ignore it. It was said that there was once a monk who was illiterate. In the end, he only read one scripture and became a Buddha. On the bank of the buried river there were two people who were like rainbows. Their figures were blurred and disappeared in a flash. They rushed downstream. When they saw the three people by the river, they nodded slightly as a greeting. When they disappeared into the night, Zhu Lian retracted his gaze. It turned out that after returning to the post house, the master and disciple changed into Taoist robes. They only told Yao Zhen that they had something to do tonight and could return to the post house before dawn. Yao Zhen would not stop them. In fact, he could not stop them. Even Yao Zhen, who was the head of the Yao family, did not know about the background of the two people who were stationed at the border. Yao Zhen even suspected that the master and disciple of the Taoist sect were directly under the emperor's command. They prevented the great cultivators of the North Jin kingdom from assassinating him and causing chaos in the border army. At the same time, they monitored the movements of the Yao family in the border army. After all, he had a relative who had just resigned from the Ministry of Personnel. For this reason, Yao Zhen privately asked Yao Jinji if he should deliberately make friends with the two people. He did not expect them to protect the Yao family who was going to expand in the Mirage City in the future. He wanted to take the opportunity to form a good relationship with them. She did not agree. She said that the two people's identities were special and they could not be roped in. Officials served the emperor. If the emperor was wise, then the officials had to be smart. They didn't even have the thought of trying to figure out the emperor's heart. It was useless to think too much. However, this only applied to border officials like the Yao family. The close officials by the emperor's side were a different matter. Yao Zhen was not convinced. His family was on the verge of death twice. If it were not for Qin Pingan saving him twice, he would have been dead. He might even be accused of colluding with the enemy country and plotting to usurp the throne. If he still wanted to keep himself clean now, when he arrived in the Mirage City, there would be no border army around him. Wouldn't it be more dangerous and unpredictable? Yao Zhen thought of the disciple of the county guard who got off the horse and became a civil official. For a moment he felt uncomfortable. Was it like what his granddaughter said? Would he have to deal with this kind of little bastard often in the future? Yao Jinji smiled and said the opposite. When his aunt married into the capital, the Yao family still wanted to clean up the snow in front of their door and abide by the rules of the ancestors. It was wrong. When they arrived in the Mirage City, under the premise that the imperial court accepted his grandfather, it was right to continue to be wise and protect themselves. If they competed with those rich and noble families, the Yao family would not be able to gain a foothold in the capital. However, it was not like they did nothing and were controlled by others. Yao Jinji said a famous Zen saying, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Yao Zhen sighed. When Yao Jinji was still young, he had used his father's mouth to raise objections to his grandfather, Yao Zhen, when his aunt married that Li Shiling who had knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall on a snowy day. The general idea was that the Yao family had followed the rules of their ancestors for hundreds of years. Once they made an exception, the entire Yao family would know that the two had true feelings for each other. However, outsiders would not care about this. Mirage City would not care, and His Majesty the Emperor would not care either. The Yao family's children could not marry into a rich and noble family. Since they had made an exception once, would the Yao family's border army, which was loyal and devoted to the Lu family, make another exception? Without a first there would be no second. But with a first, a second, a third, a fourth and a fourth would follow. This was common sense. Grandfather, if I, Yao Jinji, were an outsider, I would suspect that the Yao family felt that living in a corner was too stifling. When the old general heard this, his face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with grief and indignation. Yao Jinji calmly handed his grandfather a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "General, drinking wine can increase your heroic spirit. But when you arrive in Mirage City and grandfather becomes an official, you should change to drinking tea." Yao Zhen angrily took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He was still drinking wine. "Blue sea tonight," Yao Jinji smiled sweetly. The figures of the two Taoists on the riverside were like two wisps of smoke, much faster than the speed of a galloping horse. This pair of Taoist master and disciple, the old man came from an unorthodox Taoist sect called Golden Peak Temple. Don't think that unorthodox Taoist sect is not pleasant to hear. In fact, it is already very impressive. There are not many Taoist cave sects that are qualified to be listed as unorthodox in the entire continent. The Taoists of the Golden Peak Temple like to cultivate their minds in the secular world. There were not many of them, less than 100 of them. Once they entered the secular world, they would often conceal their names and identities. They did not like to rely on their backers or ancestors. The current master of the Golden Peak Temple was already 500 years old. He was a genuine nascent soul earth immortal and had a great reputation in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. The old man's common name was Yi Miaofeng, and his Taoist title was Taoist Baojun, which was derived from the saying, "Live a long life and see a long time, keep the truth in all things." He belonged to the line of the master of the Golden Peak Temple. The only direct disciple, Xiao Yuanran, was the young Xiao Yuanran that Yi Miaofeng met by chance after he left the mountain and entered the secular world. It took Yi Miaofeng a total of 14 years to decide to take him in. During this period, Taoist Baojun set up 3 major tests and Xiao Yuanran passed all of them. Xiao Yuanran followed Taoist Baojun to the Golden Peak Temple to meet the master of the Golden Peak Temple. He paid his respects to the statue hanging in the ancestral hall and his name was recorded in the sect register. From then on, he officially became a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple. In the end, he followed his master to the Great Spring Dynasty. The two of them became the consecrators of the Lu family and were responsible for watching the border of the southern border for 10 years. Although Xiao Yuanran looked like a handsome young man, he was actually in his 40s. The two of them were both cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. Taoist Baojun admitted that he had no hope of becoming an Aurus Core realm cultivator in his lifetime. Xiao Yuanran's aptitude was far better than his. He had reached the Dragon Gate realm above the sea at such a young age and was truly a cultivation genius. When the master of the temple heard that Xiao Yuanran had broken through at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he specially sent him down the mountain and gave him a magic weapon of the sect. He also promised that as long as Xiao Yuanran successfully reached the Aurus Core realm, he would also give him a precious treasure that had been passed down for 1,000 years. When Xiao Yuanran returned to the mountain, he would take it as a congratulatory gift. Therefore, Yi Miaofeng hoped that he could use the solid foundation of the Great Spring Lu family to help Xiao Yuanran reach a higher level and become a Aurus Core realm cultivator. Only then would he become an immortal. Qi cultivators below the Aurus Core realm were still in the big and small cages. Regarding the matter of General Yao Zhen going to the capital to take up a post, Xiao Yuanran had been holding it in for a long time. Fortunately, he only needed to follow the river and keep an eye on both sides. According to Yao Zhen and Yao Jinji, the Water God Temple was built on a nameless hill by the river 300 miles downstream from the post house. The hillside was gentle. The temple fair was held from the 1st to the 15th of March every year. There were more than 100 incense parties for the gods to perform their skills. It was very lively. The high officials and dignitaries in the nearby counties would give porridge and tea during the temple fair. Yao Zhen sighed with emotion at that time. For the gods of mountains and rivers, opening a mansion was the first major threshold. If they could upgrade their mansion to a palace, they would really achieve Tao. It was no different from a certain immortal family on the mountain obtaining the word sect. Yao Jinji emphasized another strange thing about the Water God Temple. The side hall enshrined a statue of the goddess of inspiration. It was very effective in praying for children. Almost every day there would be women coming from afar. Most of them were from wealthy families and had difficulties in childbirth. They would come to the side hall of the Water God Temple, kowtow, burn incense and give some money. They would be able to get a small clay doll with a red string around its waist and tie it to their wrist. Once they were successful in giving birth, they would not need to return home to fulfill their wish. However, the clay doll they brought home could not be thrown away. It had to be enshrined as a distant reward for the goddess of inspiration's kindness. However, what Qin Pingan really wanted to see was in front of the Water God Temple. There were more than 200 white jade tablets. Most of them were beautiful writings of the imperial court and scholars praising the god of Buried River after the god of Buried River helped the Great Spring Lu family to settle the drought. In less than 4 hours, Qin Pingan, who was constantly looking left and right, floated along the water of the Buried River and finally arrived at the mountain by the river. The night was deep and the gate of the Water God Temple was closed. However, Qin Pingan could still see the brilliant lights from afar. This was also the reason why Qin Pingan could see the Water God Temple at a glance. Qin Pingan suddenly realized that although Pei Qian and Zhu Lian could not see him, what if there were Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 states at the Water God Temple? Would they see through him at a glance and see him as a demon that appeared at night? This made Qin Pingan somewhat hesitant. Could it be that he had to travel 300 miles for nothing? Including the way back, it would be 300 miles. However, after thinking about it, Qin Pingan, who was floating in the middle of the Buried River, still decided to try going ashore. The worst outcome was that he would glance at the gate of the water god temple from afar and alert the temple attendants or the cultivators here. He would then be chased for 300 miles. He could only let the old general at the post house, Yao Zhen, come forward to explain. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Yin Spirit Night Roaming? Qin Pingan, aren't you a pure martial artist? Can't you be more reasonable?" Qin Pingan turned his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. 30 steps away, a green-robed scholar was squatting on the surface of the river. His hands were clutching a bunch of hair, as if he was trying to pull someone out from the buried river. It was Zhong Kuei, the desert mad saber that laughed proudly in the pugilistic world. Qin Pingan came to Zhong Kuei's side and asked, "This is?" Zhong Kuei raised his head and smiled. "I was fighting for territory at the water god temple just now. I was thinking of burning the first incense after daybreak and praying for the gods to bless me so that Junyang would be more pleasing to the eye." Qin Pingan pointed at the hair in Zhong Kuei's hand. "I'm talking about this." Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and said, "What else could a water ghost that died unjustly in the river be? It was probably attracted by your Yin spirit. If it ate you, its cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. I saw it poking its head out and looking around. Its face wasn't as ugly as a normal water ghost's. Instead, it looked rather fresh and pretty. I wanted to make a deal with this female ghost. Come out and chat with me." Because Zhong Kuei's Yin spirit and Yang spirit were not roaming out of his body like that night, his entire body was filled with great spirit. Tonight, he was like the Yin's usual, deliberately concealing his qi. Therefore, the water ghosts at the bottom of the river did not sink into the depths of the river and shiver like that night. Otherwise, if Zhong Kuei only went near the water god temple, the water ghosts buried in the river would probably have their souls scattered. Zhong Kuei's 2 sleeves contained the austere autumn wind. It did not matter if you were a water ghost that died unjustly or an evil ghost that suffered retribution. Qin Pingan looked at the female ghost's hair in Zhong Kuei's hand and then looked at Zhong Kuei who was tugging at the river with the female ghost. Qin Pingan asked, "Is it fun?" Zhong Kuei nodded. Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at the water god temple in the distance. Zhong Kuei loosened the hair in his hand. The shadow under the river seemed to have been pardoned and disappeared in a flash. Zhong Kuei stood up and stretched out his hand to press on Qin Pingan's Yin spirit's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Look carefully and you will know whether it is fun or not." The 2 of them suddenly fell into the river. The Yin spirit roamed at night and saw all things in the world. It was as bright as day. Even in the river, at a glance, there was no obstruction in his vision. His eyesight was on par with the martial cultivation of Qin Pingan's real body. Qin Pingan had seen many ghosts and monsters, but this was the first time he felt disgusted. Not far away was the water god temple and the people's lights. But even so, under the river, Qin Pingan and Zhong Kuei were surrounded by densely packed water ghosts. They were motionless and most of them were dressed in snow-white clothes. Their pitch-black hair covered their faces and fell to their waists. They looked like reserved ladies who were out on the streets, wearing a hat that was commonly known as a maid's hat. Not only that, Qin Pingan looked down and saw a pair of silver-white eyes that were as big as lanterns. It was unusually cold and stared at the 2 of them. However, he could not see its body clearly. The 2 of them were at least a mile apart, but the pair of eyes were still so huge. One could imagine how huge it would be if one looked at it from a close distance. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "It and the water ghosts were all attracted by you, but they did not dare to eat you. First of all, although your Yin spirit is only in its embryonic form, it is still somewhat unusual. They did not dare to act rashly, but they were really envious and kept gathering together. Moreover, they were harboring evil intentions, hoping that you could alarm the monster at the bottom of the river and kill it so that they could have a share of the loot. In the end, you just happened to stop at the water deity temple and stopped moving. The demon below is probably about to explode in anger and doesn't dare to act rashly. After all, the Jade Turing Manor where the river deity was buried is not far from here. Since he was here, he should take things as they came." Qin Pingan looked around as if he was admiring the scenery. Zhong Kuei was also looking around and shouted, "The beautiful water ghost lady just now, are you still there? If you are not willing to continue being a water ghost, I can slap you to death. As for whether you can reincarnate, I can't guarantee. But it is not difficult to help you break away from the monster at the bottom of the river and not help it do evil and harm people." The pair of lanterns became slightly bigger. Qin Pingan subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked over. It was just like when he went fishing for eels in the fields when he was a child and saw one by chance. Its head and body slowly swam out. This monster buried in the river, roughly estimated, was actually bigger than the two black and white pythons on the Chituan mountain. Qin Pingan asked, "The river deity buried in the river does not care about it?" Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Does not care? No matter what, this bad-tempered water god does not like to show up because she has tried to kill this monster again and again. She has already hurt the foundation of her golden body 3 times. Almost every 30 or 40 years she has to teach this monster a lesson. In 100 years, there will even be a real life and death battle." The worst time was when cracks appeared on the golden body of the water god temple and more than half of the Bio manor was drowned. Qin Pingan was even more confused. The imperial court does not try to encircle and suppress it? If the imperial court of the Great Spring country can't do it, the academy will not care? Zhong Kuei held the back of his head with both hands. The world is not simple. This water demon is able to live until today because, other than its cultivation, it relies more on its intelligence. Moreover, the central part of the Tongya continent is so big and there are so few people in the Dafu Academy. There are even fewer people who can kill this monster. Scholars in the academy have to cultivate their body and mind. 343. Qin Pingan was a little annoyed. He thought to himself that he should not have done as he pleased. The 300 miles of waterway had attracted the attention of these water demons and water ghosts. If there was a conflict, the blade-strengthening gourd was still with his body. Previously, when he practiced the 6-step stance on the river, he was very inexperienced. When he threw a few punches, they were weak and powerless. The Yin spirit seemed to be born not good at martial arts. When he thought of the pair of lantern eyes at the bottom of the river, Qin Pingan felt a little scared. Zhong Kuei seemed to have seen through Qin Pingan's thoughts. Yin spirits like to roam the world at night. This is your first time out of body. The new Yin spirit came to the buried river temple of all places. According to the Qi cultivators, this may be an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. You still have to deal with it carefully. When it comes to opportunities, it is not always a good thing. Qin Pingan asked, "Then is the attendant in the water god temple a cultivator? Can he discover my Yin spirit identity?" Zhong Kuei said in annoyance. With Empress Berryhe's personality, she would fight the water demon to the death every few days. There are so many vengeful souls and malicious spirits in the river, all of them controlled by the water demon. Do you think that the water deity temple where her golden body is placed wouldn't have an expert guarding it? Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by that self-proclaimed, immortal yellow long ago, along with the temple and the hill. Qin Pingan blushed with shame and said, "That seems to be the case." Zhong Kuei finally said a piece of good news. "But don't worry, your Yin spirit is very weak. As long as you don't enter the temple to burn incense, no one in the temple will be able to tell." Zhong Kuei frowned and walked around Qin Pingan. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Qin Pingan, have you encountered 2 big disasters? The first time was very early and you hurt your destiny. The second time was a few years ago and you broke the longevity bridge?" Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had always been cautious. Hence, he made an exception and did not deliberately hide it. Something like that. It was not only because this person was a gentleman of the Dafu Academy, but also because Zhong Kuei called him Mr. Qi. Zhong Kuei rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Qin Pingan asked, "How can you tell?" Zhong Kuei was still sizing up Qin Pingan as he slowly said, "Trees have growth rings so you can tell their age. This person's soul is actually more or less the same. It's just that the human body is a small world while the world is a large human body. The human skin, flesh, blood, tendons and bones are like a wall between the two." Seeing the confused look on Qin Pingan's face, Zhong Kuei gave an example. For example, between Hao Ran Heaven and Qingming Heaven, cultivators want to check each other. Even if you're familiar with the divine ability of viewing mountains and rivers from the palm, it won't work even if you're a 12th realm immortal. But when your Yin master manifested, your soul became clearer and clearer, allowing me to see many clues. Zhong Kuei suddenly laughed and said, "Qin Pingan, it must be hard for you to be a mender." Since the natal porcelain was broken, Qin Pingan could not grasp any fortune in the Pearl Grotto heaven. What was broken was the longevity bridge. His body was leaking wind and rain, which was why he needed to practice the mountain quaking fist to preserve his life. When Zhong Kuei said that Qin Pingan was a bitter tinker, he hit the nail on the head. First, there was the sage of the Baoping continent who could recite poems, which could cause the enemy to be exposed to the astral wind, and then there was the gentleman of the Tongyi continent, Zhong Kuei, who was even more unfathomable. Qin Pingan suddenly had a more complex and profound feeling towards the Confucian Academy. Qin Pingan asked, "You want to enter the temple to burn incense?" Won't there be a problem if the academy does this? Zhong Kuei could not help but laugh. If some pedantic teachers of the academy knew about this, there would be some criticism. But it's not a big deal, scholars are not as rigid as you think. Zhong Kuei was surprised and his face was full of mischief. Well, thanks to you, I can experience the temper of the goddess of the buried river. Zhong Kuei's lips moved slightly. The buried river around the two of them was like a pillar in the middle of a river, bypassing them. At the same time, a burst of faint luster appeared. A large umbrella covered their heads, concealing their figures. Then Zhong Kuei grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm. Come with me to watch the show. The buried river became extremely turbid, surging up and down, as if there was a series of muffled thunder exploding in the river. 3 or 4 miles away from the water god temple, the bottom of a section of the river had become a battlefield. Chen Pinggan looked into the distance and saw a petite figure holding an object. Every time she waved it, a brilliant silver arc would appear in the water. Because the speed was too fast, the silver lines constantly accumulated, like a messy cursive script, full of a great style. The figure emitted a faint golden light, and in the darkness, it was like a lamp that had been lit. It was especially eye-catching. The woman was very short and seemed petite and delicate. She looked young, but in fact her looks were average. She even had a baby face and was round, but her body was covered in golden light. Her eyes were sharp and she was very powerful. There was a long saber at her waist, a long sword on her back, and an iron spear in her hand. It was extremely long, almost as tall as her. The scabbard was greenish-purple, and more than half of it was wrapped in golden threads. At the intersection of the scabbard and the hilt, there was a 5-colored cloud rising. The scene was magnificent, and the long sword in the scabbard must be extraordinary. She came and went in the water like the wind, without any obstruction. She was as fast as lightning, and the long spear in her hand slashed the huge body of the monster in the water several times. Blood splattered everywhere, and the water of the buried river was filled with the smell of blood. Once she was hit by the head of the water monster and was smashed to the bottom of the river, causing a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, she burst out and pierced the lower jaw of the giant monster with her spear. The monster's wail shook the sky, and it twisted its body crazily, causing huge waves to rise in the buried river. Even the people at the water deity temple noticed the abnormality, but they were not afraid. They stood on their tiptoes and began to look into the distance, treating it as something new. It swore that it would only swagger ashore on the day that the crazy bitch's golden body collapsed and the temple was abandoned. As for the pile of fragments of the golden body, it was naturally its meal. Perhaps it could ascend to the gold core realm in one fell swoop without having to go to the great river. However, in a serious battle in the water, it really wasn't a match for the buried river god. It didn't gain any advantage even once. After more than 200 years of dealing with it, it seemed that the old woman was determined to stop it at the upstream of the buried river. Because of this kind of stupid thing that harmed others without benefiting herself, the progress of her golden body was slow even though she received so much incense from the human world year after year. Tonight, it suffered another defeat without any suspense. It quickly retreated upstream. When the short woman saw that it had made up its mind that as long as she couldn't kill it, it would come ashore to harm the people. Only then did she stop angrily. The iron spear had already fallen to the bottom of the river during the battle. She sheathed her saber and sword and found the weapon that she was most comfortable with. While cursing, she flashed and returned to the Bayou Manor. Only then did Zhong Kuei and Chen Pinggan appear together. The two of them went ashore and went to the water god temple on the mountain. There were nearly 1,000 people waiting to open the door and burn incense. The foot of the mountain was full of carriages and donkeys. As a result, there were many supper stalls outside the temple. Coupled with the strange scene in the upstream section, everyone was excited. Zhong Kuei accompanied Chen Pinggan to look at the white jade inscriptions. One by one they were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Most of them were prayers for rain from the past emperors and local officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. Some of them were similar to the content of the self-condemnation decree, as well as the Xieyuan after the successful prayer for rain. Chen Pinggan read these inscriptions quickly and glanced through them. Zhong Kuei had already gone to the front of the forest of inscriptions. He squatted on the ground and looked at an ancient stone tablet that was seriously worn out. There were only a few broken crosses left on the tablet. The content was intermittent and many words were missing. Chen Pinggan came to Zhong Kuei's side and found that it was a poem without a signature. Probably because of the long years, wind, sun and rain, only about half of the words were left. Heaven and earth are deaf, the sun and moon are dim. The mountains and rivers are haggard, the grass and trees are withered, the cheerful people in the sky complain. Bound by an iron letter to the Bayou Manor, the thunder god, the thunder god, the thunder god, the old man between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds are swallowed and spat out. Good at martial arts, a drop of golden water from the sky is full of flying lines like a machine, sweeping away the heat of the world. Zhong Kuei asked, "Can you see anything?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Just recognize the words." Zhong Kuei said with emotion, "Teacher once said that the words on this stone tablet are actually a long-lost Taoist cultivation formula." Qin Pingan asked, "Then you see the knack?" Zhong Kuei said seriously, "Just recognize the words." Qin Pingan laughed. The two stood up. The entrance of the ancestral temple was crowded with people. Zhong Kuei complained, "Because of you I can't burn the first incense?" But soon Zhong Kuei said helplessly, "There must be officials or dignitaries waiting at the back door. That small door will open 1 to 2 minutes earlier than the main door. So the ordinary people outside the temple, no matter how many days or years you wait, as long as you don't go to the back door, you won't be able to burn the first incense in your life." Qin Pingan hesitated and said, "In my hometown there is a Buddhist saying, 'Don't ask for help from outsiders.'" Zhong Kuei said, "That's a good saying. Buddhism emphasizes on faith, which is to have a firm belief in the right heart. About the first incense, many pilgrims in the world have misunderstood. The first incense is not the first incense in the incense burner. Like you said, don't ask for help from outsiders. The first incense is the first incense of every sincere person. The first incense of this life, the first incense of this year, and the first incense of this month are all the first incense." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That makes sense." Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Do you think it's easy to be a gentleman in the academy? You need a lot of knowledge." Qin Pingan asked, "Then can you write a poem for me? The title is What's the Feeling of Looking at the Inscription on the Rain Prayer Tablet? I often see this in the literatis writing. Why don't you have a try?" Zhong Kuei looked up at the moon and said, "Tonight is a good night to go up the mountain and go into the water, to visit the mansion and to get close to the deities. But it's not suitable to recite poems." Qin Pingan laughed again. Zhong Kuei flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Qin Pingan, you're being boring." Zhong Kuei smiled and asked, "Do you want to go to the Bio mansion with me? That's the future water god palace. It's very rare. There are only a few in the whole Tongya continent. If you are lucky, you can see the goddess of the buried river." Qin Pingan said, "Didn't I see her just now?" Zhong Kuei patted his forehead. But this pat made him have a sudden inspiration. Lucky chance. The lucky chance of your Master's night tour might be with the Bio mansion and her. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have to go back quickly." Zhong Kuei looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be someone in the world who did not take lucky chances seriously? There was a commotion at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Kuei grabbed Qin Pingan and said, "Trouble is coming. Let's go take a look." The old woman in charge of the temple stood side by side with a sage-like old cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They blocked the path of a woman in white. The people at the supper stall in the distance were pointing and gossiping. It turned out that the woman's face was sickly pale. Not only that, although her dress looked no different from a commoner's, but if one looked closely, the path behind her was like a bamboo basket leaking water. The path was wet and the traces were obvious. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick and hit the ground heavily. She sneered and said, "A little water ghost dares to offend the water god temple." With one slap, the old temple attendant spun several dozen times in the air and fell over 100 feet away. With another slap, the old cultivator fell into the buried river. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's reasonable, but it's a little impolite." That was what Zhong Kuei had said to him at the inn. Zhong Kuei laughed and said, "Ask yourself honestly." Zhong Kuei stopped smiling and said shamelessly, "It's fine as long as it's reasonable. The word, etiquette, is too big. I'm just a gentleman, not a saint. I don't need it for the time being." The female ghost buried in the river opened her mouth wide. She could guess that the scholar in front of her was a Qi refinement warrior with a high Dao, but she definitely did not expect him to be able to slap the two old immortals to the point that they could not resist. Zhong Kuei's aura was completely different. He strode forward and waved his sleeves. He stood in front of the female ghost and said in a low voice, "Report your name, hometown, and birth date." The female ghost did as she was told. Zhong Kuei nodded, indicating that he understood. He closed his fingers and gently pressed them against the female ghost's forehead. He said calmly, "I'm Zhong Kuei, a gentleman from the Great Fu Academy." Chen Pingan realized that other than him and the female ghost, all the citizens outside the water god temple seemed to have fallen into silence. The river of time seemed to have paused for a moment. Zhong Kuei said slowly, "I hereby announce to Fengdu that this woman has gone to the underworld. No ghosts can invade her, and no Yama can humiliate her. All the negative karma will be written off. I'll accept it and let her reincarnate to receive great fortune." Chen Pingan raised his head abruptly and saw that 1,000 feet above the buried river, dark clouds covered the bright moon. He could vaguely see the head of a ghost that was as big as a mountain. It had an astonishing aura, and its appearance was exactly the same as the highest-ranking ghost messenger in Fengdu that was depicted in some of the celestial paintings on the mountains. Then the sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, falling down and covering the water of the buried river. The legendary official of the netherworld slowly walked out of the black fog. After he reached the shore, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, and on his head was the official hat of the netherworld. He cupped his fists and said, "As you wish." As he cupped his fists, there were clanking sounds. It turned out that his arms were wrapped with 2 chains that hung down to the ground. Zhong Kuei retracted his fingers. The female ghost spirit began to dissipate. Like fireflies, they floated towards the ghost messenger standing on the riverbank. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhong. I hope I can repay your kindness in my next life." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. "No need. Don't get involved with me anymore. In your next life you can be a rich young lady." In the end, the female ghost was taken away by the great ghost messenger of Fengdu that was similar to a hunting envoy. The buried river and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. At the last moment, the ghost messenger intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Yin god Chen Pingan. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and reminded Chen Pingan, "Your Yin god is indeed unusual. It's actually not suppressed. Could it be that you've walked through the river of time before? That's impossible, right?" Chen Pingan didn't answer this question. He only said, "I think Junyang will fall in love with you." Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "You really think so?" Chen Pingan smiled, "I'm just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously." Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and then muttered, "You really did something that doesn't follow the rules?" Zhong Kuei suddenly tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm so awesome. It's rare to see a man as handsome and capable as me." Chen Pingan nodded in agreement. "You can even write limericks and be an accountant." Zhong Kuei sighed, "It's so boring to chat with you." Bayou Manor was not built on the banks of the buried river, but in the middle of a valley about 10 miles away from the river. In addition, the mountain roads on both sides of the river were impassable, and there were few signs of human habitation. Therefore, it was a difficult task for all the local officials to visit Bayou Manor. Fortunately, Water Goddess was elusive, which saved them a lot of trouble. Many of the mansions of the local mountain and river deities were visited by local officials once a year, which had long been the custom in the officialdom. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were cultivators of the Golden Peak Temple. Of course, they didn't find it difficult. Yin Miaofeng announced his name in front of the main gate of Jade Turing Manor. In addition to his status as a consecrator of the Great Spring Dynasty, he also announced his sect, the Golden Peak Temple. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivators of the Great Spring Dynasty had heard of the weird temper of Water Goddess. Yin Miaofeng was afraid that if he didn't mention the Golden Peak Temple, Jade Turing Manor might not open its doors tonight. However, Daoist Baozhen was wrong. Even if he mentioned the identity of the Golden Peak Temple and Xiao Yuanran's Grandmaster, Jade Turing Manor's main gate was still closed. Even the janitor didn't show up. Yin Miaofeng looked unhappy, but he had to swallow his anger. He once again begged the Water Goddess to open the door. He also admitted that he had a secret order from His Majesty. Xiao Yuanran became more and more curious. What important matter did his master want to cause the two of them to be locked in the door? In a huge manor that covered an area of more than 100 acres, in a brightly lit hall, a short girl stepped on a bench and ate a bowl of noodles on the table. To be precise, it was a big bowl. It was bigger than 2 of her heads. It was stir-fried eel noodles. There were quite a few stewards and maids standing in the hall. They were all water ghosts that died unjustly in the burial river. One of the old men asked softly, "Goddess, are you sure you don't want to see the 2 Taoist priests from the Golden Peak Temple?" The girl didn't even raise her head. Her chopsticks flew as she ate the noodles, making a clattering sound. She said vaguely, "See my ass. It's just the same excuses. It's so annoying." She suddenly raised her head and said to a simple and honest man who looked like a cook. He was taking off his sleeve, "It's cooked well. Next time add more chili. 3 or 4 ounces of chili. The taste will be even better. Don't forget, it's best if it's the Chaotian pepper from Lu Laosan's shop. That's the most authentic spicy one." The cook seemed to stutter. He nodded and said, Ma, I know." The short woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Mother, your grandpa's mother, I'm still a virgin." Suddenly she was shocked. She slapped her chopsticks and stood up abruptly. Her face was full of murderous intent. "Damn it, there's someone who dares to make trouble at the ancestral temple? He's got some guts." A wisp of smoke appeared on the table like someone burning incense. The smoke curled up and an old woman's voice sounded. After listening attentively to the story, she burped with murderous intent. She quickly lowered her head and bent down. She picked up her chopsticks and ate a big mouthful of stir-fried eel noodles. Then she wiped her mouth and strode out. When she was near the threshold, she said to the old steward, "I'm going to the ancestral temple. Send away the guests outside. Tell them that unless the imperial court can get the academy to take out the book, our Bio mansion would rather guard the old horizontal board." The old steward frowned. Although he respected the water god, he was not afraid. He asked directly, "Goddess, what if the 2 immortals of the Tao sect get angry and beat me up until my soul is gone? What should I do? Then who will buy things for you in the marketplace in the human world?" She spat, "If you're afraid of death, then you're afraid of death. Don't make excuses for yourself." Although she said so, she stepped out of the threshold and disappeared. Only her words echoed outside the Bio mansion. "Speak properly. You're not allowed to kill. No, you're not allowed to kill ghosts." In the temple of the buried river, the figure of a short woman appeared out of thin air. She carried a knife and a sword but did not bring the iron spear. In the boundary of the Golden Body Temple, she came to the 2 culprits in one step. "You two, what's the matter? Why do you want to cause trouble here?" The words of the old woman in the temple who was forcibly thrown in by the provincial governor can only be trusted to a certain extent. I don't believe her exaggerated words, but I'm clear about the turmoil here. Tell me, I'll listen. She, who was confronting Qin Pingan and Zhong Kuei, quietly retreated as she spoke. She was not afraid of anything, but she felt too embarrassed to raise her head and talk to others. When she no longer needed to raise her head, she stopped and remembered something. "Oh right, I'm the local water god of the buried river." Zhong Kuei told her the process, concisely and to the point. The truth of the matter was very clear. After listening, she nodded gently and said, "That's about it. Then you can walk around freely. I'll ask the old woman in the temple to behave and not make trouble for you." Zhong Kuei saw that she was really going to leave, so he quickly urged her to stay. "I really have something serious to talk to you about." She looked dignified. As the orthodox water god who governed the water transportation of the buried river, the previous treacherous movements in this place had concealed the secrets of heaven. It was as if a radius of more than 10 miles was shrouded in mountain fog, causing her to be unable to investigate the strangeness. However, she had a rough idea of the other party's general strength. Compared to that troublesome river demon, he was only stronger and not weaker. Even if she was in the ancestral temple and her combat power was a notch higher than that underwater, but when it came to fighting she was a girl. If she could avoid fighting, then she would not fight. Since that scholar had made things clear, then she would just treat it as a chance encounter. "You go your way, I'll go back and eat my bowl of eel noodles." She did not expect the scholar in front of her to have something serious to talk about. Was it about the Bio mansion's promotion from the mansion to the palace? She asked directly, "Are you from the Defu Academy?" Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "The water god guessed correctly." "As expected?" "Don't say as expected. Stop. She raised a hand and interrupted Zhong Kuei's polite words. She said angrily, "You scholars like to flatter." "It's true." Qin Pingan found it interesting. Zhong Kuei scratched his head. "Can't I exchange it for a saint's book? Do you know that the emperor of the Lu family of the Great Spring will be in a difficult position if you are so stubborn? The gentleman from the academy in the Mirage City might also be angry at you for not knowing what's good for you. It's not that our Dafu Academy is unreasonable and arrogant. It's just that your request is too unreasonable, water goddess." She nodded and said, "I know that my request is too much, so don't agree to it. I don't care about the Bio Palace. Oh right, I hope that the Academy will not vent your anger on the Imperial Court of the Great Spring. If there's anything, come at me. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. The Bio Mansion still has this bit of responsibility." Zhong Kuei said helplessly, I don't understand. Why do you have to ask for that saint's book, water god? Could it be that you know that saint? The goddess of the buried river shook her head vigorously. I'm just a small water god. How can I know that when Sheng, who is more knowledgeable than the heavens? I've read his book and feel that his articles are like pearls. They are much better than the sage of rites, who is very reasonable, but it's a pity that his wording is dull, and the second saint who is even less knowledgeable. Yes, if the holy master is compared to Wen Sheng, he can barely be considered comparable. Zhong Kuei blinked. Water god, aren't you afraid of being struck to death by lightning when you say this in front of a gentleman from the academy? After all, Zhong Kuei was from the most orthodox lineage of the second saints. Moreover, his teacher, the mountain master of the Defu Academy, came from the second saint's residence in the Central Plains. Zhong Kuei was angry, but he did not do anything to the water god in front of him. If he did not scare her, his conscience would not be at ease. Actually, the real reason was that Zhong Kuei was worried that his teacher, who was overseeing the Central Plains of the Tongyi continent, would be attracted by the strange phenomenon here and use his supernatural powers to observe the mountains and rivers here. Then, if he did not speak up for justice now and regain some face for his lineage, would he not be scolded to death by his teacher when he returned? She probably also realized that she had spoken without thinking and was already disrespectful. Therefore, she blinked her eyes. I still have a bowl of noodles at home that I haven't finished. I have to go back. It's not delicious when it's cold. Chen Pingan stood at the side without saying a word. His heart was already in turmoil. 344. The old woman in charge of the Burial River Temple was a trusted follower of the local provincial governor. In addition to the recommendation of the provincial governor, she spent a lot of money to build a relationship with the Ministry of Rites in the Mirage City. That was how she got such a lucrative position. Many Qi cultivators were jealous of her. Previously, the old woman complained to the Azure Turing Mansion using the method of burning incense. Now, even without the reminder of the water goddess, she stopped and completely gave up the idea of revenge. She didn't dare to. She absolutely didn't dare to. The young gentleman of the Dafu Academy could kill her with just a fart. Why had the Great Quan dynasty prospered for decades and vaguely had the power to be the leader of various countries in the central part of the Tongya continent? Other than the wise emperor and the gathering of civil and military officials, everyone knew that it was because there was a gentleman in the Mirage City. The traditional strong countries such as the North Jin dynasty and the Southern Qi dynasty did not even have a sage from the academy. The gentleman from the academy in front of them was so young. It was a great deterrent in itself. There was a world of difference between a man in his 40s and a young prodigy who won first place in one fell swoop. The old woman in charge of the temple and the old cultivator who had returned to the shore were like two children who had made mistakes waiting to be beaten by the teacher. They were old immortals in the eyes of the common people, but their relationship with the Bio mansion was very ordinary. They knew that the water goddess looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. For the sake of the provincial governor's mansion and the imperial court, the water goddess turned a blind eye. As long as they did not go overboard, she would not argue with the water goddess temple. It was just that tonight was a little difficult. Because the water goddess and the ancestral temple were no longer their protective talisman. Zhong Kuei scolded sternly, one is in charge of burning incense in the ancestral temple, and the other is a cultivator of the imperial court of the Great Quan dynasty. You have no compassion at all. Without knowing what is right or wrong, you want to use your power to commit crimes. No wonder there are so many ghosts buried under the river. Apart from the scourge of the big demon, the two of you can't escape the blame either. The old woman and the old cultivator were so scared that their faces turned white. The words of the teacher of the academy after tidying up his clothes were as heavy as 10,000 pounds. They were not empty words. The short woman said in a low voice, "The flood of ghosts in the river is mainly my fault." Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and did not give the water goddess any face. That's two different things. These two people's duties were so important, yet they wanted to save time and effort. They were unwilling to ask even half a question, unwilling to think even the slightest bit. What kind of dereliction of duty was this? They aren't rich men who can just lie down and enjoy life. Here their every move is related to the fate of the imperial court. The two of them were about to be torn apart. Judging from the situation, the righteousness of the imperial court was already involved. If the young gentleman continued to lean on the academy's principles, wouldn't the two of them be doomed eternally? The old woman was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. It was nothing more than some words that she would never do it again. The old cultivator also bowed and said that he had let down the imperial court's trust and that he would do his best in the future. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Since it's your first offense, I'll let the water god deal with you." The two of them hurriedly stood up to thank her and apologized to the water god. Zhong Kuei felt that the two of them were an eyesore. He waved his sleeve and reprimanded, "Why aren't you returning to the ancestral temple to reflect on your mistakes? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The two of them left awkwardly. Zhong Kuei turned his head and said to the short woman seriously, "As the water god of the buried river and worshipped by thousands of people, you should at least take care of the people below you. Don't always stare at that river demon. The incense of the divine path is not just about fighting and killing. If the people who burn incense are sincere, even if there is only one incense stick a year, the incense will not stop burning. However, if the people under your jurisdiction are blinded by greed and come here to burn incense only for the sake of asking and do not have much sincerity towards you, what can you do? After hundreds of years of incense, the sky is filled with incense. Even in the middle of the night, there are hundreds of people waiting outside to enter the temple to burn incense. The momentum is even greater than that of the Confucian Temple and the City God Pavilion in the Mirage City. The true amount of incense and how much it weighs every day is unknown to the ordinary people and the temple attendants. However, as the water god of the buried river, how can you not know? If not for the existence of the Hall of the Goddess of Inspiration, which helped you to attract a large number of sincere women to burn incense and worship, you would have long been destroyed by the talented river demon and the water god temple and by you mansion. For the first time, the short woman felt guilty and embarrassed. Zhong Kuei did not speak anymore. Qin Pingan's heart had already calmed down. During his 2 travels to the vast world, outsiders had only mentioned Mr. Qi and the Sage of Literature 3 times. City God Shen, one of the beautiful clothes nation of the Aquarius continent and the old Taoist of the Lotus Blossom blessed land, had mentioned the theory of order. Then there was the water god in front of him. She had actually studied and became the Sage of Literature's worshipper. Furthermore, it was not just a normal admiration, it was close to obsession. Even Qin Pingan did not dare to say that the old man's knowledge was on par with the Sage of Literatures. When Cui Dongshan talked about his teacher in the past, he only said that the Sage of Literature was extremely knowledgeable and was like the sun in the sky in the eyes of the scholars in the world. He did not compare him with any of the statues of the Confucian Temple. Moreover, to ask the Dafu Academy for a book of Confucian classics and worship it in the ancestral temple was related to the foundation of a god's golden body. Moreover, it was related to the palace that the gods of mountains and rivers dreamed of. Qin Pingan was shocked and puzzled by the short woman's decision, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had finally met someone who was on the same path in the vast world. Zhong Kuei said to Qin Pingan, "Do you know why it makes sense? It's not just about 2 slaps, it's not even about my identity as a gentleman." Qin Pingan was indeed curious and asked sincerely, "Why do you say so?" Zhong Kuei said generously, "It's because of the Confucian Academy's use of the books of the sages and thousands of years of education. The 72 academies were established in the 9 great continents, causing everyone on and off the mountain to revere them. If the teachers of the academy only relied on force, they would not be convinced and would only accumulate disadvantages. I, Zhong Kuei, am just taking advantage of the trees planted by my predecessors." Qin Pingan felt that it was a little strange. Zhong Kuei's current words and actions were completely different from usual. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Kuei said. Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and put on a posture of listening attentively. He laughed out loud and said, "Sir, you're finally gone. I think I've already dealt with tonight's storm. It's a blessing in disguise. Haha, maybe the next time I return to the academy, Sir will even praise me." Qin Pingan was speechless. This was the Zhong Kuei he knew. The goddess of the buried river had her eyes opened and almost doubted whether this person's identity as a gentleman was fake. Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and said, "The bowl of noodles I told you about has made me addicted. Let's go to your Bio mansion for supper?" Qin Pingan frowned and said, "There's a supper stall not far away." Qin Pingan was no longer ignorant of worldly affairs. The statue of the Sage of Literature was not only moved out of the Confucian Temple but also smashed. All the books he wrote were banned and destroyed in the vast world. Back then, the 72 academies in the 9 continents were either personally led by the Hill Master or at least a gentleman abbot. They were responsible for supervising the imperial court to carry out this matter without any mistakes. Once he got involved in the Buried River Temple, the imperial court of the Great Spring, and the Dafu Academy, he would be used by someone and could possibly harm others and himself. The dispute of the literary lineage had already been settled and the future generations did not need to be reasoned with. What? because the sages had already explained everything. The water goddess with a delicate figure seemed to have changed her mind and began to invite the two of them to the Bio mansion. She laughed and said, "The stall outside the temple can't compare to the supper of my Bio mansion. Go, 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 I'll take out a jar of 100-year-old wine to entertain the two of you." She wanted to use the identity of the gentleman of the academy to intimidate the two consecrators of the Liu family outside the Bio mansion. She was complacent and felt that her scheme was not inferior to that of the river demon. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. She laughed foolishly. Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. The water goddess was too honest. Wasn't it obvious that the supper of the Bio mansion was not easy to eat? It wouldn't be too late for her to be secretly happy after tricking the two of them into the mansion. Zhong Kuei pretended to be blind and turned a blind eye. He pulled Qin Pingan and only said that he wanted to see if the 100-year-old wine was comparable to the 5-year-old plum wine in the inn. She could no longer hide her appearance at the water goddess temple tonight. Zhong Kuei reprimanded the old woman in the temple on the spot. The short woman simply let go of her hands and stretched out her hand towards the buried river. The river water immediately surged and a water column gushed out. After sweeping to the shore, it turned into a lifelike yellow flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Outside the temple on the mountain, the flood dragon docilely bowed its head. The buried river god leaped onto the dragon's head. Zhong Kuei pulled Qin Pingan and flew up, standing on the neck of the yellow flood dragon. It twisted its body and returned to the buried river from the shore. Then it quickly swam towards the Bio mansion downstream. The people on the shore who were waiting to open the door to burn incense saw the water goddess's heroic appearance and supernatural powers with their own eyes. They all knelt and kowtowed. After getting up, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They felt that this trip was not in vain. What a blessing it was to be able to see the water goddess's spirit. The three of them rode on the flood dragon formed by the river water and quickly arrived at the Bio mansion in the quiet forest. It seemed to be quite far from the river, but in fact the mansion was connected to the water vein under the mansion. The mansion was located at the center of a formation. It could gather the essence of the buried river and absorb the fate of incense from the entire buried river. This was the foundation of the water goddess. The golden statue in the ancestral temple was only an external manifestation. The Taoist master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery, Taoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng and his disciple Xiao Yuan ran. Other than being refused entry by the water goddess, they also had supper. The old butler had asked the chef to make some specialties that looked, smelled, and tasted good. In addition, there were 2 pots of fine wine to entertain the 2 consecrators who had said that they would not leave until they saw the water goddess. The old butler felt a little guilty. The 2 guests who had come from afar had extremely good tempers. They did not barge into the mansion, nor did they speak harshly. The old Taoist Baozhen only smiled at them and asked for supper. This made the old butler, who was afraid of being beaten to death, feel very touched. The flood dragon turned into a stream and rapidly disappeared outside the mansion. Zhong Kuei understood and glanced at the short girl beside him. The water goddess laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. When the master and disciple saw Zhong Kuei, they immediately stood up to welcome him. After walking down the steps, they bowed and introduced themselves. Although they had not personally seen Zhong Kuei leave the inn to teach the 2 princes a lesson with his yin and yang spirit, Yin Miaofeng had long heard of Zhong Kuei's name. The 2 of them had first discovered that every time the Yao family's cavalry fought a great battle at the border, a slovenly green-robed scholar would appear far away from the battlefield. He would watch the battle from afar and never interfere. After the battle ended, he would quietly leave. Later on, when another great battle broke out, a green-robed scholar would quietly arrive. Yin Miaofeng used his identity as a consecrator to inquire about this matter in the Mirage City, but no one could find out about this person's background. Later, with the help of the Golden Peak Temple, they found out that Zhong Kuei was the youngest gentleman in the history of the Dafu Academy. He was a sage at the age of 12 and a gentleman at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he received the prefix of the gentleman's title, upright. Obtaining the 2 words, upright, was not something that a hill master of the academy could decide. It required the personal verification of the sage of the academy's one lineage and the approval of several sages who had statues in the Confucian Temple. This was because every gentleman was known as a quasi-sage. The reputation of the Dafu Academy was not as good as the other 2 academies located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. However, in the eyes of the Confucians of the continent and the immortal abodes of the sects, Zhong Kuei, as a native scholar of the Tongyi continent, was very close to various powers and land immortals. In order to get this gentleman to take charge of their country, the strongest dynasties of the Tongyi continent tried their best to befriend the Defu Academy. Even the master of the Golden Peak Temple would have to treat the gentleman Zhong Kuei as an equal. Therefore Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran did not dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Yuanran felt that his master, Taoist Baozhen, was deliberately showing respect and flattery to Zhong Kuei. This cultivation genius of the Golden Peak Temple felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Yin Miaofeng had to show such a humble attitude. The matter of the Azure Turing Mansion had reached a critical juncture. As the proud disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Defu Academy, Zhong Kuei might be able to play a decisive role. When the time came, not only would he complete the secret mission in the Mirage City, but he would also be able to help De Quan rope in a future Confucian sage. Then his most valued disciple, Xiao Yuanran, would have a backer outside of the Golden Peak Temple. Naturally, Zhong Kuei had seen this pair of Taoists before and more than once. His impression of them was not bad, but it was not good either. Otherwise he would have greeted them long ago. After Yin Miaofeng explained the purpose of the night visit to the Azure Turing Mansion, Zhong Kuei found that the buried river god did not seem to be involved, which made him angry and amused. However, he came to the buried river tonight for this matter. Moreover, the matter of the river demon bribing the Mirage City was not simple and had violated his taboo. Therefore, he simply said to Yin Miaofeng, "I will persuade the water goddess about the matter of the Azure Turing Mansion's books. You can rest assured and report to the Mirage City. Of course, you can be more flexible in your wording. If the matter is successful, you will be rewarded. If not, you will not be punished. As for why I am helping you this time, there are reasons, but you don't have to blindly think about it." Yin Miaofeng thanked him gratefully and left with his disciple, Xiao Yuanran. The old butler led the way, bringing the water goddess and the young guest who seemed to have an even greater background to the mansion's guest hall. Chen Pingan walked beside Zhong Kuei and looked at the scenery of the Azure Turing Mansion. On the screen wall, there was a vivid picture of the water goddess temple and the buried river. Incense rose in spirals, smoke rose, and the river surged, making the sound of flowing water. Only the water goddess could see Chen Pingan's Yin spirit. The Taoist master and disciple could not see through it. This was because Chen Pingan was in the ancestral temple and the Azure Turing Mansion, which belonged to the boundary of the buried river. As for the river demon and the water ghost, as long as the former was in the rivers and lakes, its attainment was profound, especially in the buried river that it chose to walk on. In fact, it had already obtained a supernatural power close to that of the water goddess, so it could also see it. As for the water ghost with shallow attainment, it was more like the drunkard had smelled the fragrance, and was naturally attracted. They came to a bright hall with candles as thick as an arm. The bowl of stir-fried eel noodles was still on the table. Chen Pingan looked at the big bowl, and was stunned speechless. Zhong Kuei's expression was normal. He sat down at the table and said to the water goddess with a smile, "Come with me too. There's no need for such a big bowl. A small plate will do." She nodded and looked at Chen Pingan. "Young master, do you want supper?" The Yin spirit was not like the Yang spirit of a cultivator's external body. It could not eat delicacies in the human world and only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, saying that there was no need. The water goddess and the gentleman sat at the same table, eating the eel noodles in their bowls and basins. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded in Chen Pingan's heart lake. "This water goddess is good at refining weapons. I don't know what kind of opportunity she had, but she obtained an ancient inheritance. She used the poem on the stone tablet to pray for rain as a refining technique. It's said that the quality of this chant is very high. It's the foundation of the Tao of that immortal in the upper five realms. Therefore, some people are very concerned about it. However, due to their reputation, they can only take it slowly." As Zhong Kuei said, the goddess of the buried river had refined a total of 9 weapons. 2 of them were ranked as Dharma treasures. In the process of fighting with the river demon, 3 of them were destroyed. Those were the Dharma treasures that allowed her to firmly suppress the river demon for more than 200 years. It was just that she had too many weapons. When women in the world went out for an outing, they would change their makeup and clothes. When the goddess of the buried river patrolled the territory, she would choose a weapon based on her mood. After eating supper, the water goddess spoke frankly to Zhong Kuei, "I'll have to trouble you to give me a definite answer. If I insist on asking for the book of the Sage of Literature, will the Dafu Academy find an excuse to destroy the Bio Manor? Or will they deliberately make things difficult for the Lius of the Great Spring? Sooner or later, the kingdom of Northern Jin and Southern Qi will be destroyed?" Qin Pingan looked at her in a new light. Zhong Kuei shook his head and smiled. The Dafu Academy won't be so unreasonable. At most, the Bio Manor will destroy its own future. In the future, no matter how much you and the Great Spring Kingdom contribute, there will be no hope for you to be promoted to a palace. You must know this in your heart. Today, whether it's because you feel that the Bio Manor is unjust or because you really admire the sage of literature's moral writings, you have rejected the Dafu Academy's good intentions. From now on, you will be recorded in the Academy's records. In the future, when you perform great deeds that benefit the common people and contribute to the country, you will still only be able to hang the Bio Manor's plaque. When the time comes and you feel that the Academy is unfair, you might as well reconsider your choice today. She nodded and said, I'll remember it. When the time comes, I will definitely not blame the Dafu Academy. An eye for an eye. Actually, it's me who offended the Dafu Academy's dignity. Zhong Kuei sneered, you still know? The little water goddess of the Bio Manor dared to reject the Dafu Academy's conferment. In the eyes of the other 3 academies in the Tongyi continent, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Zhong Kuei's seemingly understated conclusion carried a lot of pressure and risk. Scholars were the most concerned about face. Perhaps it would not be a big deal if they suffered a big loss, but if they were to be slapped in the face in public, they would most likely be killed. Therefore, Zhong Kuei's words tonight were the biggest protective talisman for the Bio Manor and the Buried River Temple. After all, Zhong Kuei was without a doubt the next Hill Master of the Dafu Academy. There were even rumors that Zhong Kuei had a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. She smiled awkwardly. Do you want another bowl of noodles? Zhong Kuei clicked his tongue. A bowl of noodles to protect the Bio Manor. A bowl of noodles to protect the Great Spring Empire. Water Goddess, you have a good plan. Zhong Kuei's mouth was unforgiving, but he still ordered another bowl of noodles. Because it was really delicious, she even asked for 2 jars of good wine. The aroma assailed the nose, and it was much better than the wine Qin Pingan had drunk. Excluding the Forgotten Worries wine from the inverted hanging mountain, perhaps only the osmanthus wine could compare. However, drinking and eating noodles had nothing to do with him. Before drinking, Water Goddess repeatedly said that this century-old wine should not be drunk too much. One person could only drink 3 big white bowls at most. If one drank too much, even an immortal would be drunk. Then Qin Pingan saw Zhong Kuei and her drink 4 big bowls each. 1 jar of wine was emptied and not a single drop was left. Water Goddess even asked the servants to bring another jar to the table. Therefore, Qin Pingan saw 2 drunkards with terrible alcohol tolerance. Zhong Kuei wailed about Jianyang. Water Goddess spoke loudly and slapped the table from time to time to help boost her momentum. At this moment, she stepped on the chair and gave herself a thumbs up. She asked Zhong Kuei, who she had just acknowledged as her brother, what do you rely on to survive in the martial world? Zhong Kuei was still talking about his Jianyang. She then asked and answered her own question, backbone. You have to have a straight spine and hard fists. You have to be open-minded when you talk and behave. Brother Zhong Kuei, I think you are a good person. You are responsible like a big man. I will acknowledge you as my brother. In the future, I will do anything for you. Qin Pingan sat at the side in boredom. He thought that if the little boy in green from the river water snake was present, he would probably say that it must be that friend who was loyal and patted his chest loudly. Zhong Kuei pointed to the opposite side of the table. The direction of his finger was far away from Water Goddess's seat. He said with drunken eyes, isn't surviving in the martial world the business of martial artists? You are a water god. No, it seems that the water god calling herself a martial artist is the most legitimate. Alright, you are right. However, backbone can't be eaten. Water Goddess raised her eyebrows and took a big gulp of wine. She said with a slurred tongue, I usually have food to eat. I am very full, stewed snake meat, stir-fried eel noodles. It is said that my chef used to cook for the emperor. His skills are superb, so I still have to have backbone. Zhong Kuei shook his head. You have your backbone. It has nothing to do with me. I only want Jianyang. Qin Pingan stood up and was about to go to the entrance of the hall to enjoy the scenery. He could not drink the good wine that was close at hand. In the end, it was annoying to look at it. At this moment, Zhong Kuei sat up straight in horror. His green robe suddenly trembled, and the smell of alcohol disappeared from his body. Water Goddess knocked her head on the table with a bang. Her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. Qin Pingan turned his head to look. There was only a figure of medium height wearing a Confucian robe. Zhong Kuei bowed. Disciple Zhong Kuei greets teacher. That person's voice was deep as he said slowly, I am an outer disciple of Fushang's sect. Some time ago I accidentally encountered a disaster. After the news was passed to the academy, the other party seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was a great demon of the upper 5 realms. It destroyed half of Fushang sect's mountain gate. Of the 2 pure jade realms in Fushang sect, one died and the other was injured. The great demon was seriously injured and tried to escape to the West Sea. Fortunately, it was stopped by the leader of Taiping Mountain who rushed there first. However, most of the demons that Taiping Mountain suppressed at the bottom of the well for thousands of years just happened to escape at this time. Zhong Kuei's face was solemn. Teacher, what should I do? That person sneered. It is not to drown your sorrows by drinking in the middle of the night. Zhong Kuei lowered his head. I know my mistake. That person sighed. Before dawn, leave for Taiping Mountain. At that time, you and all the other academy disciples will have to listen to the Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Do not rely on the academy's identity to act on your own. Do you understand? Zhong Kuei nodded. I understand. Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but stopped. He should be the Dafu Academy's mountain master. The scholarly man shook his head. Only cultivators of the upper 5 realms are qualified to encircle and annihilate that great demon. Zhong Kuei was silent. The scholarly man finally said, Zhong Kuei, you have to be careful. In this disaster, everyone has the possibility of dying. Even I am no exception. Zhong Kuei nodded. He suddenly realized something. Your town? The scholarly sage hesitated for a moment. We can put it aside for now. Zhong Kuei's eyes were complicated. The Dharma image of the sage arriving at the Azure Turing Manor had already dissipated in an instant. Qin Pingan stood at the door, dumbfounded. Fusho sect, Taiping Mountain. They were all sects of the Tongya continent that Qin Pingan happened to be familiar with. Especially the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Her real identity was the female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain named Huang Ting. The most inconceivable thing was that the great demon had actually caused one of the immortal couples of the Fusho sect to die and the other to be injured. Zhong Kuei stood up and looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly. I might have a difficult request. Qin Pingan immediately understood Zhong Kuei's thoughts. Is it that little snow cone? Then Qin Pingan shook his head. Zhong Kuei's expression dimmed, but he felt that it was reasonable. Qin Pingan smiled. I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you. Zhong Kuei asked, Really? Have you thought this through? The battle this time is extremely dangerous. Not to mention me, Zhong Kuei, even my teacher may lose his life. Aren't you afraid that by borrowing my little snow awl and helping me to write with spirit, it may be destroyed in the battle formation one day? Aren't you afraid that even if I, Zhong Kuei, don't die, I won't pay you back? Qin Pingan blinked and extended 4 fingers. Zhong Kuei laughed. I understand. Ask yourself. Qin Pingan suddenly thought of a problem. Let my real body come to the Azure Turing Manor? 300 miles of water will take a lot of time. Zhong Kuei, why don't you go to the post house and get the little snow cone by yourself? Zhong Kuei thought for a moment. You can get the water goddess to bring your real body here. It'll be quick because there are some things that I need to do in the Azure Turing Manor. It's not suitable for outsiders to see. Zhong Kuei walked to the table as he spoke. He tapped the table with his fingers. Water goddess, are you still pretending to be asleep? She smiled and sat up, leaving the table. I'll go and fetch this young master's real body now. However, I'll have to trouble your real body to jump into the buried river after I count to 10. As the water goddess counted, her figure swept towards the buried river near the Azure Turing Manor to fish someone out. This was the unique ability of a god. After counting to 10, Qin Pingan smacked his head, feeling helpless. After a moment, the water goddess brought back Qin Pingan's real body and a little follower. Zhong Kuei laughed heartily. Qin Pingan asked, How does the Yin god return? Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and shook a gust of wind. He gently blew Qin Pingan's Yin god into his real body and reminded him, Before you can have a Yang god to protect you, don't roam the night with your Yin god so easily in the future. Qin Pingan let out a long breath. He took out the small snow cone from the square-inch object and handed it to Zhong Kuei. After Zhong Kuei took the small snow cone, he asked, How do I return it to you in the future? Qin Pingan smiled and said, You can send the small snow cone to Qin Pingan of Luapa Mountain in the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. After Zhong Kuei nodded, his expression became stranger and stranger. Zhong Kuei could not help but ask, Don't tell me you really know Mr. Chi from the Cliff Academy? I know a lot of things about the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Chen Pingon neither nodded nor shook his head. The water goddess drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Then she asked carefully, "Then do you know Mr. Chi's teacher?" Chen Pingon scratched his head, took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the wine. It seemed that the old man was the one who taught him how to drink. At that time the old scholar was carried behind a young man. The old man patted the young man's head with all his might and shouted that the young man wanted to drink. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence, F. 3:45. Pei Qian said that he wanted to go to the entrance to look at the screen wall. The incense in the temple would float, and there would be a fragrance. The water would move and there would be sounds. It was too interesting. The water goddess waved her hand and summoned a young maidservant to bring Pei Qian over to enjoy the scenery. Remembering that a scholarly sage from another lineage had just left, Chen Pingon put down his wine gourd and said, "My hometown Longquan County was actually the earliest Liju Grotto Heaven. Mr. Chi was a teacher in the school, but I was poor when I was young and did not go to school. My neighbor next door was Mr. Chi's student and often mentioned it. But Mr. Chi has naturally seen it before. After all, the town is only so big." Zhong Kui sat back at the table and poured a cup of wine with a smile. Of course, he did not completely believe Chen Pingon's words. A young pure martial artist had the blade-strengthening gourd and 2 natal flying swords, and could even travel at night. Even if there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Liju Grotto Heaven and Chen Pingon had other good fortune, Zhong Kui would not believe that Chen Pingon and Qi Jingchun had only met. However, Chen Pingon had some reservations, so Zhong Kui did not probe further. Although the knowledge of the literary sage had been banned by the major academies, it was not a big deal for the private library to have a few works of the literary sage. Not to mention knowing Qi Jingchun, it did not matter even if he had gone to that school. As long as Chen Pingon was not a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's lineage, there would definitely not be any trouble. Even if it was true in the territory of the Dafu Academy in the Tongya continent, it did not matter. There was Zhong Kui and his teacher. However, if it was in the 2 academies at the north and south ends, it would be hard to say. The water goddess's eyes lit up. She placed her hands on the table and asked hurriedly, "Have you seen the literary sage? Is he a particularly elegant old man with a laurel belt? His sleeves are cool and there is a hint of gentleness in his seriousness. Furthermore, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert with great knowledge. His temperament is similar to the mountains and forests in paintings." Chen Pingon could only say against his will, "I've never seen him." The water goddess's eyes were filled with regret and pity. The former was for herself while the latter was for Chen Pingon. She slumped back into her seat and gulped down a large bowl of wine. After wiping her mouth she sighed, "That's truly a regret in life. To think that you've never met an old man like that. Try to meet him in the future or else your life won't be complete." Chen Pingon smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll fight for it." She recalled something. "Then have you seen a guy called Cui Shi? He's a bastard who betrayed his master despite being the eldest disciple. There's also that sword immortal whose sword skills are divine. His name is especially domineering. He's called Zuozua. It's said that his sword skills are invincible. There are also people like Mao Xiaodong. There are so many disciples of the literary sage. You should have seen one of them, right?" Chen Pingon raised the wine pot. "It's a pity. Let's drink." The water goddess slammed the table and said angrily, "Drink my ass. What's wrong with you? If I were born and raised in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the first thing I would do after leaving my hometown would be to visit the literary sage. If I can't enter the merit forest of the academy, I'll settle for the next best thing. At the very least, I have to scold Cui Dong, see his swordsmanship and play chess with Mao Xiaodong." Chen Pingon echoed, "That makes sense. Water goddess." Zhong Kui held back his laughter. "Scold Cui Dong? Water goddess, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though that Dali Imperial Tutor's realm is rumored to have plummeted, he can still crush your golden body with 2 fingers. The water goddess said confidently, "Can he hear me scolding outside Dali's capital?" Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and said, "Then he really can't hear you." The 3 of them drank their wine. The atmosphere gradually became solemn. After the great demon lurking near the Fusho sect was exposed, it went on a rampage, killing one and injuring the other of the unpolished Jade Realm couple who were experts in joint attacks. The battlefield was still on the Fusho sect's mountain. Even if that great demon had the advantage of an innately strong physique, it would still need to be at the 12th realm. A great demon of the immortal realm who should have been famous had actually been hiding in the central region of the Tongyi continent for countless years? The Fusho sect in the academy did not notice it at all? Moreover, coincidentally, when the leader of Taiping Mountain went to stop it from entering the sea, the prison that suppressed the demons in Taiping Mountain suddenly opened and successfully escaped? In addition, there were ancient treasures and immortal weapons in the Hasa continent, the Tongyi continent, and the Fuyao continent. The three continents had already attracted countless cultivators to fight over them. The water goddess asked carefully, "May I ask if your mountain master is really not afraid of dying after leaving the academy and taking the lead to kill the demons?" Zhong Kuei laughed angrily and said, "Can you think of my husband a little better? Besides, anyone in the world can ask this except you, water goddess. In the past 200 years, you took the initiative to leave the Green Turing Manor and the Water God Temple. How many battles have you fought with that demon?" The water goddess took a sip of wine. "That's different. I'm just a small water goddess. Your husband came from the residence of a saint in the Confucian temple." Zhong Kuei glanced at her and said, "Is that the logic you saw from the sage's books?" The water goddess flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was fine if he scolded her for being short-sighted, but she could not allow it to involve the sage of one. She slammed the table and stood up. "Zhong Kuei, if you continue to speak so strangely, spit out the noodles and wine." Zhong Kuei took a sip of wine. "I'll drink your wine." He took another sip. I drank it again. "It's delicious." The water goddess was so angry that her face turned livid and her body trembled. Qin Pingan said softly, "There's a memorial arch in my hometown. One of the 4 plaques says "Do not pass on." This is probably the reason why Mr. Zhong Kuei made such a choice. Previously, Zhong Kuei had said why the world was willing to abide by the rules set by the Confucian school. It's enough to scare off ghosts in the Aura's core stage and even ghost kings in the nascent soul stage. Qin Pingan patted his shoulder and smiled, "Since it's so valuable, I can lend you the small snow all for a few more days." Zhong Kuei shook his shoulder and shook off Qin Pingan's hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not familiar with you." The water goddess was speechless. She could not guess what kind of relationship the two of them had. One was willing to lend an upper-grade magic weapon, while the other was willing to give 3 pieces of wind and thunder paper. Zhong Kuei started to put on an act just like how he wrote the couplets in the inn. He held a brush in one hand and hovered in the air, ready to draw the talisman. He shook his sleeve and raised it high. The sage once said that if one has read more than 10,000 books, one can write like a god. "Water goddess, bring me some wine." The water goddess brought him a bowl of wine. Qin Pingan reminded him, "Don't get carried away. Draw the talisman properly. If it doesn't work, you can make another piece of wind and thunder paper for me. You said it yourself, friends are friends, but money is more important." Zhong Kuei put down the bowl of wine resentfully. Qin Pingan said again, "I'm just joking with you." Zhong Kuei's face was full of resentment. The water goddess was a little impressed by this young master who wandered in the night. "Do you really not take the gentlemen of the academy seriously?" Zhong Kuei took a big gulp of wine and burped. Then a mysterious scene appeared. Wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, which seemed to be the righteous energy of the scholar, were exhaled by Zhong Kuei. The wisps of righteous energy wrapped around the tip of the small snow cone pen. Zhong Kuei's drawing of the talisman was even more unorthodox. He did not put his pen on the talisman paper. Instead he recited a poem. Feng Zhang Ci Feng Gu, Iron Cavalry encircle Dragon City. Then he shook his wrist gently and a string of small people the size of rice grains fell from the tip of the pen. Upon closer inspection, they were actually horse-riding generals in silver armor. More than 100 cavalry quickly arranged themselves on the wind and thunder talisman paper and stopped their horses. Zhong Kuei, who was holding the pen in his right hand, pointed at the talisman paper with 2 fingers on his left hand and said in a low voice, "Freeze!" The silver-armored cavalry instantly melted and turned into the golden talisman paper. In an instant it turned into a talisman. The other 2 talismans were similar in terms of talisman drawing. They were worthy of the reputation of having ghosts and gods under my wrist. The water goddess was greatly impressed. As expected of the quasi-saint of the Great Fu Academy. Not to mention moral essays, just this talisman attainment was probably enough to make a talisman warrior of the unpolished Jade Realm slap the table in admiration. Zhong Kuei handed the 3 talisman papers to Qin Pingan. However, he made a decision in his heart. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath and said to the water goddess, "Send all the ghosts out of the Green Turing Manor. Let them return after I succeed in drawing the talisman." Although she did not know why, she still used the river-burying god and the Green Turing Manor Lord's unique spells to expel all the stewards, maidservants and servants in the manor. Zhong Kuei stood still with one hand behind his back and the other holding the small snow awl. A cool breeze blew in his sleeves. In an instant, the Green Turing Manor began to tremble. The underground water veins surged. The water goddess found it difficult to breathe. She retreated and tried her best to distance herself from the gentleman from the Great Fu Academy. However, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. She only felt slightly better after she left the hall. She bit her lips and her eyes were in a daze. This scholar named Zhong Kuei was definitely not as simple as a gentleman from the academy. When Zhong Kuei put down his brush, he chanted softly, "The sword rises, the river clears, the mountains collapse in all directions, the sea of the 9 provinces boils." After the talisman was completed, the talisman gallbladder that would only be hidden in the talisman appeared on the spot. It was a white-robed sword immortal that was a finger tall. It floated above the talisman and drew its sword agilely. Sword chi circulated and moved as fast as lightning. Zhong Kuei's face was slightly pale. He kept the small snow awl and took a big gulp of wine. Although he was exhausted, he was all smiles. This talisman is also self-created. It's a talisman that I'm most proud of. It's named the Sword Suppression Talisman. It uses the majestic sword intent of an ancient sword immortal to suppress all intrinsic flying swords below the upper 5 realms. The talisman paper is excellent and my talisman is also drawn well. It's unlike the water well talisman that only traps a flying sword for a moment. Once this sword suppression talisman is used, it can directly deprive a golden core realm's intrinsic flying sword. The flying sword of a nascent soul realm sword immortal cannot be trapped for too long. It will break out of the talisman sooner or later. Remember, this talisman must not be taken out easily. If outsiders see it, my master has warned me that this sword suppression talisman does not follow the rules. It's too targeted at sword cultivators and will easily bring trouble to yourself. Qin Pingan felt a little guilty. "You've worked hard." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. He spoke to Qin Pingan telepathically. "This talisman paper is the manuscript of the sage's family's fundamental knowledge. Do you know how rare it is? Even my master only kept 3 of them with him when he left the central divine continent. He used one when he crossed the sea and another when he reached the Tongya continent. Now he only has one left. It's my master's precious treasure. Even I can only look at it and not touch it. Therefore, if it's only a golden talisman paper, the power of my sword suppression talisman will be greatly reduced. It will only be able to trap the intrinsic flying sword of a golden core realm sword cultivator for at most 5 minutes. Zhong Kuei cheered happily and began drinking again. Qin Pingan flipped his wrist and secretly passed the talisman paper to Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Are you crazy? It's fine if you don't know its value, but I've already told you how rare it is. Why are you treating it like child's play? Hurry up and take it back." Qin Pingan did not allow any explanation. He released his fingers and allowed the green talisman paper to float down. Zhong Kuei had no choice but to quickly catch it and put it in his sleeve. Qin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and raised it high. He chuckled softly. "I wish you success on your trip to Mount Taiping and slaying demons." Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. He silently raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the blade-strengthening gourd in Qin Pingan's hand. They both drank a large mouthful of wine. Zhong Kuei finished the wine in his bowl and stood up. "I'm leaving." Qin Pingan cupped his fists and sent him off. Zhong Kuei was about to leave. Qin Pingan reminded him, "Aren't you going to ask the water goddess for a jar of wine?" Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. He gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. The water goddess was a heroic person. Naturally, she would not be stingy. She brought 2 jars over, but Zhong Kuei kept one and gave it to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan did not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, the inn's green plum wine was finished. He slowly poured the 100-year-old wine from the Azure Turing Mansion into the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhong Kuei carried the wine jar and his figure flashed. He flew through the air and came to the shore of the buried river. Just as he was about to cross the river, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that he saw his master's Yin spirit as if waiting for him on the shore. Zhong Kuei quickly hid the wine jar behind him. The hill master of the De Fu Academy was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. He walked slowly on the shore of the buried river. Zhong Kuei followed behind him. The 72 academies in the world had 72 hill masters. Their realms were different. The highest could be in the immortal realm. However, there was no lack of hill masters who were only in the nascent soul realm. For example, Mao Xiaodong of the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy was only in the nascent soul realm. However, with the hill master overseeing the academy, a nascent soul realm cultivator was comparable to a jade pure realm cultivator. No one dared to underestimate him. This scholar who came from a saint's mansion was not high or low among the hill masters of the academy. He was in the jade pure realm. In the Defu Academy he was in the immortal realm. However, this time he went to the seaside in the west of the Fuho sect to pursue the great demon. After leaving the academy he was only in the jade pure realm. The hill master said softly, "The other party may have a backup plan. Therefore I don't want you to shrink back. I just want you to plan before you act. Even if you are subduing demons around Taiping Mountain, you cannot let your guard down." Zhong Kuei nodded and said, "I understand." The hill master stopped in his tracks and extended his palm. A green talisman floated in his hand. "Keep it and protect yourself." Zhong Kuei did not reach out to take it. "Mister, did you not use your supernatural powers to check on the Bayou Manor when you were by the river?" The hill master reprimanded softly, "Previously, you summoned the ghost servants of the underworld without permission. As the hill master of the Defu Academy, it is my duty. How can I not investigate? When you were in the Bayou Manor you were only interacting with friends. Naturally I saw no evil. If it were not for the fact that I could not give you this talisman in front of outsiders, my own spirit would have left long ago." Zhong Kuei smiled, "Mister, you are right. You are right. I have learned my lesson." The hill master did not mind. Why not? Zhong Kuei could only be honest. "Other than the brush that I hit it off with, my friend also gave me a green talisman. It was made of the same material as yours." The hill master frowned and kept the talisman in his hand. He seemed displeased and asked, "Why did you accept such a valuable item?" Zhong Kuei was speechless. He thought carefully, "I don't know why, but it seems that I should have accepted it. Please punish me." The hill master was silent for a moment. "You don't have to hide that jar of Bayou Manor wine. Since you have made a good friend, isn't it worth drinking? Remember, you can drink, but don't delay the journey to Mount Taiping. And don't do it again." Zhong Kuei scratched his head. Was Mr. possessed by a ghost? Mr. was famous for being old-fashioned. He followed the rules everywhere and was scrupulous in everything. He was best friends with the hill master of the academy in the Julu continent, who made mountains collapse and the earth crack when he made a move. The night roaming Een spirit returned to his real body in the blink of an eye. The hill master was a little sad. Looking at the interaction between his disciple Zhong Kuei and the young man, he could not help but think of his own youth. He was more or less jealous of someone with the surname Qi, along with the descendants of the saint's mansion and the disciples of the rich families and sections. It was because the person who called himself Alliance was the person they admired the most. He liked to tell people that Shao Qi was his friend. Whoever dared to bully him, he would beat the coffin of his ancestor. In the Jade Turing Manor, the water god's first sentence after Zhong Kuei left was earth-shattering. "I know that you've met the old master Wensheng, and it's definitely not a casual encounter." Qin Pingan was unmoved. "Why don't I know?" The water god sneered, "Are you still pretending? Zhong Kuei can't recognize your identity and can't see through your knowledge because he doesn't belong to the old master Wensheng or the Qi Jingchun of the Cliff Academy. Who am I? I've read all of the works of the old master Wensheng countless times without missing a word. I know very well how great the old master Wensheng was when he participated in the debate between the three sects. The Qi of literature is magnificent. No matter what book you read, your Qi will be different. Who am I? I'm a buried river god after all. The Qi reading technique is my specialty." Looking at the water god who spoke with certainty, Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "So?" Her face instantly fell and her aura disappeared. "Have you really never met the old master Wensheng?" Qin Pingan nodded. "I have." The water god lay on the table with a resentful look in her eyes. She suddenly jumped up. "You have." Qin Pingan extended a finger and gestured for us to speak softly. The water god looked at the young man who really knew the old master Wensheng in a daze. "Oh my god, how can there be such a handsome young man in the world? Otherwise, after getting him drunk, we'll become sworn brothers, right? If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he had some sort of relationship with Lord Wensheng?" She wiped her mouth and laughed foolishly. She thought to herself that her schemes were indeed unparalleled. As expected of someone who had read so many books about the old master Wensheng. She had not read the books for nothing. She would definitely not embarrass the old master Wen Sheng. Chen Pingan regretted saying that he knew the old master Wen Sheng. If Pei Qian, who she had taken a fancy to, really stayed in the roaming jade manor, she would really do her best to let the little girl inherit the buried river deity position. She would also do her best to forge and refine 2 magic treasures. Even if it went against her nature and she had to feign civility with the Great Spring Dynasty and the Great Spring Academy, she would still win the title of Palace for the roaming jade manor. Then she would be free to slaughter the great demon that had been causing mischief in the river for 200 years. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would still be a merit that would benefit the 900,000 people on both sides of the river. It would be worthy of the sage's teachings that she had read from the Sage of Literature's books. As for why she, the water goddess, had such an affinity with Pei Qian, it was even more difficult to understand. As a long-established deity that oversaw a region of land and water, the buried river deity had great fortune. Otherwise, she would not have been able to comprehend a celestial mantra that was the foundation of the 5 upper realms from a stone tablet that no one cared about. Just now, she had carefully used the deity's chi observation technique. If she did not look, she would not know. However, when she looked, she was shocked. She was already considered to be one of the best in the world who was lucky enough to have the golden form. The dark and thin little girl in front of her was even more outstanding than her. She was a first-class deity. In layman's terms, it was a pity that she was not a deity that enjoyed the incense. The so-called golden form was a bit similar to the innate sword embryo of the sword cultivator. The Buddha of Buddhism was blessed by nature. When he cultivated on a certain correct path, he would make rapid progress. People with the golden form were mostly born thin and small, but their bones were extremely hard. In the world there was a technique called Jin Liang. It focused on how much a person's backbone was. The golden form was the most important kind in the world. Their temperament was tough, easy to be impatient, and decisive in killing. Especially in the 5 elements, the golden form was solemn and dignified. Therefore they were born to be officials and generals. It was just that the water goddess's eyesight was very good, but it was still not good enough. Pei Qian's qualifications were outstanding and had long been beyond the scope of the 5 elements. Therefore, when Julien saw Pei Qian, he also felt that the little girl was a martial arts genius. Even Yao Jinji, who had previously bought the copper coins, thought that the little girl might be a genius in divination. As long as he followed her to study divination, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei had a more comprehensive and far-reaching view. It was a pity that Pei Qian met Qin Pingan, who did not reason with her. As for practicing martial arts or cultivating the Tao, Pei Qian did not even think about it. This little girl was now trekking through mountains and rivers with Qin Pingan. As long as she could have a talisman worth an entire mansion pasted on her forehead, she would be overjoyed and would not feel tired walking. This was probably what it meant by, everything has its weakness. No matter if Pei Qian followed Julien to practice martial arts or stayed in the Jade Turing Manor to become the next buried river deity, no matter how high her achievements were, there was no hope that she would be grateful to Julien and the water goddess. Perhaps one day there would be a conflict and she would be slapped to death by Pei Qian. After that, she would feel that it was natural. You guys have angered me and I am more capable than you. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to stay by your side and be an eyesore? It was just that when it came to Qin Pingan, Pei Qian's thoughts were completely different and could be said to be unique. However, the 2 of them were only fated to be in this mountain and were completely unaware of it. The water goddess waved her hand and the maidservants silently retreated. Only then did the water goddess ask, Qin Pingan, I am a straightforward person and you are even more so. Otherwise, Zhong Kuei would not have interacted with you in such a manner. Then shall I speak my mind? Qin Pingan nodded. Please speak your mind, water goddess. The water goddess's expression was solemn, as if she was preparing her words and had something important to discuss. Qin Pingan did not know why. Logically speaking, Zhong Kuei had already helped to settle the matter of upgrading the manor to the palace, so there should not be any difficulties in the Jade Turing Manor. However, since she was so solemn, Qin Pingan waited quietly for her to continue. She asked slowly, Qin Pingan, you've met the Sage of Literature. Then, is the Sage of Literature a lofty mountain that people look up to? Is the Sage of Literature so eloquent that every word he utters is worthy of admiration? Is it because after listening to those profound and simple truths of the great Tao, one would have the thought that we juniors should just kowtow to him? Opposite the table, the water goddess was in high spirits. Fortunately, Qin Pingan did not drink. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot. Pei Qian did not know who the sage of literature that the water goddess was talking about was, but from her tone, it seemed like Qin Pingan knew that rather powerful old man. She felt honored and crossed her arms in pride. Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of the 100-year-old water-flower wine, of the jade Turing manner in the blade-strengthening gourd. He hesitated for a moment and could not bear to destroy the mighty image of the sage of literature in the water goddess's heart. He chose and said, "Old Sir is naturally very knowledgeable and has an extremely good temper. He treats others kindly and never puts on airs. When he is outside he is very approachable." How could he not be approachable? He was small and had traveled the world. He looked like a poor old scholar. It was more appropriate to replace approachable with ordinary looks. He was even worse than Zhong Kuei at the inn. He liked to abduct people to drink. When he drank he liked to pretend to be drunk and go back on his word. However, Qin Pingan could not bear to tell the water goddess the truth. He was afraid that if she was not careful, her Tao heart would really collapse. This time the water goddess did not need to drink from the big white bowl. She picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. "The sage of literature is indeed as I thought. Oh the heavens! He is extremely knowledgeable, but he also bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. He walks in the mortal world, is amiable and treats the world well." Before he was drunk to death, his eyes would always be brighter as he drank. He looked completely new and his eyebrows would be raised. It was as if his fist technique was no longer restrained but released. It was as if the lethargy of his youth was suppressed by the pressure of the wine. However, this did not mean that Qin Pingan was becoming more and more sober as he drank. It was just that when he was drunk he would not be able to suppress his nature. Before drinking he would be cautious. For example, he would always cover the surface of a bronze mirror with both hands or a lamp in a shabby room with both hands. He did not want others to see it. After drinking, he would release his hands and let out a bright light. Qin Pingan placed the blade-strengthening gourd heavily on the table and said loudly, "Why is old Mr. Wensheng's knowledge too high? Isn't it useful? It's very useful. I want to tell you that this theory is applicable everywhere. Good people can learn it, evil people can learn it, emperors can learn it, commoners can learn it, immortals on the mountain can learn it, demons and ghosts can learn it, and even the gods of the mountains and rivers can learn it. As for whether you are willing to apply it or not, that's a matter for after you learn it. Learning this knowledge first is beneficial." Qin Pingan subconsciously sat up straight and imitated the gentleman Zhong Kuei. He also imitated Mr. Qi who was teaching in the school. After learning the true knowledge of the world, one will have the source of living water in one's heart. I feel that old Mr.'s knowledge, the word, order, is great knowledge. True knowledge can be learned by everyone. Do you want to learn it? The water goddess's eyes were in a daze. She slammed the table and said, "I'll learn it if you say it." Qin Pingan leaned forward slightly and wrote the word, order, on the table with his finger. The purpose of this knowledge is the word, order. Apart from the order of etiquette and rules, there is a huge river that benefits the common people. I Qin Pingan don't know much. I'll only say what I know, and what I'm not wrong. Now, I'll use the content that old Mr. told me that night to tell you the meaning of the order. Qin Pingan recounted the opening content of the old master's discussion of the Tao that night in detail. Fortunately, Qin Pingan had a good memory. Even though he was drunk, he did not make a mistake. The first chapter was divided into order. Everything in the world had a sequence of events. He could not skip any link. He could only choose what he wanted to talk about. Otherwise, everything in the world would never be able to tell right from wrong. Otherwise, there would only be positions and no right or wrong. It would be as if everyone in the world was pitiful and hateful. How could he really be reasonable? Could it be that he could only rely on his fists to speak after he could not reason with them? That would be ridiculous. The second chapter was about judging big and small. There were big and small differences between right and wrong. He had to use the good techniques of the legalists and the techniques of the Taoists. The third chapter was about determining good and evil. Using etiquette and rules as the basic yardstick, combining local customs and people's morals, he had to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter was about combining knowledge and action. If one was wrong, he had to correct it. Qin Pingan took 2 hours to explain the contents of these 4 chapters in detail. This knowledge of order is the best knowledge. However, it is extremely difficult to start and act according to the purpose of this knowledge. I don't know why old Mr. Wensheng advised me to drink. I don't know why he cut down the Rainmaster's statue and flattened the Flood Dragon ravine without reason. I also don't know why Zhong Kuei, a gentleman, is not like a gentleman of the academy. I don't know why the old monk of the Temple of Hearts said that the world owes good people. I don't know why the old Taoist brought me to see the blessed land of lotus blossoms. Good people are rarely rewarded, while evil people are rarely punished. Chen Pingan wanted to combine knowledge and handling matters. However, he would often start to doubt himself as he spoke. He told the water goddess who was listening attentively across the table that Chen Pingan still felt that the principles he had figured out were still too small. Especially when it came to the complicated good and evil as well as the fine details of people's hearts, he was far from being qualified to make final conclusions. Chen Pingan sat there and talked to himself most of the time. Another 2 hours passed. Time slowly flowed by like the river outside the Green Turing Manor. The water goddess had already stood up and stood respectfully. She bowed slightly, like a student listening to the teachings of a teacher. She engraved it in her heart and did not dare to miss a single word. Pei Qian seemed to have heard it, but she also seemed to be absent-minded. She lay on the table with her face pressed against the table. She looked at Chen Pingan who had spoken so many principles in one breath. In her memory, other than the battle with Chao Qinglang on the street outside the alley, he had fought the imperial tutor, the great demon Ding Ying and Chen Pingan without much words. After leaving the blessed land of lotus blossoms, he had killed the big green water buffalo with one strike near the Jin Huang residence at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. On the second floor of the inn, he had asked to search his conscience and killed the arrogant and despotic young duke with 3 punches. Chen Pingan said that he did not understand many things in the past. Actually, the little girl, Pei Qian, did not understand either. Why was it that Chen Pingan, who was reasonable and kind to everyone in the world, was the only one who treated her badly and had the worst temper towards her? She still felt that staying by his side, even if she was scolded and beaten, she still felt that she didn't feel wronged. She felt at ease and felt that she could do whatever the guy beside her wanted her to do. She did not need to think too much about anything. Of course, she still felt very irritated and troublesome. However, these emotions were much better than when she was alone in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom like a little lonely ghost, drifting here and there year after year. She always felt that one day she would freeze to death or starve to death. It was probably because of tonight's situation that Chen Pingan would still say what she approved of the most. What he said might not be the most reasonable and right. Chen Pingan would see all kinds of good people in the world. Pei Qian only wanted to see all kinds of evil people in the world. In the Green Turing Manor, the 3 golden words on the plaque were dazzling and overflowing with golden light. The water ghosts in the manor were shocked and surprised to find that the entire manor was filled with faint golden light flowing like water. The water of the buried river outside the Green Turing Manor was sparkling. Under the moonlight it was especially bright. Many water ghosts who had died unjustly could not help but swim from the gloomy bottom of the river to the surface. Then, bathed in the moonlight, they dissipated one after another as if they had been freed. In the water god temple on the buried river, the good men and women who were waiting outside to burn incense for the first time in the morning burst into an uproar. It turned out that the vague image of the water god's golden body in the temple suddenly rose from the ground. It was dozens of feet tall and looked down on the world. The 2 words golden body on the clay statue became more and more true to its name. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. In the depths of the buried river, the great demon that was only a hair's breadth away from the golden elixir realm was hiding in a nest at the bottom of the river. It should have been the most comfortable, but at this moment, it felt as if it was in a pot of oil and was extremely tormented. It had no choice but to rush out of its nest. It roared loudly and stirred up huge waves, escaping frantically upstream along the buried river. Every time it wanted to go ashore to commit murder, the riverbeds on both sides were like cages, causing it to run into walls everywhere. It was forced to run around in the deepest part of the river, unable to harm the people on both sides of the river. The sky was slightly brightening. In the hall of the Green Turing Manor, the water god's sleeves fluttered. Golden light flowed all over her body, especially in her chest. There was a golden pill that was spinning, illuminating the entire hall with a golden light that far surpassed the candlelight. There was a saying in the book, "If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening." She had never thought that she would have such good fortune, to hear the Tao in the night and form the golden elixir in the morning. The water god bowed to the ground and was deeply grateful to the young man in front of her. Her face was already filled with tears as she cried tears of joy. "Since you are the direct disciple of Master Wensheng, why did you lie to me?" 7. 347. After the water god finished speaking, there was no answer for a long time. She looked up and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The little teacher had actually fallen asleep while sitting. There was only a slight snoring sound. She smiled knowingly. The little teacher's freedom and relief did not seem to be very particular, but in her eyes he was not inferior to the human heroes who could kill people in 10 steps and travel 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The river god thought for a moment and was about to carry Qin Pingan to the residence to rest. Pei Qian was facing a great enemy. She hurriedly protected Qin Pingan and asked, "What are you doing?" The water god rolled her eyes and said, "Do you want him to sleep here until late in the morning? He has to have a comfortable bed to lie on. Otherwise, how can my green Turing manor treat guests?" Pei Qian acknowledged and reminded, "Then be careful. Don't wake my father up." At the same time, Pei Qian carefully hung the blade-strengthening gourd on Qin Pingan's waist. If she lost the wine pot, she would probably be beaten to death by Qin Pingan or scolded to death. There was no choice. In Qin Pingan's heart, she was the most worthless. The water god did not argue with her youngest daughter about the way she addressed him. She could naturally tell at a glance that little teacher Chen was definitely not related to the little girl by blood. As for why the old and the little girl would travel the pugilistic world together, it was probably fate. Fate met and separated. Fate came and went. It was the most wonderful thing. Just like tonight, who would have thought that Qin Pingan, who was visiting the Green Turing Manor for the first time, would bring her such a great opportunity? One had to know that on the path of the divine path, one could only rely on the accumulation of incense. Compared to Qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists, it was harder to improve. Think about it, for the gods of the mountains and rivers to advance, other than the imperial court's conferment and the emperor's decree to use the destiny of a country in exchange for the ascension of a god, they could only collect the incense essence from the good men and women in the ancestral temple bit by bit. The water god's movements were gentle as she carried the young man who had the best alcohol tolerance in the world. He was not heavy, and she did not use her divine ability to shrink the ground into an inch to directly go to the small courtyard. Instead, she carried Qin Pingan and walked step by step. For the impatient river god, this was unprecedented patience. She was very curious. How could such a young man have so much knowledge in his stomach? How could he be regarded as the successor of the Wen Sheng and Qi Jingchen? At that time he should still be a young man. If he was really a young man, how good was his background and how good his talent? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the legendary god, the proud son of heaven who was born with knowledge? However, thinking about it, she felt that something was amiss. The Wen Sheng had seen all kinds of geniuses. He should not be as tacky as her. Pei Qian walked beside the water god and kept looking up at her expression. Seeing that the owner of the mansion was smiling strangely, the little girl finally could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you like my father?" The water god shook her head and said gently, "No, I don't like him and I don't think he's worthy. If I have to choose a scholar from the world to be my husband, I would probably prefer that sloppy gentleman. Only by marrying such a man can I live. It's difficult for someone like young Master Chen." If she fell in love with Qin Pingan, Pei Qian would be angry. However, when she heard that the river god said that she did not like him, she was even angrier. She blurted out, "Are you blind?" The water god turned around and looked at the angry little girl. As she carried the sleeping Qin Pingan, she lowered her head and sized up the tanned and petite girl. She deliberately made her gaze turn cold. She deliberately concealed it and revealed it. She smiled and asked, "Is that how you look at me?" Indeed, Pei Qian immediately took a step back and pretended to smile casually. "Water god, I'm just joking with you." The water god understood. This little girl who had a golden heavenly appearance definitely had a powerful background. Furthermore, there was almost no need to hope to control her personality. For some reason, the water god recalled that when Pei Qian had brought water over, Qin Pingan had said something softly. The little girl had immediately returned and placed the water essence back. Furthermore, she seemed to be following her heart and did not have any intention of disobeying him. The water god finally figured out something. Then she praised the young man behind her in her heart. Pei Qian was amused. "You were scaring me just now." The water god was a little helpless. Does this little girl really have a sharp intuition that can see through the ups and downs of people's hearts? If someone were to spend time with her day and night, how tiring would it be? After sending Qin Pingan to the most elegant courtyard in the Green Turing Manor, the door to the courtyard opened automatically. After placing him on the luxurious bed, Pei Qian shouted and moved aside. She helped Qin Pingan take off his boots and cover him with a blanket. Only then did she sit by the bed and stare at the water god. The latter smiled and said, "You have a place to sleep. I'll bring you there now." Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and said, "I have to keep watch for my father and guard against bad people." The water god joked, "All right, stop trying to flatter me. Qin Pingan is already asleep." Pei Qian was skeptical. He turned around and looked at Qin Pingan. Only then did he stand up and say with a smile, "Then take me to sleep for a while. I'm so sleepy. However, you must remember to greet me immediately when my father wakes up. We still have to hurry on our way. We agreed to catch up with the group after dawn. My father has always kept his word." The water god was completely convinced by this little rascal. After leaving the house with Pei Qian, she asked curiously, "Large group? What's going on?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and roughly explained the situation of the Yao family's team. The water god nodded. "No problem. Sleep in peace for 4 hours. When the time comes, I'll send you to the upper reaches of the buried river just like last night." Only then did Pei Qian feel relieved. He followed the extremely rich short woman to her residence. It was in a nearby courtyard. Although he was picky and had a look of disdain on his face, he was already envious in his heart. He thought to himself that when he had a lot of money in the future, he would definitely have such a huge residence. Such a luxurious and imposing house. He also wanted to use gold and silver to pave the floor. Then he would paste the yellow paper talisman in the house. After settling down Qin Pingan and the mischievous little girl, Green Jade Immortal Gate opened. Water Goddess arrived outside Green Turing Manor's entrance in a single step. She looked up at the plaque and fell into a daze. She took another step back and instantly arrived at the Water God Temple where her golden body was enshrined. There was still about 15 minutes before the door opened to welcome the devotees. She strode into the main hall. Previously, when she formed the Golden Core realm, there was a natural phenomenon. It caused the hundreds of devotees outside the door to bow their heads and worship with extreme sincerity. She also sensed it in the distant Green Jade Immortal Gate and gained some understanding of the divine Tao's incense. She also prayed to the imperial court for rain and spared no effort to use her supernatural powers. Even if her cultivation was weakened and her golden body dimmed, she had to strive to grant all requests. Regardless of whether the incense was good or greedy, at least she had to make herself have a clear conscience. However, after hundreds of years, there would always be a time when her patience was exhausted. She began to walk into the Water God Temple less and less. She became more and more fond of staying in the Bayou Manor that refused guests. She wholeheartedly relied on the Immortal's incantation to refine one weapon after another in order to pass the boring life of a god. There was an even more important inside story. It was because the incantation passed down from ancient times could not only be used to refine weapons, it could also refine the water of the buried river and even refine incense in the human world. It was truly a great supernatural power of immortals that could be used to refine everything. She originally thought that since the young lady named Pei Qian was fated to come here and had such good qualifications, it might be the will of the heavens that Pei Qian could inherit her deity position and this supreme incantation. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not the case. She could only wait. The inheritance of deity position was the same as the Qi cultivator taking in a disciple. It was never a small matter. If one was not careful, not only would the disciple suffer a disaster, the master would also be implicated and die. Otherwise, she would teach an ingrate who was not familiar with the teachings and betrayed the teachings, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. For example, the master Wen Sheng that she admired the most. How knowledgeable was he? Didn't he still teach a Cui Dong? The morning sun shone into the main hall through the window. The water goddess retracted her gaze and sighed softly. The old woman in charge of the temple stood at the door. Her wrinkled old face was filled with tears of excitement and joy. It was truly a piece of great news. The water goddess had ascended the deity position. Naturally, everyone in the temple buried by the river would follow her. From now on, not only would the river demon have to tuck its tail between its legs and not dare to stir up trouble, but everyone from the provincial governor's mansion, the county governor's mansion, and the county yamen would probably have to change into a more respectful expression. Even the arrogant provincial governor, who thought that he was her benefactor, might have to be more polite to her in the future. The old temple attendant asked nervously, "Your Highness, the Lord City God, the Earth Lord, and some small river Hebo near the buried river have all rushed over to congratulate your Highness. They know your Highness's temper, so they don't dare to disturb the Bayou Manor. They have all prepared valuable gifts and are waiting outside the temple. Will you see them or not? If you're tired, I can help to reject them." they won't dare to say anything. The water goddess said indifferently, I still have some time. Let's meet them. Protecting the fate of the mountains and rivers and educating 900,000 people in the area isn't something that our water goddess temple can do. We need to work together. The old woman was extremely surprised. She didn't know why the mischievous water goddess had changed her personality. However, it was still a good thing. She immediately turned around to pass down the order. As long as the water goddess was willing to put in some effort to recruit the gods of the mountains and rivers, the Buried River Temple would definitely be able to respond to her call and become the #1 Great Spring Water Goddess. Ever since the first female temple attendant died, the Buried River Temple had been replaced one after another. However, she didn't have any feelings. Coming and going, life and death, it was just like that. At this moment, the water goddess who was alone seemed to be talking to an old friend. She smiled and said, I heard that there are 2 families in the Mirage City who are the best at creating deity statues. The Zhang family is known to be short and beautiful, adding to their elegance. The Chao family is known to be floating in the air like an immortal. Which one do you think is more suitable for me? Which family's craftsman would you prefer? The corners of her mouth curled up and she smiled. She waved her hand and said, You don't have to think about it. Whichever family has a big mouth and offers a high price, pick them. Now, we don't have to worry about money. At dawn at the Riverside Post House, the old General Yao Zhen found that Qin Pingan didn't appear for breakfast and felt a little strange. Julien smiled and explained that the young master hadn't returned from his travels. Last night he suddenly had an idea to visit the Buried River Temple. The old general might as well hurry on his way. The young master would definitely follow. Yao Zhen laughed and said that this guy was really not loyal. If he had known, he would have dragged him along last night. What was a delay of 1 or 2 days? Julien didn't say anything more. He smiled and left, sitting at the same table with Lu Baixiang and the other 2. Lu Baixiang looked at him. Julien shook his head and smiled. Don't ask me. The young master didn't ask me to follow at that time. He only said to return as soon as possible and asked me to inform the post house. Wei Xian just lowered his head and ate the porridge, his chopsticks flying. Whether it was sitting posture or eating, Sui Yuyu was the most unique of the 4 retainers. Even the most simple-minded of the Yao family retainers felt that this beautiful woman with a sword on her back was definitely not an ordinary person. She wasn't a retainer that any young master of the Great Spring aristocratic family could have. Lu Baixiang frowned. Julien smiled. What, you don't trust me? Even if I have that kind of thought, do I have the ability? Seeing that Lu Baixiang wasn't willing to talk to him, Julien's smile deepened. The Taoist master and disciple sitting in the corner, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran, looked at each other and didn't say anything. But in the lake of their hearts, each of them had a voice. Xiao Yuanran drank a bowl of porridge and asked telepathically, could the phenomenon in the latter half of the night at the Buried River Temple have something to do with this person? Yin Miaofeng answered, maybe. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. After all, the reaction of the water goddess was the great phenomenon of forming a Jindan. Even the gentleman Zhong Kuei might not have the ability to help her. But this Mr. Qin of unknown origin really can't be judged by common sense. We don't need to pay attention to him. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, we can already report to the Great Spring Lu family. Regardless of whether the Bio Manor ascends to the Imperial Palace or not, it is already fortunate that there is a gentleman from the Academy supporting it. Now that the Buried River deity has advanced through his own ability, we can actually talk about our visit last night and benefit from it. Perhaps I can help you get some benefits. Xiao Yuanran nodded. He glanced at the Yao girl who had put on the veil hat again and didn't say anything else. Although Yao Xinji and Yao Lingji were the direct descendants of the Yao family and were highly regarded, they still didn't have the qualifications to sit at the same table as their grandfather, Yao Zhen. The 3 seats were occupied by old soldiers who had followed Yao Zhen for most of their lives, regardless of rank. Yao Zhen took it as a matter of course, and the 3 old soldiers also didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Yao Xinji blinked at Yao Lingji and pouted. Yao Lingji asked, do what? Yao Xinji lowered his voice, do you think Mr. Qin met some blind guy and went on a killing spree to kill demons? Think about it, Mr. Qin used his own strength to defeat the demons within hundreds of miles of the Buried River. They were all crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. Isn't this scene very heroic? Yao Lingji said unhappily, are you still asleep? Do you like to dream during the day? Yao Xinji raised his eyebrows, you think Mr. Qin can't do it? Yao Lingji said, I don't think there are so many demons in the Buried River. After all, there is the water deity temple suppressing it. Yao Xinji laughed heartily. Didn't I say so? You actually believe that young Master Qin has such capabilities? Yao Lingji frowned. Eat your porridge. Yao Xinji smiled happily. Today's porridge is especially delicious. Which young man didn't admire a true hero? Qin Pingan suddenly woke up. He sat up on the bed, sweating profusely. After thinking about it carefully, he felt slightly more at ease. In his memory, he only talked about the order of old Mr. Wensheng, and did not talk much about the fight between the third and fourth places. He also did not talk much about Mr. Qi. However, even so, when he saw the goddess of the river burying God later, he still had to remind her. If they were to chat behind closed doors, they could speak and act without restraint, but if they were to open the door, they should not talk about this matter anymore. Otherwise, Qin Pingan would have left and returned to the Aquarius continent long ago, but the water goddess would not be able to move from the Green Turing Manor and the golden body of the ancestral temple. Glancing at the pair of boots under the bed, he was stunned. The boots were placed with the tips facing inwards. Qin Pingan shook his head. Fine, are you afraid that I don't know that you helped me take off the boots? She was really clever. Why didn't she spend more time on her studies? After leaving the house, Qin Pingan stood in the middle of the courtyard. It was about the end of the 7 o'clock in the morning. The Yao family's entourage should have already set off. He and Pei Qian needed to hurry on with their journey. Not to mention the 300 li buried river route to the courier station, they had already been delayed for more than 2 hours. But after drinking the 100-year-old waterflower wine last night, he felt refreshed. His body had more or less recovered from the battle at the inn, and his state of mind was more relaxed. It was like an old house that had accumulated too many miscellaneous items. Even if the owner treated them as treasures, but if he tidied them up one day, it would definitely be more pleasing to the eye. At the entrance to the courtyard stood a young female servant. It was the water ghost of the mansion that had led Pei Qian to see the projector wall last night. She smiled sweetly at Qin Pingan. Qin Gongzi, Nyang wants me to wait here. Once Gongzi wakes up, I will lead you to the hall where you drank last night. Qin Pingan smiled and walked over quickly. He asked, the little girl I brought with me? The servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. She carefully worded her words and explained, that young lady woke up earlier. She slept for less than 2 hours before waking up. Then I brought her around Bayou Manor. The young lady is lively and cheerful. Everyone in the manor likes her very much. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still asked directly, she didn't ask for anything from Bayou Manor, right? The servant girl quickly shook her head. No, she really didn't. She also didn't know how to lie. Qin Pingan said helplessly, what did she ask for? If it's too valuable, we won't take it away. If it's something ordinary, I can pay for it. The servant girl said nervously, she only asked for some paper and brushes that Bayou Manor bought from the marketplace. She said that from today onwards, she will learn how to draw talismans. She also said that she will return the money to Bayou Manor sooner or later. Young Master Qin, it's just some ordinary paper and brushes. It's really worthless. Please don't blame the young lady. Why don't you take it as a gift from me to the young lady? Young master, you don't know that I haven't dealt with people for many years. I'm very happy that the young lady is willing to talk to me. It's just like when I was still alive during the new year. Qin Pingan smiled. Then I'll take it as a gift from you. But when the time comes, I'll ask her to thank you. The servant girl smiled and curtsied sideways. Young master is very understanding. I hope you can visit Bayou Manor often in the future. When she saw Pei Qian, she smiled brightly. Qin Pingan asked, don't you have anything you want to say? Pei Qian glared at the female ghost behind Qin Pingan. She resentfully took out a small writing brush made of bunny hair from her sleeve. Then she lifted her coat. It turned out that she had hidden a large stack of rice paper close to her body. She quickly said, I've told Sister Shenhua that I borrowed this brush and paper from Bayou Manor. I'll definitely return the money in the future. But I was afraid that you wouldn't agree, so I hid it. Qin Pingan asked, even if you earn money in the future, do you know how far Tongyi continent is from Aquarius continent? How are you going to return it in the future? If you let a mortal fairy help you send it, you can buy a house in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital with that money. Are you sure you can earn so much money? Pei Qian was at a loss. Qin Pingan sneered. Maybe you know this, so you're willing to return the money? Pei Qian smiled awkwardly. Her gaze wandered, but she didn't dare to look at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand. As they approached the gate, she suddenly asked, Chin Pingan, do you have the works and manuals of the Sage of Literature? It's best if it's the kind that the Sage of Literature personally gives you. Don't worry, I won't openly enshrine it in the Water Goddess Temple. That would be too reckless. I'll secretly hide it in the Green Turing Manor and put it together with the memorial tablet that I secretly engraved. This is one of my greatest wishes and also my utilitarian heart. Now that I've taken a huge step forward in my divine Tao and my cultivation has skyrocketed, from now on, I need to truly read the Sage of Literature's moral knowledge and bring the dead book to life. My intuition tells me that once I succeed, I'll be able to improve even further. Perhaps even the Great Spring Dynasty's 5 Great Mountains main temple is inferior to my Buried River temple. Seeing that Chin Pingan was silent, the water goddess stopped and revealed a pleading expression for the first time. Chin Pingan, I'm begging you. Chin Pingan pondered for a long time. The old mister gave me an introductory Confucian book, but it's not his work. The water goddess's face was filled with surprise. As long as it's a book that has passed through the hands of the Sage of Literature, it's fine. I'm not stupid. There must be the true meaning of the great Tao in the book. In Chin Pingan's mind, he recalled the short woman he had met for the first time. She carried a saber and a sword on her back and held an iron spear that was about twice her height. She fought the river demons at the bottom of the river valiantly. He also recalled the words she had said to him and Zhong Kuei when she appeared outside the water god temple. From the beginning to the end she was not arrogant at all. She was so neutral and peaceful that she did not look like a god. Instead she was a true scholar. Chin Pingan sighed and turned to the little girl. Pei Qian, you should have memorized the book I asked you to read repeatedly. Why don't you give it to the water goddess? The water goddess was stunned. He actually asked in a questioning tone? A scene that left the water goddess even more confused appeared. Pei Qian bit her lips and refused to speak, much less nod. Chin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine. The water goddess gritted her teeth and said, My Green Turing Manor actually has a treasure to guard the manor. It's extremely rare and is definitely not inferior to the Immortal's incantation. As long as you're willing to give me the book, I'll return the favor. Then she smiled at Pei Qian. Apart from repaying Chin Pingan, I'll also give you something good. I don't dare to say that it's priceless, but it's a top-notch rare treasure. However, Pei Qian only stood in place without saying a word or nodding. Her 2 small hands clenched the corner of her shirt tightly. She was afraid that Chin Pingan would be angry at her and hate her even more. However, she was also afraid that Chin Pingan would nod and agree to the water goddess's request. At that moment, Chin Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and bent down. He actually smiled at Pei Qian and rubbed her head. If you're unwilling, forget it. Pei Qian hugged Chin Pingan and started crying. Chin Pingan did not know what she was thinking and why she was crying. He smiled helplessly at the water goddess. I'm sorry, but after I return to the Aquarius continent, I'll try my best to find one for you. When the time comes, I'll send it to you. As for repaying me, there's no need. The water goddess sighed. She looked at Chin Pingan and then at Pei Qian. She wrung her hands and lamented, That's the only way. They came to the side of the buried river. Chin Pingan carried Pei Qian and jumped into the water. The water goddess waved her sleeves and the strange whirlpool that Zhu Lian had seen previously appeared in the buried river. In the next moment, she, Chin Pingan and Pei Qian were already standing in the buried river 300 li away. One of them floated while the other stepped onto the shore. The water goddess stood by the shore. Chin Pingan bade farewell and left. After walking for a distance, he probably said something to Pei Qian. The crying little girl turned her head and waved goodbye to the water goddess. The water goddess smiled and waved back. They walked further and further away. Pei Qian, who was behind him, was still sobbing. Chin Pingan laughed. You didn't do anything wrong, what are you crying for? The little girl leaned her head against Chin Pingan. I'm sorry. Chin Pingan, The little girl was heartbroken. You're right, I'm just a money loser. Chin Pingan laughed angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Remember to study hard in the future, you have to be diligent. Pei Qian sniffled and nodded his head. Chin Pingan said in annoyance, Don't wipe your snot on me. Pei Qian leaned back and helped to wipe the tears and snot on Chin Pingan's back. He laughed. Ha! Until the big and small figures disappeared into the distance. The water goddess laughed heartily. As expected, this is the direct disciple of Master Wen Sheng. Chin Pingan had originally planned to give her the book. If he heard that there was a precious treasure that could be exchanged, how many people in the world would really care about the wishes of a little girl beside them? After she stopped smiling, her expression was solemn. She bowed in the direction where Qin Pingan had left. Indeed, there was a hierarchy in learning the Tao. Last night they sat and discussed the Tao. Today they started to do it. This was the combination of knowledge and action. Qin Pingan was truly a teacher, a real teacher. 348. The Yao family was experienced in doing things. There were people waiting for Qin Pingan at the inn. Julien was among them. The young scout, Yao Xianji, even shamelessly stayed behind. Qin Pingan apologized to the two old soldiers of the Yao family. The old soldiers laughed heartily. One of them quickly waved his hand and said that young Master Chen was too polite. He was treating himself as an outsider. He could not accept this. The way Yao Xinji looked at Qin Pingan was like looking at a general who had returned victorious from the battlefield. Qin Pingan was a little confused. A group of people rode on horseback to catch up with the main group. Pei Qian and Qin Pingan rode on the same horse. The little girl was very happy. The old general Yao Zhen had already let the carriage slow down. Soon Qin Pingan saw the figures of the group. After a period of rest and recuperation, and with the help of a prince's miraculous medicine, Yao Zhen's injuries from the assassin were almost completely healed. Today the horses slowed down for the journey to the north. After obtaining Yao Jinji's permission, he left the carriage and began to ride. In the end, he was an old man who had spent most of his life fighting on horseback. When he was young, he was already used to the rapid march of long-distance attacks. He would not fall off even if he slept on horseback. Today he was riding side by side with Qin Pingan. The scenery along the way was pleasant. His little benefactor also chatted with him about the scenery of the temple by the buried river. Yao Zhen's spirit was very good, and his laughter was hearty. Qin Pingan wanted the old general to help him ask the government for a geomancy map of the buried river basin. Yao Zhen agreed without asking. Pei Qian had already rushed Qin Pingan to the carriage. Once again he was in the same room as Suiyu. The latter sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His sword was held horizontally across his knees. Pei Qian had always disliked this cold woman. She looked at everyone as if they owed her dozens of taels of silver. Who was she trying to show her sour face to? Be careful, she might become an old woman next year. Before entering the carriage, Pei Qian had asked Qin Pingan for the small regular script writing brush and rice paper. She sat in the corner and opened the cotton bag by herself. She carefully placed her new belongings inside. From the bottom of the bag she took out a heavily wrinkled book. She glanced at the pair of boots in the bag. They were bought not long ago, but they were covered in mud. She stuck out her tongue and quickly put the bag, not daring to let others see it. Lying down, Pei Qian held the book. She flipped and flipped it over for a long time. She finally put it on her face, and fell into a deep sleep. Sound? Before falling asleep, the little girl thought about what that fellow had said. He wanted her to study hard in the future and not just memorize books with her strength. She thought about it. Today was too tiring. She would talk about it tomorrow. She would do it tomorrow. She was so happy that she almost laughed out loud when she thought of the saying, "Tomorrow brings on tomorrow, and there are so many tomorrows." Therefore the little girl slept especially soundly today. Suiyu opened her long and narrow peach blossom eyes and gently exhaled. She quickly raised her hand and gently waved it, instantly shattering the aura. The four people in the picture scroll, except for the taciturn Wei Xian who was the first to come out of the picture scroll cage, the other three came to this vast world on the same day. Julien had taken the extreme path of external martial arts. Only when he had reached the peak of martial arts did he switch from external martial arts to internal martial arts. Otherwise, this martial madman who had been killed by Ding Ying would not have wanted to kill the other 9 great grandmasters alone. In that tragic chaotic battle, the most terrifying thing about Julien was that the more seriously injured he was, the more powerful his killing power was. Although Ding Ying was lucky enough to survive to the end and obtain the lotus crown on Julien's head, Ding Ying, who was known as the first person in history, had never mentioned the Battle of Nanyuan Kingdom to anyone. Perhaps there was a great mystery behind it. Liu Baixiang was extremely talented. He learned everything quickly and well. Therefore, on the path of martial arts he could accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. This was roughly the same as Ding Ying, the first person in the later generation of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. However, Liu Baixiang's ambition or aspiration was not as crazy and pure as Ding Ying's. Therefore, when he founded the Devil Sect he was still alone. He liked to wander around, so he was surrounded. Only in that battle he participated in the bloody encirclement and fell into a state of decline. Deep in his heart, there was a trace of admiration for Liu Baixiang. As for the one thing that was destined not to remain in Jianghu, it was that in that great battle, the two people who fought to the death the most were both fairies from famous sects who adored Liu Baixiang. They probably had the mentality of dying for love. Wei Xian's martial arts was the rarest. He was born to be a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. He was good at dealing with encirclement and killing situations. In history there was almost no record of this Nanyuan kingdom's founding emperor catching and killing people. And she, Sui Yuyu, whether it was talent or temperament, was actually more like a cultivator of the vast world. She was not a pure martial artist who longed for some end. Although Sui Yuyu had been in the abbot's land recently, her real sight was still not the human world but the heavens. She was now trying out an unconventional swordsmanship. In Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where the spiritual energy was thin, it could only be a pavilion in the sky. In the vast world it had great potential. The current step was somewhat similar to a martial artist's filling the sea, but she was different. She was fanning the flames between her waist and ribs. She made a sword furnace and nurtured a breath of sword aura, imitating a pure martial artist's breath of vital energy. It was like a fire dragon, patrolling everywhere. Once Sui Yuyu succeeded, not only would she cultivate her body and spirit, she would also cultivate a wisp of sword aura into a sword embryo. It was almost the embryonic form of a sword cultivator's life-flying sword. And now, Sui Yuyu had no chance to come into contact with anything related to sword cultivation. Sui Yuyu's talent in swordsmanship could be imagined. These days she only heard some private discussions in the border army of the Yao family. It was the heroic feat of the Yao family's benefactor Qin Pingan as an assassin. Among them they mentioned the elegance of sword cultivation, the fierce and powerful killing power, the mysterious appearance of flying swords, which made her fascinated. This was good. Lotus Flower Blessed Land was too small to accommodate her sword. This world was big enough. One day she must go to the highest place to use her sword. Sui Yuyu continued to close her eyes. When it came to cultivation she would never lose to anyone. Her opponents were never Wei Xian and the other two. Outside the carriage the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The great Quan dynasty was at the peak of its prosperity. Along the way many children in the countryside would stop to watch. The couples in the village were not afraid, only curious. Qin Pingan rode the horse, looking at the people of the great Quan dynasty. Back then, when he brought along the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to pass through the border during the snowstorm, he once met an elite border army scout from Li dynasty. The scout was well-trained and extremely capable. After reading his customs clearance document, he jokingly suggested that they go to Beacon Fire to seek shelter from the wind and snow. Qin Pingan did not have a good impression of Emperor Dali, King Song Jianqiang, and his neighbor Song Jisun. But because of that encounter, Qin Pingan did not have any prejudice against the Dali dynasty. That day at dusk the team stayed in a big inn near the city. The inn was very elegant and there was a small garden with green bamboos. That night, Yao Zhen personally delivered a map to Qin Pingan. At that time, Qin Pingan was carefully examining the jade slip in his room. Pei Qian was yawning across the table with a demon suppression pagoda talisman pasted on her forehead. Her reason was that she had heard that it was easy for there to be female ghosts in the bamboo forest. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and she always felt that there would be female ghosts floating around the bamboo forest. After Yao Zhen knocked on the door, Pei Qian immediately ran to open the door. When the old general saw the talisman on her forehead. When the little girl asked the reason, she laughed and said that there was no need to be afraid. Even if there were ghosts in the bamboo forest, the soldiers of the Yao family were all full of yang energy. It was the ghosts that should be afraid of them. Pei Qian said, "Oh, take off the talisman?" She put it on the table and went to sleep in her room. Yao Zhen gestured with his hand, indicating for Qin Pingan to sit down and talk. When the two of them sat down, Qin Pingan naturally had to thank them. The map was something that the imperial court had always prohibited from flowing into the public. It was even stricter than weapons like bows and crossbows. Yao Zhen smiled, "It's not a big deal." The local provincial governor agreed very readily. "As an official, you don't have to care too much about this kind of thing. Don't think that you owe me a big favor. Speaking of which, when Governor Liu first saw me, he was very uneasy. He had no choice. He has a relative who works in the Ministry of War. Didn't he fall into my hands? When he heard that I wanted a map, you don't know how his expression was then. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders." Qin Pingan smiled, "Then I won't stand on ceremony?" Yao Zhen pointed at Qin Pingan, You, I just don't understand. After 2 battles, life and death are the most important thing. Benefactor is such a straightforward person. Why is it that when it comes to daily interactions, You're so unstraightforward and unheroic. Qin Pingan was speechless. Yao Jin said softly, that grandson of mine, Yao Xianji, is shy and doesn't dare to open his mouth. He begged me to tell you that he wants you to give him some pointers in martial arts. What do you think? Qin Pingan thought carefully, if it's just a friendly exchange of pointers, I don't mind. She was willing to express her attitude. Yin Miaofeng was just one of the Lu family's consecrators in the Dragon Gate realm. How could he not be surprised? Even the arrogant Xiao Yuanran had a sincere smile on his face. Qin Pingan came to the side of the master and disciple and greeted them first before looking at the water goddess. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran left tactfully. At the same time, they told the old soldiers of the Yao family and the cultivators accompanying the army not to be so vigilant. Yin Miaofeng took the opportunity to expose the identity of the buried river deity. Yao Zhen smiled and cupped his fists at the water goddess from afar. There were many rumors about the buried river deity at the border. Naturally, it was very suitable for the old general's temper. The water goddess cupped her fists at Yao Zhen and returned the greeting. She said something straightforward that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the general retires and returns to the border, you must come to my roaming jade mansion to drink as much as you want. Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji rolled their eyes almost at the same time. Yao Jinji wore a curtain hat and stood beside Yao Zhen. She was slender and elegant. Finally, the water goddess flipped her wrist and a jar of wine appeared. She threw it to Qin Pingan and told him telepathically, keep that jade scroll carefully. The jade scroll itself is a good thing. Otherwise, it would have been blown to pieces by those great Tao words long ago. Following that, the water goddess did not hide her words and everyone could hear her. She laughed heartily and said, along the way I've been thinking about it and almost wanted to repay your kindness with my body. Fortunately, I held back. I drank half of this jar of water-flower wine when I came. Originally, I wanted to boost my courage. I didn't expect that after entering the post house, I was still timid and couldn't say those embarrassing words. Qin Pingan, don't you feel a little regretful that you're missing a beautiful woman? Haha, there's more than half a jar of wine left. Use it to drown your sorrows. This was the water deity. She came and left in a hurry. Qin Pingan stood on the spot and held the wine jar. He felt that it was not right to drink the wine but not to drink it. Yao Jin laughed in schadenfreude. After Yao Xinji was dumbstruck, he stretched out his hands and gave Qin Pingan 2 thumbs up. Pei Qian stood in the distance in a daze. Qin Pingan kept a straight face and brought Pei Qian back to his residence. When the two of them separated, Qin Pingan said seriously, in the future if you see a girl with the surname Ning, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight. Pei Qian blinked his eyes. What if I accidentally let it slip? Qin Pingan said in a deep voice, after I'm beaten half to death, I'll beat you half to death. Do you understand? Pei Qian immediately said in a clear voice, understood. I've read books and now I'm unyielding. I won't say it even if I'm beaten to death. They returned to their rooms. Qin Pingan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Finally he laughed. He no longer practiced the sword furnace stance and laid on the table. He took out the small whetstone and engraved it with the beautiful word, naive, and the cute word, Ning Yao. Miss Ning, I'm fine. Along the way they walked for a long time and encountered many people and things. I miss you a little. No, I miss you a lot. 1. 349. 10,000 words chapter. A short woman in a noble dress appeared out of thin air on the bank of the buried river and walked slowly. With the rapid rise of her cultivation, the goddess of the buried river became more adept at controlling the water transportation on both sides of the river. She was like a general who was expanding the territory. The buried river was a large river that almost traversed half of the Great Spring Empire. Previously, she relied on the refined weapons to barely maintain the power of the buried river. It was already difficult for her to deal with a river demon that had not reached the Jindan realm. If she suddenly promoted the Azure Mansion to the Azure Palace, the Great Spring Imperial Court would not be willing to give up part of the fate of the nation to Qintianjian cultivators to bring it to the Water God Temple. This was also one of the reasons why the Water God was unwilling to agree. Once the plaque of the mansion was changed to the Azure Palace, everyone would be envious and covetous. Perhaps the 2 plaques of the Gong Mansion would be burned as firewood one day. She was naturally forthright and irritable. That was true. However, she was able to guard the buried river for hundreds of years and firmly grasped the opportunities in her hands. Naturally, she was not a fool. She squatted down and scooped up a handful of water from the buried river. Under the moonlight, the water rippled slightly in her palm. Compared to the past, the spiritual aura was much more abundant. In front of the post house, many of the water god temple could not withstand the essence of incense and flowed backward into the ancestral temple. The originally silver-white essence of incense turned pale gold and floated toward the clay golden body in the main hall. The golden body was not a gold-plated craftsmanship of a sculptor, but the foundation of the divine path of a god of mountains and rivers. It was a manifestation of the great Tao. The pale gold incense slowly bathed the golden body of the god on the altar. In the divine path, it was known as drawing gold. There were only two situations where such a phenomenon would occur. One was when a Kintiangian cultivator carried the emperor's decree and acted according to the decree. He used an imperial brush to draw the golden body of a certain god. Most of the time it was just enlightening. The other was when the Confucian sage pointed at the golden body. These Confucian sages must be at least the masters of the 72 academies. Apart from the buried river divine temple receiving such a great fortune, the green Turing manor was even more blessed by the rising water fate. Auspicious clouds gathered to form a canopy. It could almost be considered a paradise for cultivation. This move was regarded as a title bestowal. He was truly recognized by the orthodox heaven and earth. No matter how magnanimous river goddess was, she knew that this unexpected favor was not inferior to the first time Qin Xiaofu taught her. At the post house, she had joked that she would devote herself to him. The reason for this was because she really didn't know how to repay him. The jade slip itself was actually the so-called treasure of the green Turing manor. In ancient times, the buried river used to be the main branch of one of the three great blasphemy rivers of the Tongya continent. After that, the sea changed into mulberry fields, the river changed its course, accumulated silt, blocked, and other unforeseen events. The rule of the great blasphemy became smaller and smaller. In the end, there was only one section left, which was the buried river. The predecessor of the green Turing manor was the ruins of the river blasphemy dragon palace. The jade slip was the most precious treasure she found in the dilapidated dragon palace. Its color did not change even after 10,000 years. It was the essence of the river water that condensed into a substance. It was also the manifestation of the water fate of the heaven and earth. It was then refined into a jade slip by the old Dragon King. Presumably, in the distant years of the Dragon Palace, this jade slip was also a treasure that the Dragon King loved so much that he could not bear to part with it. She wanted Qin Pingan to immediately destroy the jade slip after he memorized the immortal Tao formula. In fact, she had the intention of teasing him. Unless Qin Pingan was an immortal of the upper 5 realms, he would not have the ability to destroy the jade slip. However, if he refined it into his natal item, he would possess the Tao formula of ascending to immortality in a single step. She believed that as long as Qin Pingan was diligent, there was a high chance of success. She took a step into the buried river and walked on the surface of the water, like a goddess in a supernatural novel. The only flaw was that the river demon must have colluded with a nearby mountain god. It went ashore and hid in a certain mountain fate, disappearing without a trace. The water goddess fell backward and laid on the surface of the buried river, drifting downstream with the current. The drowned water ghosts in the river followed the water goddess at the bottom of the river and floated towards the water god temple. She suddenly covered her face with her hands, looking as if she didn't have the face to see anyone. How can a virgin say such shameful words? Fortunately, she quickly regained her fighting spirit. She sat up and said excitedly, "Quickly get someone to go to the Mirage City to hire a craftsman to reconstruct the statue. Clothes make the man, makeup makes the god." The curve of the statue's chest can be a little exaggerated. The legs can also be a little longer. Some of the water ghosts wandering at the bottom of the river who had gained intelligence really widened their horizons. There was actually such an interesting water goddess in the world. On the Yao family's journey north, they encountered many things that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. A slightly famous Jianghu hero brought an 8 treasures exquisite spear made of fine iron and came over, saying that he wanted to have a taste of the Yao family spear that shook the border. This person called for his friends and more than 10 horses whizzed over and stopped on the official road. He sat high on the horse's back and waved his spear in a fancy manner. It couldn't be said that his skills were mediocre. As a second or third-rate martial artist, he still had dozens of years of practice. It was just that the skills of these martial artists were naturally not on the same level as the Yao family's spear. The latter could determine life and death in the blink of an eye. At that time, Yao Jin was sitting in the carriage and reading military books. He only felt that it was funny and didn't lower himself to the level of these Jianghu heroes who wanted to be famous. Under Yao Jingji's order, the Yao family's cavalry silently took off their light crossbows, scaring the group of people who immediately fled off the official road. When the Yao family's troops were far away, they chattered endlessly, complaining that the Yao family's cavalry was embroidered pillows with an undeserved reputation and that they didn't even have the confidence to compare their spear skills. In the end, this group of people was arrested by the provincial capital's government on the same day, and they ate a solid meal in prison. Later, there was a young wild cultivator in his early 20s from the lower 5 realms who tried to become the Yao family's army consecrator. However, he didn't dare to be rash. He clearly explained his background and appropriately bragged about his immortal spells. Then he squatted outside the post house where he stayed, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking inferior wine, waiting for his punishment. Yao Zhen asked someone to give him 100 taels of silver. The wild cultivator's face flushed red, but he still took the silver before leaving. As they got closer and closer to the Mirage City, the news that Yao Zhen was about to be appointed as the Minister of War spread like wildfire and spread throughout the imperial court. Another down-and-out military cultivator, who was in the prime of his life and had a tall and sturdy figure, blocked the way and said that as long as someone from the Yao family could beat him, he would immediately get lost. Then Xiao Yuanran showed his skills and he got lost. What really aroused the curiosity of the Yao family's troops were the 2 strange incidents where the mountain god waded into the river and the water god went up the mountain. However, these 2 mountain gods were far inferior to the mountain god who buried the river. They were the most inferior local gods. The mountain god governed the territory within a radius of 100 miles, while the water god was in charge of a river of 200 miles. The 2 sides were adjacent to each other, and their relationship wasn't harmonious. However, in the past they were only small fights and curses at the border of the mountains and rivers. Recently, because a big pilgrim changed his sect from the mountain god temple to the water god temple, it was related to who would get the 100,000 taels of silver every year. The little mountain god asked a local god under his command to secretly persuade the pilgrim to change his mind. Unexpectedly, the local god was beaten up by the river god. In a fit of anger, the mountain god directly crossed the border and waded into the river. He used 2 big axes to hit the river, causing monstrous waves to rise in the river for more than 10 miles. The common people were shocked. How could the water god lose face like this? He carried the river and went up the mountain to the mountain god temple. At that time, the Yao family's team was just near the river bank. The 2 consecrators and the Yao family's accompanying cultivators protected Yao Zhen and the 3rd Yao as they went to watch the show. Chen Pingan followed them, and only Pei Qian and Zhu Lian followed beside him. Then they saw the scene of river god beating up the mountain god temple. Both sides fought fiercely. The mountain god took advantage of the terrain and pushed river god back into the water. River god once again controlled the murky river water, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. They fought back and forth and each used their supernatural powers. The beautiful mountain was flooded into a mess, and countless towering trees were broken and collapsed. Outside the battlefield, the local god and mountain elf spirits on the mountain, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals and water ghost servants on the river waved their flags and shouted. They all shouted themselves hoarse, and they looked more tired than fighting in the battlefield. They also competed with each other. What kind of hidden dragons and crouching tigers were there that could make such a young Qin Pingan seem to have seen the great winds and great waves of the human world, and it was difficult for his state of mind to rise and fall. He was young and unperturbed. It was inevitable that he was lethargic and shrewd. However, Zhu Lian did not think so. Qin Pingan, who was kind to others, gave him a vague feeling, as if in the depths of the ancient well of his state of mind, there was vaguely an evil dragon swimming at the bottom of the water, and its shadow was everywhere. It was just that this unknown dragon was probably tightly bound to the bottom of the well by etiquette and rules, the distinction between good and evil and so on. It could not even float to the surface of the water and stick its head out. Zhu Lian did not dare to speculate about other things, but he was sure of one thing. In the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, there must be 1 or 2 great obsessions that he could not let go of. This time, Lord Xingwang was in a bad mood, and he wanted to flatten the River Earl Temple and the Mountain Deity Temple by stepping on the clouds for hundreds of miles to mediate the fight. The matter of the mountain and river deities overstepping their boundaries without permission was extremely sensitive. Once it was reported to the capital's Ministry of Rights, Lord Xingwang, who was sitting at home and causing trouble from the heavens, would not end up any better than the 2 idiots who did not know the severity of the matter. Lord Xingwang sent away the two trembling bastards who returned home. When he saw the group of Yao family people by the river, he used the aura viewing technique. With just one glance, he felt that it was somewhat dazzling. He was shocked and immediately wanted to descend to check it out. However, those people were domineering and lawless. Two cultivators directly pulled out their swords and pointed them at him, saying that he could not get close, or else it would be regarded as an assassination. Lord Xingwang was so angry that he almost wanted to call back the two subordinate deities. Fortunately, after eating incense for hundreds of years, he still had some patience. In the end, he only firmly remembered those unfamiliar faces and returned to the city with a gloomy face. On the way back to the main group, Yao Zhen came to Yao Jingji's side and asked softly, "Why are you so unreasonable?" Yao Jingji said helplessly, "Along the way, it's inevitable that there will be social interactions and toasts. However, if it involves Xingwang and deities, it's not clear. Grandfather doesn't want to be impeached by the 6 imperial censors before entering Mirage City, right? Even if His Majesty treats it as a joke, from the officialdom to the marketplace, there is bound to be a storm of evil in the capital. Then who doesn't like to watch a good show? Aren't we here to watch a good show? Would we care about the rights and wrongs of the two deities?" Yao Zhen understood immediately and deeply agreed with him. The old general felt that it was a pity. If Yao Jingji was a man, he would be relieved to stay at the border. Pei Qian picked up a lot of river fish, but in the end Qin Pingan was unwilling to accept them. She could only pick up the fish by their tails and throw them into the river one by one. She was so tired that she was sweating profusely. When they arrived at Riding Crane City, which was both a prefecture and a prefecture, they were only a short distance away from Great Quan's capital. This prefecture had a long history, and its name came from the legend that a cultivator had ascended here on a crane. There was a small mountain in the prefecture, and the scenery was ordinary. However, because it was the place where the cultivator ascended, every year, countless scholars and poets would come here to tour. Around the small mountain were residences bought by the nobles of the capital, and every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. The Xingwang from before should be in this city, but Yao Zhen was not afraid of a prefecture's Xingwang. The Minister of Rights, who controlled the promotion and demotion of a country's Xingwang, had the same rank and salary as him. Furthermore, Great Quan respected martial arts, and the Minister of War was not an empty position. Otherwise, he would not have become the #1 position for all the generals to retire. He still stayed at the post house, which was the rule of the imperial court. The post house in the city took up a lot of space, and it was not inferior to the residences of nobles. In order to welcome Yao Zhen, the trusted aides of the provincial governor and prefectural governor went to the post house several times, almost emptying the entire place. At this point, Yao Zhen could only accept it and pretend that he did not know anything. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. This was especially true in the officialdom. Normally speaking, the imperial court could accommodate loyal officials, corrupt officials, and many fence-sitters. However, it could not accommodate someone who seemed to be a moral saint. It was like there was a demon-revealing mirror hanging high in the imperial court, revealing all the flaws of the pillars of the country. The old general was filled with emotions. These were the words that his granddaughter, Yao Jingji, had said when she was 14 or 15. Sometimes Yao Zhen would laugh at himself. Could it be that all the life experience he had accumulated over the years had been fed to the warhorses like horse grass? Luckily, there was still Qin Pingan in the group. During this trip to the north, Yao Zhen liked to chat with this young man. Qin Pingan had followed their agreement and sparred with Yao Xianji, giving him some pointers. Yao Xianji treated Qin Pingan's words as a guide. When he went back to find his grandfather to talk, he was very sad and said that he had spent his entire life training in martial arts like a dog. Yao Zhen then asked him if his so-called lifetime was a few decades. Yao Xianji was speechless, which amused Yao Jingji, who was brewing tea. Although Yao Jingji had never won against Liu Baixiang in chess, she could be considered a national expert in tea. In the harsh sandstorm at the border, how could the Yao family, whose men and women had been valiant for generations, raise such a beautiful girl? Yao Xianji suddenly said, "Sister Jingji, I don't like that Xiao Yuan ran. I like Qin Pingan." Yao Jingji smiled and said, "Whether you like him or not, what does that have to do with me?" Yao Xianji wanted to say something, but Yao Jingji glared at him, scaring him into swallowing his words back into his stomach. Yao Zhen's smile did not have the demeanor of a family head. Yao Jingji said casually, "Grandfather, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial court will send a secret envoy to Riding Crane City soon." Soon, he clicked his tongue and said, But old Wei, you still cheated little cripple of his money. That's not kind of you. You might as well cheat Jianyang. She really has money in her pocket. What a pity, old Wei, you don't look likable. You're not as young and handsome as my father. Old Wei, you were born with such an ugly appearance. Do you blame your parents? A dignified emperor said this to a young girl. How could Wei Xian be indifferent? The short man said with a straight face, back then when the court painters painted my portrait, they all praised me for my heroic appearance. I think they were telling the truth. Pei Qian was shocked. Old Wei, are you blind or do they have eyes on their butts? Wei Xian continued to meditate in silence. There was no night ban in Crane Rider City. There were countless rich people in the city who were willing to spend a lot of money. After leaving the post house and turning into a street, the two of them walked in the bustling crowd. Pei Qian didn't have a single coin in his pocket, but his aura was like that of a rich man. This wasn't strange. She was able to fool a large group of people her age in a strange place like Huer Town. They all thought she was a princess living among the common people. In the end, she was able to deceive a group of shrewd and slippery constables who respectfully escorted her back to the inn. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Old Wei, I always feel that the girl who doesn't dare to meet people every day looks at my father strangely. Wei Xian said indifferently, the emperor is scheming. Pei Qian was confused. What are you talking about? Wei Xian didn't say anything. Pei Qian didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Old Wei, can you buy me a candy man? Wei Xian shook his head. Pei Qian said angrily, Old Wei, why are you so stingy? Wei Xian smiled for the first time. I don't have Qin Pingan's ability and patience. I can't raise you well. Pei Qian was confused and said pitifully, then I'll borrow money from you to buy a candy man? Wei Xian nodded, according to the 30% interest. Pei Qian frowned, although I know the 30% interest rule, I think it's better to forget about it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. You won't starve to death. Even though she said that, she ran to the front of a candy-blowing man's stall and rooted herself to the ground, refusing to move no matter what. Wei Xian couldn't just leave Pei Qian here alone. If he lost Pei Qian, someone like Qin Pingan would definitely beat him up. At the stall, the old man was skillfully blowing candy while the young children were drooling with their eyes wide open. Those who had an elder beside them were able to get their hands on a candy man of different shapes. Underneath the rectangular cabinet was a round wooden cage, with a small charcoal stove inside. The old man was using a large ladle to pour the sticky golden sugar paste, which he spun around, and in a blink of an eye, all kinds of colored sugar figurines were produced. Wei Xian took out his money and bought 2 sticks. He stared at Wei Xian, who was holding 1 stick in each hand. Wei Xian passed it to Pei Qian. This is your reward. His tone was as if he had been bestowed with a large piece of land by an emperor. Pei Qian smiled. When I go back, I'll say good things about you in front of my father every day. I'm half a scholar now. Every word I say is as good as a nail. 1 big and 1 small, munching on the candy man, they didn't stand out in the sea of people. In the hotel, the winner was already decided on the chessboard. It was still Sui Yuyu who lost. Sui Yuyu didn't want to win in this game. Liu Baixiang was reviewing the chessboard alone in his room. He stared at the chessboard and twirled a free chess piece between his fingers. He pressed it against the table and gently slid it. In a room not too far away, Qin Pingan was carving a bamboo tube. He wanted to try to inscribe an entire essay of the sages on the outside of the brush tube. Fortunately, he had been carving words on bamboo slips all these years. Because he was familiar with them and also had the foundation of his youth, he didn't dare to say that the words he carved were full of spirit. But between the lines there was a sense of propriety. There wasn't an aggressive and forceful aura, but it was still as long as a stream. In the end, there was still some meaning to it. Some people said that the cultivators of the lower 5 realms cultivated longevity, the cultivators of the middle 5 realms sought immortality, and the cultivators of the upper 5 realms walked the great Tao at an even higher level, almost never stopping for a moment. Qin Pingan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He was busy and didn't waste his time. But occasionally he still needed to stop or slow down his pace. He needed to calm his heart and enjoy the scenery on the road of cultivation. This was the case for carving beautiful words on bamboo slips. This was also the case for personally making a brush tube that wasn't worth much but only had the heart. The night passed uneventfully. Qin Pingan stayed up all night and carved more than half of the brush tube. After sleeping for 4 hours, he got up and continued to practice his fist stance. At the same time, he also practiced his sword. Winter was coming. He didn't know if he was lucky enough to encounter the first heavy snow of the year at the ferry outside Mirage City. It was said that Mirage City in the heavy snow was like a fairyland. During breakfast, Qin Pingan learned that the Yao family's team was going to rest in Crane Riding City for 2 days, but he didn't care. Yao Xinji ran to Qin Pingan and said that everyone had agreed to visit the small mountain where the immortals rode cranes and ascended. Moreover, the provincial governor's mansion had already informed the courier station that regardless of whether old General Yao went there or not, the vicinity of the small mountain would be under martial law today. No one was allowed to climb the mountain. After meeting, Qin Pingan found that there were quite a few people. There were the 3 Yaos of the same generation: Xiao Yuan Ran, a Taoist priest wearing a green robe, and Sui Yuyu, who rarely showed his face in public. Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang chose to stay at the courier station. However, old General Yao didn't show up this time, which was a bit unusual. When he went out today, Qin Pingan had already changed into the golden wine robe of a higher grade, so he appeared in white. If one paid attention, they would notice that there was a white jade hairpin in his hair bun. In the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent, the young men were tall and big. They were at least half a head taller than those in the old Dragon City in the south. Moreover, it was common for 15 or 16-year-old men to marry and settle down in the countryside of the Aquarius continent. Only rich families and scholarly families would pay attention to 20 years of age. After Qin Pingan started practicing his fist stance, his height kept growing. Unknowingly, he already had the appearance of a proper young man. Behind him was the dark and skinny Pei Qian. As long as she was with Qin Pingan, she was not so afraid of Zhu Lian. The group went to the small mountain in the center of the city. When they passed by the martial temple in the state capital, they saw a strange person. Something strange happened. It was a tall and strong young man with blood stains on his body. He barged into the martial temple and was quickly thrown out of the gate by the martial temple's attendant. The civil and martial temples in the state capital were not places where random people could cause trouble. After the young man was thrown out of the gate, he kowtowed towards the martial temple, banging his head loudly, begging the martial temple. The attendant was a tall and skinny old man. He stood at the top of the stairs and spoke sternly to the young man. "How can the blade of the martial temple saint be tainted by ordinary people? Seeing that you are young and ignorant, I will not pursue the matter of you barging into the martial temple. Quickly leave, don't be delusional." So it was a young man who barged into the martial temple, wanting to borrow the blade of the saint. The young man kowtowed until his forehead was red and swollen, and there were already traces of blood. He raised his head, and his face was filled with tears of despair. He said with a hoarse voice, "For the sake of the people of this county, Master wholeheartedly killed demons and evils. Now he is trapped in the fog of the forest and his life is at stake. After Master sent me out of the fog, he said that only by borrowing the long blade from the martial temple's master can I have a chance to kill the ferocious big demon that has been wreaking havoc. Master Priest Ju, I beg you, this is a virtuous deed, the martial saint won't be angry?" The dignified old man sneered, "Whether the martial saint will be angry or not, is it up to you? According to the laws of the Great Spring, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for using the weapon of a martial temple saint without permission? Local officials will be removed from their posts on the spot. The prefect will be demoted by 1 rank, and the provincial governor will be fined 3 years of salary." The young man was heartbroken and he muttered, "There is a demon that harms people in this place. It's fine if the officials don't care, but now even the martial saint isn't willing to care?" The old man seemed to be speaking sternly, and his eyes were cold, but he was actually sighing in his heart. "Young man, how can things in this world be so simple?" Zhu Lian raised his eyelids and glanced at Qin Pingan who was standing in front of him. Qin Pingan was about to lift his foot, but Xiao Yuan Ran had already walked out in large strides. Qin Pingan quietly stopped moving. Xiao Yuan Ran came to the young man's side, squatted down and asked, "Where is your master trapped? Do you know the demon's cultivation level?" The young man answered one by one. Xiao Yuan Ran reached out to help the young man up, and grabbed his shoulder, smiling, "I'm going to save your master and help him get rid of the demon." Xiao Yuan Ran turned his head, and looked at Yao Jinji who was wearing a veil hat, and said apologetically, "Miss Yao, I'm afraid I can't go to the small mountain." Yao Lingji nodded lightly, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Xiao Yuan Ran grabbed Xiao Yuan Ran and ran away, leaping onto the roof ridge in the distance. After a few light touches, he disappeared without a trace. Yao Xinji was impressed, and her impression of Xiao Yuan Ran, this young consecrator of the Great Spring, became better. Pei Qian had been looking at Xiao Yuan Ran with narrowed eyes. She tilted her head and was speechless. With this incident, the subsequent trip up the mountain was not very interesting. Moreover, the small mountain was indeed too small, and there was nothing special about it. Only Sui Yuyu, with his sword on his back, stood at the top of the mountain, looking up at the sky with a burning gaze. Chen Pingan, other than feeling a little regretful that the scenery here was ordinary, did not reveal much emotion. The great spring mountain god waded through the water god ascended the mountain, and the young man in Riding Crane City borrowed a knife from the martial temple, but in the end they were just insignificant splashes. The Great Fu Academy went to meet up with the Lord of Taiping Mountain, and worked together to stop the great demon of the 12th realm from escaping into the sea. The gentleman Zhong Kuei going to the gate of Taiping Mountain was also not a small matter. Other than the other 2 gentlemen, 3 sages, and more than 20 disciples of the Great Fu Academy, there were more scholars from the Wenyuan Academy, which was further south, who came to Taiping Mountain. There were more than 50 of them. Unfortunately, there was only one old gentleman leading them, and the rest of the disciples were far inferior to the Great Fu Academy. This was the awkward part of the Wenyuan Academy. The academy was not famous, and was the least talented among the 4 major academies of the Tongye continent. There were often rumors on the mountain that the Wenyuan Academy would be stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies. This was because this academy had not produced a new gentleman for close to 100 years. The 3 mountain lords of the academy also did not have many works of sages. The people of the world did not travel to the Wenyuan Academy for the sages, but for the countless books in the Wenyuan Pavilion. When Zhong Kuei arrived at the gate of Taiping Mountain, he followed his teacher's instructions and told all the disciples of the Great Fu Academy to listen to the arrangements of the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, and not to act on their own. Although there were disasters everywhere, the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, regardless of their seniority, did not panic. They made decisions in an orderly manner, and groups of Qi cultivators went down the mountain to suppress the demons. There were casualties, and those who died in battle were mostly Taoist of Taiping Mountain. This made the Qi cultivators of the 2 major academies and many immortal abodes respect them, and they cooperated more sincerely. In between the battles, the people who came from all over the world but had a common enemy talked the most about the outer sect odd-job young man from the Fuji sect, who became famous overnight. It was said that he was taken in as the last disciple of the Fuji sect, and was given a half-immortal weapon that was once refined by the Taoist partner of the sect for 100 years. If the young man did not see through the conspiracy of the 12th state demon and had to take action in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most of the demons in the well of Taiping Mountain that suppressed the demons would not have escaped, but all of them would have seen the light of day again. Especially the demons at the bottom, whose cultivation was at least in the nascent soul realm. In the recent 10 days, demons who had been lurking in various places constantly surfaced and wreaked havoc. These demons were mostly in the Dragon Gate realm and the Golden Elixir realm, and were extremely difficult to suppress. The Taoist of Taiping Mountain did not dare to be careless. Almost all the Taoist of Taiping Mountain went out to help. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei chose to stay in Taiping Mountain. No one had any objections. Zhong Kuei had killed the most enemies during their journey to slay demons and devils. Moreover, he did not blindly protect the disciples of the academy. For several times when he had gone down the mountain to fight, he had actively joined the Qi cultivators of other sects on the mountain. Therefore, the Earth Immortal of Nascent Soul Realm, who was originally in charge of the overall situation of Mount Taiping, told Zhong Kuei with a smile before he went down the mountain that he would entrust the mountain gate to Mr. Zhong temporarily. The Earth Immortal of the Nascent Soul Realm secretly revealed to Zhong Kuei that the founder of Taiping Mountain would soon return, and might even bring back the Crown Princess Huang Ting from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Zhong Kuei laughed and said that it would be better if he came back as soon as possible, so that he would not have to watch over the well every day. After that, Zhong Kuei would patrol the bottom of the well alone every day. Late one night, just as he walked out of the well, he saw a big demon that he had heard of but had never seen before. In fact, even many senior Taoists of Taiping Mountain had never seen this big demon that cultivated in Taiping Mountain, let alone Zhong Kuei, who was an outsider. It was a white ape with a sword on its back, dressed in black. It was as tall as an adult man, but the white ape with a very high cultivation state did not transform into a human shape, and always maintained its original appearance. Although the old ape was a big demon that was famous in the Tongye continent, it was also the guardian of Taiping Mountain. Not to mention the years that the old ape had cultivated, it had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain for 3,000 years. The old ape was even older than the founder of Taiping Mountain, who had left the mountain and was the only surviving founder. The construction of the well prison was the work of the founder of Taiping Mountain. But in the long years after that, the guarding of the well prison was handed over to this white ape, who was fond of carrying a sword on his back and rarely showed up in the world. 350. The readers who repeatedly subscribed to the 349 chapters yesterday have been refunded with double the amount in the form of vouchers. I still have to apologize to everyone. The updates in the middle and early part of the month were a mess. However, I still worked hard and managed to update nearly 140,000 words in the end. I have to praise myself. In life there would always be a few storms. It was as if the heavens were reminding people that they were living under someone else's roof and had to lower their heads obediently. For example, Chen Pingan met Kai Chinchien in front of his house in Mud Bottle Alley. He met the original owner of the Robe Golden Wine in Flood Dragon Gully. He accidentally entered the depths of the lotus flowers and was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. It depended on whether he could endure it or not. If he could, it would be fine after the rain. If he couldn't, he could only be like a martial artist, shouting that he would still be a man after 18 years. The master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the person. That was the case for Zhong Kuei today. Before today, Zhong Kuei's cultivation was too good, too fast, and too amazing. He left everyone in the dust on the Great Tao, making all the Confucian scholars in the Tongyi continent unable to catch up to him. But today the white ape appeared. A mortal enemy. Compared to Mr. Zhong Kuei, the mountain master of the Dafu Academy had to intercept the great demon hiding near the Fusho sect. This went against the mountain master's original intention. Zhong Kuei's current situation could be said to be a place of certain death. The white ape's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the young scholar who was seen as having a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath. Even if he had not broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm, even if he was not a demon that was known for its innately strong physique, the white ape in front of him with an ancient sword on his back was also a true unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. If Qi refinement warriors were the most rebellious thieves in the world, daring to challenge the cycle of life and death of the heavenly Tao, then sword cultivators were undoubtedly the most unreasonable existence among Qi refinement warriors. A gentleman would not give up his jade without a reason. The first strike of the white ape's unsheathed sword turned the protective jade pendant that the Dafu Academy had given to each gentleman into dust. Between the gentleman and the great demon, after the jade pendant containing the true meaning of the Confucian sage's essay was shattered, hundreds of golden characters slowly disappeared into the mortal world like a golden rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Kuei retreated to the edge of a well several hundred feet away. His sleeves fluttered in the autumn wind. His two small sleeves were filled with the vigorous aura of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. The prison well on Taiping Mountain was a building that looked like a huge well. There was a staircase that led downwards in the wall of the well. The staircase spiraled downwards, giving off a gloomy and cold aura, like a bottomless pit that led straight to the underworld. As long as the cultivators of the lower 5 realms approached the well prison, they would be disturbed by the evil qi accumulated in the well prison for countless years and their bodies would be eroded. The Taoist apprentices of Taiping Mountain had a special training session, which was to sit and breathe near the well prison to strengthen their bodies. It was extremely painful. The reason why the female Taoist Huang Ting was regarded as a talented Taoist jade was that she approached the well prison with her senior brothers and sisters for the first time. Every few years there would be a major examination. Zhong Kuei was drunk and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He actually missed the examination. The older teachers of the Fu Academy either did not like Zhong Kuei's carefree behavior, were angry at his squandering of his talent, or had the original intention of being given a great responsibility and suffering. All the sages and gentlemen jointly wrote a letter asking the Hill Master to strip Zhong Kuei of his status as a sage. In the end, it was snowing heavily in winter. Zhong Kuei walked barefoot in the snow and loudly read a moral article written by a saint. He also looked up at the sky and asked the saint about the doubts in the article. In the end, Zhong Kuei asked and answered his own questions with a self-satisfied expression. When Zhong Kuei stopped, a gust of autumn wind in the cold winter carried the word kindness, praised by the saint himself and resounded throughout the Fu Academy. The autumn wind entered his sleeves. That day Zhong Kuei became a gentleman. No one dared to question him. It was said that when the saints created words, ghosts cried and gods wept. Words indeed had their own power. At least it was especially so for the disciples of the Fu Academy. The most powerful manifestation was the natal characters of the sages in the cultured and orthodox Confucian temples. These great sages had been standing high above the altar for countless years and were worshipped by the people. Their literary veins were endless, and their incense was eternal. However, even the saints in the orthodox Confucian temples were only left with 4, not to mention the Holy Master in the middle and the 5 accompanying him. The rest of the saints only had one natal word. There was only one exception in the world. Qi Jing Chun of the Cliff Academy. Chun and Jing were the natal words of this person. Moreover, these 2 words were extremely big. Then, there were the masters of the Confucian academies and the gentlemen of the Confucian academies. Their mouths contained the heavenly law and were full of righteousness, which resonated with the heavens and earth. Then there were the sages who recited poems and attracted strong winds. They could make people shrivel up to their bones and disperse the souls of ghosts and otherworldly items. Only the white ape with a scabbard on its back stood in front of the well. It didn't say anything and only extended 3 fingers. It probably meant to say that it only needed 3 moves to kill Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue. The jade pendant that symbolized the status of a gentleman had already transmitted the situation back to the academy. It was as if a snow-white waterfall had appeared all around Zhong Kuei. The white waterfall was made up of dazzling characters that were as small as the size of a fly. It was as if huge pages of ancient books were erected beside the well prison on Mount Taiping. The evil spirit emitted from the well prison was forcefully suppressed. The demons and ghosts suppressed in the well became ferocious and roared. Countless iron chains vibrated violently under the well prison, like thunder exploding. The white ape looked around. Mount Taiping actually had 2 mountain guarding arrays, one inside and one outside, the other bright and dark. The previous one was the mountain guarding array that everyone in the Tongye continent knew about. Once it was activated, a mirror would rise to the sky like a bright moon. The light would shine on Mount Taiping, making it impossible for demons and ghosts to hide. Being in the light, not only would one's cultivation be suppressed, but the demons and ghosts would also be suppressed. Those with shallow cultivation, such as those below the earth immortal realm, would be killed instantly. However, what the white ape was really afraid of was not the array that had been tampered with, but the real trump card of Mount Taiping. However, the sword on the white ape's back happened to be one of the 4 swords. As the guardian consecrator of Mount Peace, he had not only hunted down the demon magnates who had escaped from the well prison for 3,000 years, but he had also snuck down the mountain countless times to kill the enemy, earning countless merits. In the end, 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Mount Peace stood his ground and bestowed one of the ancient swords to the white ape, who had already made outstanding contributions. Although the white ape could not completely control the 4 swords formation, it was too easy for him to take advantage of the loopholes. If an ordinary earth immortal was forced to hold the formation in an emergency, the white ape was confident that the 4 swords would betray him. The ancient sword that was both a sword and a natal item was gone. The white ape narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched the corner of his mouth. His movement was subtle, but it was full of a bloody aura. Zhong Kuei put one hand behind his back and held the small snow cone in the other. He stood in front of a desk and began to write the first word, saint. The second word, human. The third word, half. The fourth word, cloud. He wrote very quickly. Every word under the small snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kuei with great momentum. On Mount Peace, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. The white ape gently shook his head. It flashed away. The white ape held the knife with both hands and swept across most of the well mouth of the well prison, heading straight for Zhong Kuei. He swept away. He did not give any hope to the young gentleman from the academy. It was not that the white ape could not deal with Zhong Kuei after he finished writing. After all, when he came out of isolation he was already a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. It had deliberately suppressed its realm for 500 years. Unless Zhong Kuei in the nascent soul realm was the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor or Buddhist ancestor, how could Zhong Kuei survive with the unpolished jade realm and the chasm between the middle and upper 5 realms? If Zhong Kuei could control 2 protective formations of Mount Peace at the same time, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, unless the sect master or the ancestral master personally came to take care of these 2 formations, the white ape would treat them as nothing. However, it would be very troublesome if he stayed in Mount Peace for a while longer. Really big trouble. When the white ape gently landed where Zhong Kuei was standing, Zhong Kuei was cut in half at the waist 100 feet away. The two halves of his body were dripping with blood. The 4 golden words and the small snow cone had been destroyed. A dignified and righteous golden elixir was long gone. An extremely high-ranking nascent soul had also dissipated. This was the result of a 12th realm sword cultivator going all out. The giant white ape that was severely injured twice could no longer maintain its Dharma form. It reverted to its human size and continued to escape to the south with all its strength. Before the giant ape's form disappeared, it sneered, "Don't you want to save Zhong Kuei? You still have a chance. Do you want to save people or kill demons? Killing demons means killing people." After the big demon ran for hundreds of miles, its body was pierced twice by the 2 ancient swords that finally revealed their true forms because it was too far away from Mount Peace. The old Taoist heaved a sigh. He had already tried to forcefully change and weaken the fate of Peace Mountain and move the Dharma form of the entire Peace Mountain a few hundred miles forward just to maintain the power of the 2 remaining celestial swords. However, if he did that, the scholar beside the prison well on the mountainside would lose his last chance of survival. After all, after he had used the golden body Dharma form, his real body had remained where he was to help Zhong Kuei gather the remaining souls and try to reverse the universe and bring him back to life. This was an act that defied the natural order and would incur the wrath of Fengdu from the underworld. As long as the fate of Peace Mountain moved, Fengdu might take the opportunity to invade and directly take away the few remaining souls of Zhong Kuei. The medicine of the countryside and the farmer's wife, that was why that old bastard said that killing demons was killing people. Not completely destroying Zhong Kuei's primordial spirit was probably part of the white ape's plan. Near the prison well, a wandering soul appeared in front of the old Taoist. It was the scholar in green with a pale face, Zhong Kuei. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Mount Peace has let you down, Mr. Zhong. I have no face to face the Dafu Academy." With the seniority of the old Taoist in the celestial realm, whether it was in the sect of Mount Peace or the entire Tongyi continent, he was the immortal in the clouds who stood at the peak of the mountain. The old Taoist addressed the young Zhong Kuei as Mr. Zhong, which was a great recognition. However, the person was already dead and there was only a weak soul that could disappear at any time. What was the point? However, the actions of the ancestor of Mount Peace were indeed worthy of the title of immortal in Taoism. Zhong Kuei's soul smiled and shook his head. His lips moved slightly but no words were spoken. However, the old Taoist naturally knew the content of his words. "Don't feel guilty, immortal. I deserve this. I can't escape it. If not in Mount Peace, it will be in the Dafu Academy or anywhere in the Tongyi continent." Beside the well prison there was a young female Taoist priest. Her lips were pursed and blood seeped out. She was Huang Ting, or rather Fan Waner, and Tong Qingqing from the Jing Xanzhai, who had to stay in the lotus flower blessed land for 60 years. Finally he said, "Old Jinren, I have something to help you with." The old Taoist nodded and said, "As long as you don't want me to kowtow to you, it's fine." Zhong Kuei laughed and finally bowed, "Although I'm a ghost, I'm still the Taiping Mountain Jinren." The old Taoist was slightly surprised. Then he laughed heartily and said, "This flattery is great." Late at night, Qin Pingan felt irritated for no reason. He went to the courtyard outside the post house to practice his swordsmanship. However, he could not calm down. He suddenly looked up. An imperceptible ripple appeared in the sky far away. Qin Pingan took a few steps back. Flying sword number 1 and sword number 15 had already flown out of the blade-strengthening gourd. Qin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. It was the gentleman Zhong Kuei in a strange red robe. Beside him was a white-haired old Taoist. The old Taoist looked at Qin Pingan and nodded with a smile. Then he said to Zhong Kuei softly, "You guys talk. Tell me when you're done. I need to take you away quickly. You can't walk in the human world for too long." Qin Pingan's heart tightened. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Don't ask anything. Let me tell you." Zhong Kuei gave a brief account of the Battle of Taiping Mountain as if he were an outsider. His account was not thrilling at all. Instead, it was boring. Moreover, his face was full of smiles. He talked about how he was unable to defeat the white ape monster and was killed by 2 swords and a knife. He became a lonely ghost and could not be a gentleman of the academy in the future. What nonsense was that? Qin Pingan said angrily, "That's it? Dead." He pointed at Zhong Kuei's nose and said, "From a human to a ghost? Aren't you a gentleman of the academy? Can't your yin and yang spirits leave your body?" In the end, Qin Pingan's voice became lower and lower. He looked absent-minded and asked softly, "How did you die?" At this point, Chin Pingon was already speechless. His mind flashed by and finally stopped at a scene. There was an unruly man squatting on the surface of the river. He thought that the female ghost was beautiful. He pulled her hair and wanted to see her. How could the people in his mind all die? Chin Pingon subconsciously took off the blade-strengthening gourd and silently put it back on his waist. The little snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kuei. It was obvious that it had merged with Zhong Kuei's soul. Zhong Kuei said carefully, "Chin Pingon, let me tell you in advance. I'm not being unkind. I deliberately want to take your little snow cone. It's up to you whether you want to beat or scold me." Chin Pingon asked, "A gentleman's word. What do you mean after that?" Zhong Kuei said guiltily, "Can't go back on my word?" Chin Pingon sat on the stool beside the stone table. Zhong Kuei scratched his head and sat beside him. Chin Pingon said, "You're dead now. You're no longer a gentleman." Zhong Kuei felt even more guilty. Chin Pingon raised his head and looked at Zhong Kuei. He said slowly, "But I'll keep my promise to others. It's the same for Mr. Qi and you." Zhong Kuei was confused. Huh. Chin Pingon's eyes were red. He said slowly, "If I say I'll lend it to you, I'll lend it to you. A year is a loan. 100 years or 1,000 years is still a loan." Zhong Kuei was silent. Chin Pingon finally asked, "If 1,000 years is not enough, how about 10,000 years?" Zhong Kuei nodded slightly. He stood up. Chin Pingon followed. Zhong Kuei smiled brightly again. "Tongyi Continent, Ghost Zhong Kuei. I have a friend. His name is Chin Pingon." Chin Pingon stared at him. He then smiled and said, "Aquarius Continent, Swordsman Chin Pingon. I know an upright gentleman. His name is Zhong Kuei." In the distance, the ancestor of Peace Mountain stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "100 years or 1,000 years later we meet again tonight. Is this a good story?" HTTPS 2. The center of the formation is the bright moon mirror, which can illuminate all demons and evil in the world, making it impossible for them to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on you, you can temporarily drop your realm. After that, it will be the four sword formation's turn. 4 ancient swords, imitations of the 4 great immortal swords from ancient times, are half-immortal weapons. After forming the sword formation, it is equivalent to an immortal weapon. It can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. If that old beast had not refined one of them, I would have killed it long ago. It would be fine even if it ran for thousands of miles. Now it has escaped death, but the realm of immortals is still around. The old beast has just entered the 12th realm and his realm is not stable. Moreover, he is suppressed by the rules of this world. Now that his natal item has been destroyed and his true body has been pierced with several holes, injuring his primordial spirit, it is not worth mentioning. When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. His majestic spiritual energy seemed to materialize, forming a white mist that lingered in the surroundings like thin streams of water. The old Taoist calmed his mind and the strange phenomenon disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop in realm. The trouble is that the old beast suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared along the broken ancient dragon vein. It was most likely a premeditated escape route. The old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. "Earlier, I fought with that old bastard and then I beat back a big boss from the underworld. Of course, a certain scholarly sage who was in charge of overseeing the canopy above the Bronze Leaf continent naturally saw it and landed on our peaceful mountain. When he learned of Zhong Kuei's death, he flew into a rage and personally went after that white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would still hide him? Now let's see if Huang Ting, who has some karma with it, can find some clues. As long as we find it, even if Huang Ting dies in battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be able to kill it with a single strike." Chin Pingon wanted to say something but he hesitated. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky, and her temperament has been sharpened at the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the 2 ancient swords, she might have a chance to break through to the next realm by chasing after the white ape." Chin Pingon nodded. The old Taoist wore a mocking smile. "After I dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought she would complain to me for a long time, but she didn't complain at all. She even mentioned you many times along the way, saying that she must find you at the Dragon Spring of Dali. The old Taoist waved his sleeves. That's strange. I'm not a talkative person. What I said tonight is equivalent to decades of saliva. Back to the topic, the defensive formation of our peaceful mountain has a long history. It's capable of both offense and defense, comparable to many of the superior sects and orthodox sects in the Central Plains. It's not appropriate for me to teach you the way to refine and operate the formation, as it involves the fortune of the mountains and rivers of the peaceful mountain. However, I have my own defensive formation that I obtained from an ancient immortal's cave abode. It's extremely powerful, so I can sell it to you. However, it's a waste of money. It's expensive to build, and it's a waste of the fortune of the mountains and rivers to maintain the formation. I was planning to give it to Huang Ting as her dowry if she wants to establish her own sect in the Bronze Leaf continent, or if she marries someone and becomes their partner. That way I'll have to fork out half of my coffin. Qin Pingan swallowed his saliva. It had nothing to do with Huang Ting's dowry or the coffin. He was shocked by the old Taoist's words, a waste of money. Noticing Qin Pingan's hesitation, the old Taoist laughed heartily and joked, good plan, good plan. I like it. Before Qin Pingan could figure out the crux of the matter, the old Taoist had already dropped the topic of the defensive formation and reminded him softly, Qin Pingan, although I don't know what treasure you have with you that can conceal the secrets of the heavens and prevent others from divining your position and fortune, you must cherish such an item. It's truly an item that can only be encountered by chance. There's only one such item in the entire peaceful mountain, and it was left behind by our founding ancestor. Qin Pingan recalled that inconspicuous oil paper umbrella and nodded heavily. He looked at Qin Pingan. The old Taoist was very pleased. Female Crown Huang Ting and Gentleman Zhong Kuei were both young men that the old Taoist could count on one hand. And now Qin Pingan was added to the mix. The old Taoist felt that whether it was the Bronze Leaf continent in the southeast or the vast Howran world, it was better to have one more young man like him. The world was in chaos again. There were still pillars of support. In order to prevent Zhong Kuei's ghost from being taken to the Yellow Springs Road by the Mansion of the Dead, the old Taoist had dropped a realm. He knew very well that he would never have the chance to make up for his biggest regret in this lifetime. After the founding ancestor of Peaceful Mountain successfully ascended to the immortal realm, he was given the title of Lord of Heaven by his Taoist orthodoxy. The biggest regret of the old Taoist was that in history, whether it was the Howran world of the Confucian school or the Qingming world of the Taoist school, as long as a Taoist ascended from a perfected cultivator to a heavenly lord, no matter which of the three sects they belonged to, they would be able to invite the sect master to come and hand over a Taoist robe, a Taoist crown, and a token. However, Lord of Heaven was the newest heavenly lord of the Howran world, yet he didn't get to see the grand sect master leave the Baek Okekyung building and come to the Howran world. The old heavenly lord didn't dare to speculate, but the people of Peaceful Mountain had been thinking about it. For this reason, the sect master of Peaceful Mountain even went to the northernmost academy of the Taoist school to ask if the Confucian saint who had a statue in the Confucian temple had caused trouble for their sect master. The mountain master of the academy was also a straightforward person. He didn't want to beat around the bush with the sect master of Peaceful Mountain, so he asked with a smile. The other two sect masters might have the same treatment, but with the relationship between the grand sect master of your Taoist school and the Confucian school, who would stop him if he wanted to come to the Howran world? After getting the answer, the old heavenly lord was even more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his realm was high enough, but his grand path was still small, so the grand sect master was purposely beating him up. Before the battle at Peaceful Mountain, the old heavenly lord had thought that if he ascended to the ascendant realm, he would be able to meet the grand sect master. But now it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no more regret. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist was about to leave, Qin Pingan said, "Thank you, old Taoist master." The old Taoist asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fallen realm?" The old heavenly lord shook his head. "There's no need. Peaceful Mountain owes him." Qin Pingan said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old Taoist master and Peaceful Mountain. You want me to know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart that treats the human world kindly." The old Taoist was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be almost the same as Zhong Kuei. You're very good at flattering people." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Those are my sincere words." The old Taoist looked at the young man with a smile. "Sincere flattery. That's what makes people feel good." The old Taoist left in the wind. His little head was leaning against the window, staring at the courtyard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the courier hostel noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old heavenly lord. Only Pei Qian, perhaps by accident, was looking at Chen Pingan in the courtyard in the middle of the night. Chen Pingan looked back at Pei Qian. Go to sleep. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as Chen Pingan gave the order, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill nimbly, jumped down and landed steadily. Chen Pingan asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I'll talk to you for a while." Chen Pingan waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice the fist stance so he could stay if he wanted. Pei Qian felt sleepy after watching for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He said something to Chen Pingan, then took a deep breath and sprinted toward the windowsill. He jumped high, probably trying to press his hands on the windowsill and then use his legs to push himself up. He thought that he would look cool if he jumped up. In the end, his chin hit the windowsill. He fell backward. Chen Pingan turned his head, unable to look straight at him. Pei Qian sat on the ground and covered his mouth with his hand. He turned his head away, his eyes hazy with tears. Chen Pingan walked over, squatted down, and gently took her hand away. When they burst, I cried until my throat was hoarse. When you fight with someone at the inn, you won't cry even if your bones are visible. I can't. When I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sigh, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned in one night without suffering, then it'll be great. Chen Pingan held back his laughter. You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid? Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Chen Pingan asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Pei Qian felt wronged. My chin hurts. Chen Pingan smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean the back of her head against the stone table. Chen Pingan said softly, "After the new year you'll be 11, so you have to read more books and learn more principles." There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing a million punches. But it was good. It was rare for Chen Pingan to talk to Pei Qian. When I was in my hometown, I was a little older than you and I never read books. Mr. Qi told me that principles are in books but life is outside of them. Chen Pingan finally murmured, "I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young." Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Chen Pingan said that she would be 11 next year. In this world, only Chen Pingan would remember these things. She was 10 this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist of Peace Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust wood. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw a familiar person standing not far away. It was the Hill Master of the Dafu Academy, his teacher. The Hill Master of the Academy just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei asked in a low voice, "Teacher?" The Hill Master seemed to not dare to believe the bad news. Even now he couldn't believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't have gone to the roaming green mansion back then, and he shouldn't have let this disciple whom he liked the most go to the peaceful mountain. He should have stayed in the inn in the border town and kept an eye on the nine-tailed fox that had hidden itself. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore her real name had long been exposed. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the ancient big demons in the world, he would have the power to protect himself. No one thought that the sword-bearing white ape of Peace Mountain was the culprit of the escape of the demons in Well Prison. Zhong Kuei couldn't stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, "Teacher, it's my duty." In the vast world, the 3 major academies and 72 academies all have such gentlemen who died before they became saints. I feel that these gentlemen who aren't smart enough are the backbone of our world. We can. At this point, the old scholar was suddenly at a loss for words. He turned his head and shouted, "Blockhead, think of an explanation." Great God Sui Shan said indifferently, "Indomitable spirit." The old scholar slapped his thigh again. Good. Great God Sui Shan said coldly, "You've never been a proper Confucian gentleman." The old scholar was silent. In the Confucian temple, a sage walked out from his clay statue. His altar was extremely high, and his statue was very close to the supreme sage. He was even holding the hand of a young man who followed him to the vast world from another world. After bringing the young man over the threshold, the sage turned around and glanced at the empty statue. He smiled at the young man and said, "If you have the chance in the future, You can compete with someone. Yao Jin slowly said, in the Great Spring Dynasty, there are a total of 10 dukes with different surnames. The Liu family has been established for 200 years, and after many ups and downs, only Duke Xin's mansion is left. The old Duke Xin Guogong's reputation was very good, and he was a fair person. Twice he took the risk of having the Duke Xin Guogong's horizontal inscribed board taken down, and separately he protected a group of high-ranking officials and a military general from the border. Therefore, in the imperial court, whether civil or military, everyone cherished the incense burning of these two Duke Xin Guogong. The current Duke Xin Guogong, Gao Shizhen, kept a low profile and did not like to be in the limelight too much. However, when he was young he had close contact with that secret residence. Looking back, this Duke Xin Guogong was not simple. That's why Gao Shui has the ability to do whatever he wants in the Mirage City. Qin Pingan suddenly interrupted. Gao Shui is domineering and has annoyed all kinds of influential people. This may be a way for the Duke Xin's mansion to tarnish their reputation. The two generations of Duke Xin have each used their own ability to obtain benefits that the officials don't even dare to think about. If Gao Shui doesn't do anything, the Duke Xin's mansion may end up in the same situation as the Yao family's border army. Yao Jin's expression was strange, and he once again gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. It's similar to my granddaughter's opinion. However, Yao Jin patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. However, this opinion was said by our Jinji when she was 14 years old. Qin Pingan laughed inwardly. Why did you, old General Yao, want to compete with me? But his mouth still echoed, Miss Jinji has an orchid heart and a pure mind. She is an expert in all sorts of studies. Naturally, I am far from her. A smile bloomed on Yao Zhen's weathered face, and the haze in his heart was swept away. As for what Duke Xin and Gao Shizhen talked about when they arrived at the post house, Yao Zhen, as a subject of the Liu family, would naturally not reveal anything. However, if the Duke Xin and Mirage City wanted to deal with his little benefactor, Yao Zhen didn't mind dying again. In any case, his old life was returned to Qin Pingan, and the Yao family had profited. After all, the Yao family's cavalry could be considered to have completely escaped from this storm. This was the conclusion that his granddaughter had reached after sending Gao Shizhen out of the city last night and returning to the post house to talk with Yao Jinji. When Yao Zhen entered the capital, the Mirage City would have a grand ceremony to welcome him. The reputation of the Yao family's cavalry would be promoted by layers of officials and spread throughout the court. The garden of the post house was extremely famous. Under the efforts of scholars, poets, and demoted officials, it had the reputation of the beauty of the mountains and lakes, the elegance of the pavilions. The kings of the capital cannot compare. Under the shade of the trees, under a small bridge with flowing water, the two walked onto a wooden arch bridge. Qin Pingan's familiarity with the structure of the bridge was probably no less than an official from the Ministry of Works. Qin Pingan walked on the bridge, his footsteps sometimes light and sometimes heavy. He reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the railing. Yao Jin only treated it as a hobby and didn't ask about it out of curiosity. The Yao family's troops would leave the day after tomorrow. Tonight, there was a banquet hosted by the provincial governor. Tomorrow, the governor would privately invite the old General Yao Zhen, so they could still play around in Crane City for 2 more days. Qin Pingan remained in the courtyard to cultivate. The speed of his advancement in the martial path had far exceeded his expectations when he left the inverted mountain. There was no need to rush, and it couldn't be rushed. As for the matter of rebuilding the longevity bridge, there was a hint of urgency to it. In his 2 visualizations, one at the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and the other at the Burial River, the golden bridge had successfully appeared in the floating river. Each time it was more stable than the last. This was especially the second time he had crossed the Burial River. Qin Pingan already had the confidence to cross it. However, as soon as he thought about the longevity bridge and the need to refine the 5 elements magic treasures as objects to guard his home, Qin Pingan felt a headache coming on. With the incantations from the water goddess, Qin Pingan had to immediately begin his preparations. This meant that Qin Pingan would have to refine as many as 5 life-bound items. Otherwise, once the longevity bridge was built, it would be equivalent to a dead end. Unless he abandoned his martial cultivation, once the longevity bridge was built, the spiritual energy would flow in like seawater. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, if his Qi dwelling possessed 5 lake-shaped immortal mansions, he would be able to accumulate the spiritual energy of the world. At the same time, it wouldn't affect his pure Jinchi too much as he patrolled the surroundings. Both sides would generally be able to mind their own business. This mysterious state was like a Chen Pingan who traveled the world with his fists, and a Chen Pingan who cultivated in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. While Chen Pingan was walking, he thought to himself, the water word seal that Mr. Qi gave me must be refined into a life-bound item. In this way it will be linked to my life. Even if it is broken like the mountain word seal, as long as I don't die, it will still faintly appear in my Qi dwelling. Even if it no longer has any power, I will still have a memory. In this life, as long as I want to see it, I will be able to see it. Furthermore, Lady Water God's immortal Dharma art mentioned the matter of refining water the most. As for the ancient jade slip that can nourish the body and spirit, it is most likely related to the water element. However, I don't know its specific rank and background. I still have to ask Wei Pai. It's a pity that the golden robe isn't part of the 5 elements. Otherwise, its rank would be high enough and it would be suitable for refining. I wouldn't have to wear it all the time. The nascent soul stage Earth immortals would immediately see through it. Sigh, it's really a pity. When I was talking about the sequence of knowledge in the Bio Mansion, I had a feeling that the golden script gallbladder of the city god of Tsai Nation, Shenwen, could be refined into the gold element of the 5 elements. Moreover, studying is the same as the fist art and sword art. It is a lifelong effort. The earth element of the 5 elements that I entrusted to the Taoist child talked about the earth element of the 5 mountains of Dali. Now that the Dali Iron Cavalry is heading south, the flames of war are raging. Could it be that the Song clan can really take over half of the entire Aquarius continent? If that's the case, the earth element of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty is indeed valuable. It seems that the next time I return to Longquan, I will still have to trouble Wei Pai, who is already the god of the North Mountains of Dali. Qin Pingan, who was dressed in a white robe, forgot himself as he punched. It was exceptionally smooth. He was no longer a kiln worker's apprentice who was old-fashioned and crafty like a regular script. He was now like a master's unconventional writing. The essence of it was to be able to endure hardships and grasp the fortune. The 4 people in the picture all had their own quirks. Recently, Wei Xian had taken a liking to eating. Hanging on his waist were 2 small bags filled with food that he bought from various shops. Liu Baixiang liked all kinds of elegant things. He liked to hold a few chess pieces in his hands. When he took a walk, the chess pieces would rub against each other. His palms would produce a slight squeaking sound. Julien did not like to be restrained. For example, he felt that it was troublesome to wear boots and socks. He bought a pair of straw sandals from somewhere in Crane Riding City and changed into a light yellow hemp robe. Furthermore, no matter which town they stopped at, Julien would buy a few novels about supernatural beings and demons, or novels about scholars and beauties. Whenever he had free time, he would flip through the books to pass the time. Other than comprehending the sword every day, Sui Yuyu did not seem to have any other hobbies. This was his biggest quirk. When Qin Pingan finished practicing, he returned to the house. Today, Julien was basking in the early winter sun in the courtyard, reading an erotic novel about a scholar and a beauty. The young man Yao Xianji came to visit to ask for guidance on fist techniques. Liu Baixiang was playing chess with Yao Jinji. After Sui Yuyu went to the small mountain, his aura changed slightly. He went into seclusion again, holding his sword horizontally across his knees. He would often pull his sword out of its sheath and then pull it back. Pei Qian was someone who was unwilling to stop playing chess. After watching Liu Baixiang and Yao Jinji play chess for a while, she felt bored and went back to her room to grab the mountain walking staff. Next to Wei Xian and Yao Xianji, she waved her signature crazy demon staff technique. Wei Xian had Yao Xianji practice a fist stance first. He looked at Pei Qian for a long time without saying anything. The little girl held the mountain staff in a disorderly manner. Sometimes she would accidentally hit herself. It was worthy of being called a tyrannical style that killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 men. Yao Jinji, who was practicing his stance, rolled his eyes. Wei Xian did not seem to think that the charcoal girl was childish. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She bent over and held the mountain staff with both hands. She asked, "Old Wei, how is my talent in martial arts? Is it 1 in 10,000? Tomorrow. Forget it. Next year, can I become a peerless expert like my father? Can I beat 10 of you with one hand?" Wei Xian did not answer her question. In the martial arts world, it is said that practicing the spear takes years. If you really want your staff technique to improve by leaps and bounds, I have 2 suggestions. The first is to go to the rape fields and use your staff like a dragon. After a long time, you will have an invincible aura. The second is to poke a hornet's nest. When you are in danger, you will have an aura that is not afraid of death. Pei Qian saw that Wei Xian was sincere. After thinking for a while, she asked, "You're not lying to me?" Wei Xian said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Lu Baixiang, who had his back to the courtyard, smiled. Zhu Lian, who was reading a book with his back bent, had just dipped his finger in his saliva and turned a page. However, the previous page was about the love between a man and a woman. It was too erotic, so he couldn't help but turn it back and admire it again. Pei Qian suddenly shook his head and sighed. With a pitiful gaze, he said, "Old Wei, can't you see that what I practice is not staff techniques but swordsmanship?" Wei Xian pretended to be surprised, but there was no sincerity in it. Pei Qian flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Old Wei, if you continue to be so boring, the friendship between us will be gone." The corner of Wei Xian's mouth twitched. He seemed to be taking pleasure in Pei Qian's misfortune. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Pei Qian threw away the mountain walking staff and hurriedly covered his mouth. As expected, Qin Pingan's voice sounded, "Go back to your room and copy 500 words." Nowadays, in addition to memorizing books, Pei Qian was also asked to copy books by Qin Pingan. Every time Pei Qian clenched his teeth and copied books, he wished he could give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to ask that flowery ghost from the Bayou Mansion for a pen and paper? In the end, Qin Pingan said that since he had his own pen, he should start practicing calligraphy every day. It wasn't much, just 500 words. However, if any word was too sloppy or crooked, it wouldn't be included in the 500 and would have to be replaced. Pei Qian even had the thought of dying. How many days had it been since he had last lived a carefree life? Pei Qian puffed up his cheeks like a big meat bun. He picked up the mountain walking staff and obediently went back to his room to copy books. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with joy and harmony. 100 miles away from Riding Crane City, within the jurisdiction of a small mountain temple, because the annual incense money was too much, the mountain god's residence was built like an immortal's residence. In these 2 days, the residence was filled with guests, bringing light to the humble dwelling. The little mountain god personally served as a servant, serving tea and water, attentively serving those nobles. The first to arrive here was a genuine immortal from the mountain, accompanied by 2 young female cultivators who were as beautiful as fairies. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, was a famous nascent soul stage earth immortal. The Golden Peak Monastery was located in a beautiful place in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. With such a great background, not to mention this kind of mediocre mountain god temple, even the emperor of the Great Spring Dynasty might not necessarily be able to invite this old immortal master to come. At first, the mountain god was so scared that the golden body of the temple almost became unstable. However, after receiving the decree personally issued by Du Hanliang, he said that he was only borrowing this place to entertain a friend and that he would return the favor after the matter was settled. The mountain god immediately felt at ease. Old immortal Du would not play tricks on him, a small mountain god like him was not worthy. Soon after, an old official with an air of nobility and a few retainers came. They were all Qi refinement warriors who had achieved success in their cultivation. Then a young Taoist priest with a jade-like face quietly climbed the mountain, followed by a pair of master and disciple. The old man's realm was not high, and he was seriously injured. The disciple was a tall young man with a simple and honest appearance. Finally, the immediate superior of the little mountain god appeared in the middle of the night. It was the Lord Xingwang of the provincial city's Xingwang Pavilion. His official position was similar to the provincial governor in the world of the living. He was in charge of all the Xingwang temples in a province. As for the civil and martial temples, they were an exception. They were directly under the Ministry of Rights of a country. The 2 temples and the Xingwang temple had never interfered with each other. As for who was higher in rank, who was more powerful, who was in charge of the affairs in an emergency, there were different situations in different places. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, the Great Spring Duke, Gao Shizhen, and the Lord Xingwang of Riding Crane City. In addition, there was Xiao Yuan Ran, who was both a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple and a consecrator of the Great Spring Lu clan. The winter day was warm and the scenery was pleasant. The 4 of them gathered at a viewing pavilion on the top of the mountain. The mountain god stood far away waiting for orders. At the pavilion they were chatting happily. After Duke Xin Gao Shizhen went down the mountain, he returned to the Great Springs capital, Mirage City. He was no longer depressed and gloomy like he was on the way. Lord Xingwang quietly returned to the tallest building in the city, the Xingwang Pavilion. He stared at the post house with a cold gaze and a mocking smile. Du Hanliang stayed on the mountain for one more day. Before he left, he summoned his disciple, Taoist Baozhani Miaofeng, and his grand disciple Xiao Yuan Ran. The master and disciple were now in the Dragon Gate realm. Therefore they could not stay in Mirage City as first-class consecrators. Instead, they were stationed at the border to monitor the Yao family's cavalry for the Great Spring Lu clan. In addition to giving Xiao Yuan Ran an important treasure of the sect in advance, it could be considered as giving Xiao Yuan Ran the reward of entering the Golden Core realm in advance. The Earth Immortal Du Hanliang also told him a secret. Xiao Yuan Ran, who had a calm temperament, could not hide his joy. Yin Miaofeng was grinning from ear to ear. He stood up and thanked his master respectfully on behalf of his disciple. Du Hanliang praised Xiao Yuan Ran a few words and then flew to the north to return to the Golden Peak Temple. Before he left, he did not forget to give the mountain god a good quality spiritual weapon. The mountain god was naturally grateful. After old immortal Du flew away, he knelt on the top of the mountain and kowtowed, thanking him from afar. In fact, the mountain god's almost humble and flattering etiquette seemed exaggerated. In fact, it was no wonder that the mountain god had no strength of character. The spiritual weapon was not the most important thing. To be able to climb up the Golden Peak Temple and get to know a nascent soul realm Earth Immortal was the biggest blessing of the mountain god's small temple. From now on, how could the evaluation of Lord Xing Wang in riding Crane City be bad? The young Taoist Xiao Yuan Ran and his disciple stayed on the mountain to recuperate. The old Taoist Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuan Ran did not enter the city at the same time. They returned to the city's post house one after the other. In a quiet house on the mountain, the tall teenager who broke into the martial temple to borrow a knife had a complicated expression. He sat on the beautiful stool next to the sickbed. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he was thinking about a problem that he could not figure out. His master was lying on the bed, recuperating. Although his injuries were not light, it was already an extravagant hope for him to fight and slay demons. However, it was not difficult for him to walk on the ground. The old man's face was slightly pale, but his spirit was very good. His eyes were bright and he turned to look at his only disciple. It is difficult to accept a good disciple, but it is also difficult for the disciple to cultivate smoothly. It is not as simple as taking care of the children in the family. I have no children and you are my only disciple. Moreover, your talent is much better than mine. If I do not plan for your future as your master, I will not die in peace. The old man smiled and said, I've already explained the reason and the process to you. As for how Master knew about the Golden Peak Temple and why you met Spiritual Master Xiao just now, don't ask too much. From today onwards, just focus on cultivating diligently. Old Immortal Du personally helped you break the bottleneck, allowing you to enter the middle 5 realms. You must remember this kindness in your heart. To put it bluntly, the Golden Peak Temple is a big immortal's cave. Even if you sincerely want to repay the kindness, do they need it? However, you still have to have this intention. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be a dog of the Golden Peak Temple. The tall teenager's eyes were moist. He lowered his head and said, I am useless. I have wronged you, master. The old man sighed and stretched out his finger to point at the blockhead. You still haven't been enlightened. Forget it. If not, I wouldn't have only accepted you as my disciple. To be honest, even if I had seen Immortal Xiao Zhao's amazing aptitude earlier, I might not have dared to accept him as my disciple. Once he encounters the wind and clouds, how can I, a practitioner of the viewing sea realm, control him? The tall teenager was still competitive. Master, I also have some hope of entering the Dragon Gate realm at such a young age. The old man laughed and scolded, Idiot! Go out and cultivate. I have to be injured. I don't want to play the lute to a cow. Oh, the tall youth said, stood up and left. When the teenager walked to the door, the old cultivator comforted him softly. On the road of cultivation, some grievances are inevitable. I am afraid that you can only accumulate grievances for a lifetime. Therefore you must go higher and further than your master. You can let yourself suffer less grievances. The mountain temple and viewing pavilion here are not high. It is also not far from the Tongyi continent to the Great Quan dynasty. In this world, the gods are only at higher places. The tall teenager turned his head and nodded, I will remember. The old cultivator smiled, if it is possible, when your realm is high in the future, there will be a day when you can be on equal footing with someone like old Immortal Du at that time. Remember to treat the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain better. The teenager who had been unhappy all this time smiled brightly at this moment. He followed his heart and nodded vigorously. The old man laughed. You are really an idiot. The day before leaving for the Mirage City, someone came to visit Chen Pingan. It was a young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and a hibiscus crown. He was travel-worn and was drinking a bowl of herbal tea in Chen Pingan's room. He said that he was the closest to the riding crane city. Fortunately, he received a decree from his ancestor to send something to Chen Pingan. The young Taoist from the Peace Mountain carefully took out a jade plate. After putting the jade plate on the table, he explained the origin of the jade plate to Chen Pingan. The young Taoist said bluntly, My ancestor asked me to tell you that young Master Chen does not need to worry that the Peace Mountain will do something to the jade plate and leak your whereabouts, which will be known by us. The restriction on the jade plate has been removed by my ancestor. Young Master Chen is just an object made of good material. Of course, it has a special meaning to outsiders. Therefore, I hope that before you leave the Tongyi continent, young Master Chen can be a little troublesome and hang it on your waist every day. Chen Pingan stood up and thanked him. The Taoist of the Peace Mountain quickly stood up and bowed back. Chen Pingan put away the jade plate and hung it on his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the blade-strengthening gourd. They sent the young Taoist who announced his name and walked into the post house to the gate. The Peace Mountain did this with good intentions. The jade plate on Chen Pingan's waist was a direct disciple of the Peace Mountain Ancestral Master Hall. The words, Peace Mountain cultivates me, and Ancestral Master Hall continues incense, were engraved on both sides. Even the golden core and nascent soul earth immortals of the Peace Mountain might not be able to hang it, because it had nothing to do with cultivation and age. In the entire Peace Mountain, there were only 5 or 6 people who wore the jade plate. The oldest one was already 300 years old. He was in charge of the Taoist book collection in the Peace Mountain. He was only in the Dragon Gate realm. The youngest one was a 7 or 8-year-old Taoist child. He was very talented. But the most famous one was definitely the female Taoist Huang Ting, who went down the mountain alone with a sword. Therefore, from this moment on, Chen Pingan's protective talisman in the Tongyi continent was the entire Peace Mountain. And the ancestral master of the Peace Mountain, the old heavenly lord, had just performed an impressive immortal divine power. The golden body Dharma form appeared, holding the bright moon mirror and riding the immortal sword to kill the enemy from 10,000 miles away. At this moment, who would dare to provoke the Peace Mountain? Chen Pingan felt very emotional and walked back to the courtyard. He was wearing a white robe with a jade hairpin in his hair and a jade plate hanging on his waist. The official of the post house saw Chen Pingan on the way and thought that he was a scholar. The Yao family's team set off for the Mirage City in the early morning. The closer they were to the famous ferry in the Mirage City, the closer it was to the departure time of Chen Pingan and the Yao family's team. One evening, the Yao family stayed at the last post house for this trip. The post house was simple and unadorned. It was very different from the post house in the riding crane city that was surrounded by gardens. Walking along the official road outside the post house for more than 10 miles, there was a Xiaoping Peak. Although it was not high, it was like an unsheathed sword. It was very suitable for watching the sunrise and sunset. It was a famous place in the capital. High officials and nobles often stayed at the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise of the Eastern Sea and the Reflection Mountain. Weina's maid? Ping Yao Zhen insisted on dragging Chen Pingan to the Xiaoping Peak. Other than San Yao, he did not allow any other cultivators to follow. In the end, only the old general, San Yao, Chen Pingan, and Pei Qian went to the Xiaoping Peak and stayed at one of the inns on the top of the mountain. Behind the inns was a cliff facing the east. It was the best place to enjoy the scenery of the 6 inns on the Xiaoping Peak. The group took the fine wine and supper from the inns and placed them on the table. They first admired the moon and then the sunrise. The young Yao Xinji accompanied Pei Qian, who was holding the mountain walking staff, to fool around. The two of them were busy, comparing notes on martial arts. The young Yao Lingji walked alone to the railing of the cliff and gazed towards the south. She seemed a little sad. The old general vowed that he would stay up until sunrise. However, after drinking 2 pots of wine, he was drunk before he could make Chen Pingan drunk. Yao Jinji and Yao Lingji could only support their grandfather back to the inns. Pei Qian and Yao Xianji were in good spirits. They would definitely be able to wait until sunrise. Chen Pingan sat alone at the table. He took the mountain walking staff that Pei Qian had thrown to the side and drew circles on the ground beside his feet in boredom. A small circle, a big circle, an even bigger circle, and then an even bigger circle. Layer by layer, the circles wound around each other. Chen Pingan's mind was immersed in it. Yao Jinji was already standing behind Chen Pingan. After watching for a long time, she asked, Why aren't you continuing to draw? Chen Pingan put away the mountain walking staff and leaned against the stone table. He smiled and said, I can only draw up to here. Yao Jinji sat down and poured herself a cup of wine. After entering the inns, she took off her veiled hat. As she drank, her face was wrinkled. It seemed that the wine was very difficult to swallow. After drinking, she glanced at the ground and said, It is very difficult to continue drawing. I'm guessing that even a Confucian gentleman wouldn't be able to continue. Chen Pingan shook his head and didn't say anything. He only looked at the railing of the cliff. Yao Xinji and Pei Qian, one adult and one child, were sneakily discussing something. Yao Jinji smiled and asked, You're not going to ask me if I really know what you're drawing or if I'm just pretending? Chen Pingan said softly, Miss Yao probably knows. Yao Jinji hesitated for a moment, but still poured herself a cup of wine. She drank it in one gulp. Her face was crimson and became more dazzling. She slowly said, Between you and me, between the sects, between countries, between continents, between literary lineages, between the three sects, between hundreds of schools of knowledge. Between the world and the world, between the human race and the demon race. You, Chen Pingan, are thinking about the principles you know. How many circles can the word, principles, contain? Then you will go around the outermost circle until you determine the boundary of the next circle. Then you will cross it and continue to walk. Only in this way can you walk with a clear conscience. Although it will be very tiring to deal with people, your heart will not be tired at all. Therefore, as long as you use your fists and sword, you can go forward with indomitable will. Only you, Chen Pingan, are qualified to speak to the gentlemen of the academy in the inn and ask your conscience. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the girl. He nodded and said, Miss Yao, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met. This was the truth. If he didn't say, one of the smartest, it would be boasting against his heart. After all, not to mention others, just his own disciple Cui Dongshan was not comparable to Yao Jinji now. Yao Jinji had probably drunk 2 cups of wine and was not very strong. In her words and expression, there was a different kind of flirtatious feeling. She stared at Chen Pingan and asked softly, In your eyes, is there only intelligence? Chen Pingan was stunned and scratched his head. Miss Yao, I have a girl I like. Yao Jinji covered her mouth and smiled. She was not angry at all. Instead, she asked, Is she beautiful? All of a sudden, Chen Pingan was in high spirits and said without hesitation, All the beautiful mountains and beautiful rivers in the world added together are not as beautiful as her. Yao Jinji didn't seem to have any grudges. She smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After sitting with Chen Pingan for half an hour and chatting about the local customs of Mirage City, she got up and left. After turning around, this beautiful girl walked to the inn, her eyes dark and gloomy. Chen Pingan didn't turn his head. He always put his elbows on the table and smiled at the distant moon. His eyes were gentle as if he was looking at a girl and couldn't tolerate any more beauty in the world. The girl he liked was both a cinnabar mole in his heart and a bright moonlight. 353. In the end, only Chen Pingan, Pei Qian and Yao Xinji saw the sunshine screen peak. Pei Qian's eyes were wide open. He leaned on the railing and stared at the sun. It was as if he had seen a huge piece of gold and wanted to put it in his pocket. Yao Xinji was stunned for a moment and didn't look much. After all, he had seen it countless times. The moon's surging river and the stars hanging over the plains in his hometown weren't inferior to this sunrise. This genius youth was a little surprised. Why didn't Pei Qian's eyes hurt after staring at the sun for so long? Chen Pingan lightly jumped and sat on the railing. Yao Xinji had wanted to do this for a long time, but last night his grandfather and sister were present, so he didn't dare to be rash. Later, Chen Pingan, who he admired the most, was sitting at the stone table, so he was embarrassed. Now that Chen Pingan took the lead, Yao Xinji hurriedly followed and accompanied Chen Pingan to look at the East Sea. It was as if their mental state had opened up and they were filled with longing and hope for their future life in Mirage City. When they went down the mountain, the old general's face was full of annoyance. He complained that Chen Pingan was not kind. Before sunrise, Chen Pingan didn't even greet him. He missed the magnificent scenery and walked so much up the mountain in vain. Chen Pingan ignored Yao Zhen. Yao Jinji said, "Grandfather, I made an exception and allowed you to drink last night. Are you still not satisfied?" The old general immediately stopped. Whether it was Yao Zhen or Yao Xinji, they were the closest to Chen Pingan. They knew that they would have to say goodbye to him soon. When they were about to leave, there were other worries in their hearts. It's just that the old and the young were both warriors and generals who were used to drinking the wind and sand of the battlefield. They were a little worried about parting, but they could just relax. In the future they would have the opportunity to meet again to drink wine. Imitating that young lady's pretentious act would be laughable. Finally, they arrived at the Peach Leaf Ferry outside Mirage City. The Yao family stopped the carriage. Qin Pingan was carrying the bamboo box. The saber-wielding girl Yao Lingji cupped her fists and thanked Qin Pingan. "Young Master Qin, I wish you a smooth journey to the north. I wish you the best of luck." Qin Pingan nodded with a smile and reminded her, "You can't be impatient when it comes to martial arts. The more talented you are, the more you can't just focus on breaking through to the next realm. Fist techniques are all about being able to retract and release freely. If you want your body to be light and your fist intent to be heavy, you have to have a good foundation. Dripping water can penetrate a stone, and the stone is a great enemy. This dripping water is the true meaning of your martial arts. Miss Lingji, as long as you can settle down, you will definitely be able to achieve great things." Yao Lingji snorted coldly, but there was a smile in his eyes as he said, "You're not much older than me, but you act like an old man." The girl shook her head and left. Yao Jin didn't say much and only said, "Take care." The bamboo brush holder engraved with a sage's essay had been carefully put away by the old man. He had made up his mind to keep it as a family heirloom. Yesterday Yao Xianji had shamelessly asked Qin Pingan for a copy of his calligraphy, treating it as the world's #1 treasure. Today the young man did not say much. He only said that he hoped that young Master Chen would come to Mirage City in the future. Yao Jinji, who was wearing a veil hat, unexpectedly said that he wanted to walk with Qin Pingan alone on the Peach Leaf Crossing. Yao Xinji whistled and was hit on the waist by Yao Lingji. The young man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yao Jinji's eyes were sharp. He saw the jade token on Qin Pingan's waist. It was slightly different from before. It was flipped over. Before leaving Riding Crane City and arriving at the Peach Leaf Crossing, Qin Pingan's jade token only showed the side, "Ancestral Hall continues incense." Today, it showed the 6 ancient words, "Taiping Mountain cultivates me." Yao Jinji's thoughts moved slightly. He looked deeply at the young man who came from Beijing country to the capital of Great Spring. She said some polite words. There was nothing special about it, but it made people feel that her feelings were sincere. It was especially moving. However, Qin Pingan did not appreciate her kindness. Only the two of them knew the meaning behind it. In the end, Yao Jinji casually talked to Qin Pingan about the origin of the Ji in the name of the Yao family. It turned out that there was a fortune teller who wandered the border in the early years. Unfortunately, he encountered a war and was saved by his grandfather, Yao Zhen. Then he did a divination for the Yao family. In the divination he mentioned that among the ancestors of the Yao family, there was an extraordinary person. The Ji character was that person's natal character. Moreover, it was naturally compatible with Yao Zhen's grandchildren. As long as everyone had the Ji character, they could benefit from the glory of their ancestors. They could help to hide the wind and gather water. Maybe one of the juniors could rely on the protection of their ancestors and have an unimaginable future. Yao Zhen did not think too much about it. He just thought that it was a good idea. Therefore he added the Ji character to the names of Yao Jinji and the other children. In the Yao family there were more than 20 people. Everyone had the Ji character. Yao Zhen was not biased. Among them, the 3 Yao family members by Yao Zhen's side were the most outstanding. After Qin Pingan heard this, he seemed to have understood something. Yao Jinji finally gave Qin Pingan a curtsy, graceful and charming. Qin Pingan cupped his fist in return. After hesitating for a moment he said sincerely, "Miss Jinji, in Mirage City, other than helping the old general to come up with plans and strategies and guarding against all kinds of villains, you also have to pay attention to your own safety. I'll say something offensive, but if in the future you encounter a hurdle that Miss Yao thinks you can't overcome, you might as well ask the old general and let him make the decision. You don't have to take everything to heart and bear it alone." For the first time, Yao Jinji took off her veil hat and smiled sweetly. However, she did not say anything. She just looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan cupped his fist in farewell again. Yao Jinji was a lady from a big family, but she also cupped her fists in the same manner as the people of Jianghu. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. She said in a clear voice, "The green mountain does not change, the green water flows forever." Qin Pingan could only follow and say, "We'll meet again someday." Yao Jinji had not drunk the wine, but her cheeks were already pink. In the distance, Zhu Lian said with a smile, it's hard to bear the kindness of a beauty. Amorous eyes are the most attractive. Sui stood with his sword on his back, ignoring them. Qin Pingan returned to his side. Pei Qian carried a bag and held a walking stick. For the rest of the journey, there were no more carriages to sit in. However, she was eager to try. What was there to be afraid of? Otherwise, wouldn't the calluses on the soles of her feet be in vain? Qin Pingan waved goodbye to the Yao family's group. Yao Xinji, who was riding a horse, raised her butt high and waved back at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan and his group continued to head north. He sighed softly, it's a pity that it didn't snow heavily. Otherwise we could climb Xiaoping Peak again and see what kind of paradise Mirage City is. Pei Qian smiled and said, then shall we wait until it snows? For the past 2 days she had been by Yao Jinji's side all day long. She kept calling her fairy sister, and tried her best to please the beautiful woman who didn't dare to show her face in her heart. After that, Yao Jinji indeed gave her a parting gift. It was placed in a small wooden box with many treasures. Inside it were a few pieces of antiques from the previous dynasty that she had painstakingly collected. There was also a simple wooden carved Ganoderma. Together with the others, there were more than 10 pieces scattered around. At first, Pei Qian wanted to swindle a few taels of silver. Qin Pingan wouldn't stop her. It wasn't heavy for her to carry it herself. However, Yao Jinji gave her such a big problem. Pei Qian didn't dare to make a decision on her own. It was Yao Jinji who held Pei Qian's hand and handed the box to Qin Pingan. He explained that the box was filled with rare but not expensive items and hoped that Qin Pingan wouldn't refuse. Qin Pingan wanted to refuse or just pick one of the items. However, Yao Jinji insisted. Qin Pingan could only accept it for Pei Qian and put it in the bamboo box. Pei Qian wasn't unhappy about this at all. Instead, she saw it as a matter of course. It was a big wooden box and heavy. If she put it in her bag and carried it to Tiankai Peak, wouldn't she be tired to death? At this moment, she was encouraging Qin Pingan to go to Mirage City to wait for the snow to fall. At the same time, she was happily thinking about how she might be able to get the real money that she coveted the most. Qin Pingan smiled and said, then why don't we leave you in Mirage City? Pei Qian shook the bag and held the mountain walking stick tightly. She said righteously, I suddenly feel that it's more important to hurry up. Qin Pingan said to the 4 people, we didn't ask the Yao family for a war horse. We can only walk to Tiankai Peak's immortal ferry. Julien immediately smiled and said, walking more can strengthen your muscles and bones. There was a small boat with a black canopy in the Peach Leaf Crossing River. It was very far from the Yao family's team. The master of Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, slowly withdrew her jade-white palm and said to a young female cultivator beside her, go and tell Duke Shen not to provoke Qin Pingan. This person is a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Taiping Mountain. If he is killed, not only will the Great Spring Dynasty suffer, even our Golden Peak Monastery will be destroyed. The female cultivator stood up and left. She left behind a female cultivator who continued to brew tea for the ancestral hall. She was a female cultivator after all, and her skin was whiter than snow. The nascent soul stage Earth Immortal sat quietly and said with indifferent eyes, failed at the last step. Because there were very few of them, Qin Pingan's jade tablet of Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall was only circulated among the larger immortal mansions on the mountain. However, ordinary Earth Immortals, whether Jindan or Nascent Soul, would know the inside story. After all, that woman Huang Ting had caused many sects to suffer in the early years. It was just that there was no news of her in the past 60 years. It was unknown whether she was in seclusion to break through the realm or was restrained by the ancestral hall in Taiping Mountain. Provoking Taiping Mountain now was even crazier than provoking Tongya sect and Yugui sect in the past. Du Hanliang also did not dare to. Moreover, he was just doing a small business with Duke Shen's mansion and Gao Shizhen behind the scenes. It would be best if he killed Qin Pingan. It did not matter if he did not kill Qin Pingan, as it would not hinder the overall plan of Golden Peak Mountain. However, Gao Shizhen would probably jump and curse. But what was it to Golden Peak Monastery and Du Hanliang? The affairs of the mortal world were small. How big could the emperor be? The Earth Immortal of Nascent Soul Realm pondered for a brief moment. The current situation was chaotic, and some of the chess pieces of Golden Apex Monastery had already taken root in various places. Therefore, he should try to take another step forward, as his current cultivation base was still insufficient. As for whether Gao Shizhen would madly pursue that young man, it had nothing to do with the Golden Peak Monastery that had already left. Ancestral Master, should I secretly remind Qin Pingan? The young female cultivator asked softly, but quickly denied herself. Drawing legs on a snake going too far is as bad as falling short. Du Hanliang smiled and shook his head. It's not that you can't, it's just that the time is not right. And even if you want to be a good person, it should be Xiao Yuanran, not you. The female cultivator smiled. Ancestral master is wise. Du Hanliang dismissed it with a smile. Without needing Qin Pingan to say it himself, Yao Jin gave Qin Pingan a geomancy map of the Great Spring North region, as well as 2 more detailed maps of the provinces and counties. Thus, Qin Pingan already had a rough idea of the route to Heavenly Fault Peak. The group left the official road and walked on a yellow dirt road. Pei Qian had a yellow paper talisman on his forehead. Holding a walking stick, he walked like the wind. Pei Qian had nothing to do. Old Wei, after you eat too much, do you fart? Wei Xian ignored him. Pei Qian went to bother others. Little Bai, why haven't I seen you shit before? It's not good for you to keep it in your stomach. Lu Baixiang was speechless. Pei Qian ran to Sui Yu's side, raised his head and said with a flattering face, Sister Sui, can you fly? I often listen to the storytellers under the overpass tell stories. They say that not only can immortals leap over roofs and vault over walls, but they can also cast beams to form soldiers and ride the clouds. That old man cheated me of my wine. I don't believe him, but I believe you, Big Sister Sui. I've seen someone fly on a sword. Big Sister Sui, you're so pretty, so you must be able to do it too, right? When I grow up, if I can be half as beautiful as Sister Sui, I'll be happy to death. Sui Yu laughed at this little flatterer. Pei Qian finally returned to Qin Pingan's side and said with inexplicable emotion, When I was in my hometown, I always thought that if you could eat enough soil without dying, then it would be the happiest thing in the world. Qin Pingan said, I read in a book that there's a mountain north of Tongya continent. The guanine soil there can really be eaten. Pei Qian was shocked. Can soil really be eaten? Should we carry a basket of it? Qin Pingan shook his head. It's not on the way. Pei Qian's mind always had strange thoughts. For example, she would seriously ask Qin Pingan if he felt that every house, every tree was like a person. Her reason was that the windows were the eyes of the house, and the door was the mouth of the house. The leaves were the clothes of the trees. Qin Pingan asked, Then why are the trees not wearing clothes when the winter is so cold? And why do they wear so much when the summer is so hot? That's right. Pei Qian scratched her head. She felt that Qin Pingan was more knowledgeable, so it made more sense. Along the way, besides Pei Qian's occasional nonsense, Qin Pingan and the 4 of them did not have much conversation. It was incredible that the 5 people walking were actually the 5, number 1 under heaven, in the history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. As Qin Pingan walked, he repeatedly chewed on the refining formula on the jade slip. While walking on the green stone road in the forest, Zhu Lian asked softly, Young master, what do you think? Lu Baixiang and the other 2 walked as usual, but at the same time they felt something strange. Qin Pingan said, No rush. This time, they deliberately avoided a part of the Great Spring Northern Border Army's territory and took more mountain roads. But today someone finally gave the game away. But where did they come from? Was it a chance encounter at the border? Did they have to come here because they were afraid of the 5 of them? Or was it premeditated and targeted at Qin Pingan? It was hard to say. On this evening it was drizzling and the mountain road was difficult to travel. In the wilderness where there were few people, they came across a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for many years. Pei Qian was overjoyed. She finally had a place to shelter herself from the wind and rain. Her boots and trousers were covered with mud. Every time she lifted her feet, she felt like she was lifting several kilograms. Even though she was holding an oil paper umbrella, the wind and rain still made her hair stick to her forehead. It was very uncomfortable. Qin Pingan asked Pei Qian to stop. He took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman and twisted it between his fingers. He took the lead and walked into the empty ruined temple. Talisman? He did not light it. Only then did he let Pei Qian in. There was an old saying in the marketplace, You can sleep in a graveyard but don't enter a ruined temple. It made sense. Except for robbers and bandits who would kill for money, ruined temples and Taoist temples, what about gods? After the gods disappeared, it was easier to attract ghosts and otherworldly items. They entrenched themselves in the temple and became a place for evil spirits to hide and tolerate evil, bewitching and harming passers-by. When he was traveling with Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia in the Baoping continent, he had met a little fox spirit. But demons like that fox spirit were the minority. Most of them coveted the flesh of living people and hated the Yangqi of passers-by. The altar in the ruined temple had collapsed. The clay statues were missing. The beams were covered in spider webs of various sizes. Julien picked up some broken branches, but it was not enough to light a bonfire. He had to go outside to pick up and chop some wet trees. It took him a long time to start a fire. After Pei Qian entered the ruined temple, she immediately had an excuse to ask Chen Pingan for a talisman. She put it on her forehead and said she was timid and needed a talisman. Exorcism. Now, she could only borrow a talisman after she finished copying 500 words of the sage's essay. She put it on her forehead to show off. Chen Pingan asked her to use a small branch to write 500 words on the ground. Pei Qian said with a bitter face, "Then I won't put a talisman on it? Fine, I'm too tired today. Can I copy books next time?" Looking at the pitiful charcoal girl covered in mud, Chen Pingan nodded. Pei Qian was relieved. She moved closer to Chen Pingan and asked if she could take a look at the small wooden box that Yao Jinji gave her. It was originally hers. It was just that it was always in Chen Pingan's bamboo box. Chen Pingan asked her to take it from the box. Pei Qian carefully took out the exquisite box and sat next to Chen Pingan. Her back was facing the four of them. She did not even let them take a look at the treasures in the box. This stinginess was probably going to be very difficult to change. Moreover, Chen Pingan did not seem to deliberately make things difficult for Pei Qian on this matter. Julien deliberately teased Pei Qian previously and hid the mountain traveling staff that no one could touch. Pei Qian almost fought him to the death. The box was divided into 9 boxes of different sizes. Other than the small and exquisite wooden carved Ganoderma with fine wood grain and the few unique springs from the previous dynasty, there was also a thick and heavy Taoist token. It was carved with the image of a Taoist spiritual official. He had a red face and beard, golden armor and red robes. There was a celestial eye in the middle of his brows. He looked mighty and vivid. This red token was extremely small. It should be an item that a rich family brought back from the Taoist temple. They let the juniors in the family wear it in the hope that it could exorcise evil spirits and protect their children. The rest were delicate and exquisite female ornaments. Pei Qian secretly raised her head and asked Chen Pingan, "Which one is the most valuable in here?" Chen Pingan leaned back slightly and glanced at the dazzling array of items in the box. The wood Ganoderma and the spiritual official token are pretty good spirit weapons. A chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms would be very lucky to have one of them. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. "Then how much is it worth?" Chen Pingan knocked her with a chestnut. "Others are giving you things out of goodwill. Why are you always thinking about how much they are worth?" Pei Qian shrank her neck and said cautiously, "If it was only me, Sister Jinji would not give me so many things." Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "You even know this? How can you tell?" Pei Qian reached out and pointed to her eyes. She smiled and said, "With my eyes." Chen Pingan raised his hand again. Pei Qian was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her head. The box on her legs almost fell to the ground. Chen Pingan helped her hold the box and did not really hit her. Pei Qian put away the many boxes again. She turned around and sat down. After passing them to Chen Pingan, she lowered her voice and said, "Sister Jinji is really beautiful. I feel that she is more feminine than a certain someone." Chen Pingan did not comment. He glanced outside the temple. The rain was getting heavier. Julien was busy cooking. Chen Pingan stood up and picked up a branch that was left over from the fire. It was as long as the sword. He stood still at the entrance of the temple and looked up at the rain. Almost at the same time, Julien and the other 3 turned to look at Chen Pingan. Even Sui Yuyu, who was sitting cross-legged furthest away, was no exception. After opening his eyes, he placed his hands on one end and one end of the sword. However, Chen Pingan held the branch as if it was a sword. He did not move it at all. After some time, Sui Yuyu closed his eyes. Julien continued to light the fire and cook. Wei Xian wandered around the ruined temple. He squatted at the foot of the wall and held a piece of broken stone covered in colorful paint. It was most likely the remains of the temple's broken statue. Lu Baixiang was flipping through a Go manual. It was a gift from Yao Jinji. It was said that it recorded the master of White Emperor City and the Dali Imperial tutor Cui. Lu Baixiang loved this Go manual so much that he would take it out and flip through it whenever he had free time. Every time he opened a book, he would read it. While waiting for the rice to be cooked, Julien took out a crudely printed erotic novel. Pei Qian gathered her courage and wanted to peek, but Julien pushed her head away. Pei Qian looked at the chess manual in Lu Baixiang's hands. She couldn't understand it and she wasn't interested. She hated playing chess the most. She had to think about it for a long time. It was too boring. If someone else played a chess piece, she could play 3 or 4 pieces in a row. That would be interesting. When they could smell the aroma of rice, Qin Pingan said softly, "There's a group of people coming towards the small temple. You guys go about your own business and don't pay attention to them. If you're hungry, eat first." A group of people braved the rain and walked towards the ruined temple to take shelter from the rain. There were more than 10 of them. They wore bamboo hats and straw rain capes. Every one of them had a strong and healthy body and a saber at their waist. Their breathing was steady and long. Qin Pingan had been with the Yao group for a long time. He could tell at a glance that these people were definitely elite soldiers. The leader was a young man in his 30s. He was tall and sturdy. When he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He was more eye-catching than the people behind him. He stood out from the crowd. That person was 10 steps away from the ruined temple. He smiled and asked Qin Pingan, who was holding a tree branch, "Are you the young Master Qin who saved old General Yao from the sword cultivators and killed the High Duke Gao Shui?" Seeing that Qin Pingan did not speak, the person smiled and said, "My name is Lu Kang. I'm a descendant of the great Spring Lu family. I've been eating sand at the northern border all these years. After receiving these 2 pieces of news, I thought that I must come and pay you a visit. Previously, my scouts secretly followed you and offended you. I apologize to you here." Lu Kang, the Great Spring Dynasty's first prince. He held the power of the Northern Border Army and had great prestige in the Great Spring Dynasty's army. In addition to this surname that he had brought with him from his mother's womb, he also relied on his real battle achievements at the border. Qin Pingan asked, "Is that all?" Lu Tsong laughed and said, "Of course not. Young Master Qin, you may not know much about Mirage City. When Gao Shui was a child, he followed me every day. We had a good relationship for so many years. I'm not sad that you killed him. After all, after I left the capital, he favored the 3rd prince more. But I'm curious about how high your martial arts cultivation is to be able to fight evenly with Li Li, the head of the Imperial Horse Supervisor." Qin Pingan looked around. Lu Tsong stretched out a hand and said, "Not many, just 5,000 soldiers. There are 2,000 elite border army infantry on the mountain and 3,000 at the foot of the mountain. I don't know if this gift is enough, young Master Qin?" Qin Pingan felt a little strange. Since there are so many soldiers surrounding you, why do you, a prince, still want to take the risk? There are only 10 steps between you and me. Even if you are a pure warrior with good skills, you don't need to be so careless, do you? Lu Tsong laughed and asked, "Qin Pingan, how old are you this year? You are less than 20 years old. Do you know how old I am? I'm 30 years old. Not to mention the physical strength I had in Mirage City, I have just become a warrior of the 6th realm after fighting countless battles at the border. If I were to fight with the palace keeper Huai of the Great Spring Dynasty, I wouldn't even dare to fight with the old eunuch, let alone fight to the death. Don't you think that comparisons are odious?" Qin Pingan asked, "So you came here to seek death?" Lu Tsong held the hilt with one hand and pointed his thumb behind him. He grinned and said, "They are all the most outstanding military cultivators in the north of the Great Spring. You don't care about them at all?" Seeing that the young man with the branch was unwilling to speak, Lu Tsong's eyes were playful. "Some people want the head on your shoulder, some want you to hand over the things of Bio Mansion, and some want the wine gourd on your waist. Qin Pingan, do you really think that a dead gentleman of the Academy and a jade token of the Hall of Founding Masters of Taiping Mountain can let you safely reach Heavenly Fault Peak? You want to swagger away from Tongye Continent on an immortal ferry?" In the ruined temple, Zhu Lian squatted beside the fire with a bowl of rice in his hand. He finished the rice in a few mouthfuls and stood up. Wei Xian chewed the rice slowly and said, "This guy talks too much. He won't live long." Lu Baixiang held the hilt of his sword and walked to the door of the temple. Sui Yu carried his long sword and followed closely behind. Wei Xian handed the remaining half-bowl of rice to Pei Qian, who squatted beside him. "Here's your reward." Pei Qian took the bowl of rice and poured it into his own bowl. Then he stacked the bowls on top of each other. He raised his head and said seriously, "Old Wei, if you die, I will definitely help you find a place to bury you. At that time, can I take the money on you as a reward?" Wei Xian held the armor pill and said with a straight face, "It's hard for the 4 of us to die even if we want to." He went straight to Qin Pingan's side and used telepathy to tell him something that he didn't want to talk about. Qin Pingan heard it clearly. The bare-handed Zhu Lian, the narrow saber Lu Baixiang, and the sword Sui on the right could also vaguely hear the contents. They had different expressions. The heavy rain was heavy and the group of people outside could not hear it clearly. Zhu Lian smiled sinisterly. "Young master, after this battle, can you reward me with something good?" Now, out of the four of us, I'm the only one who doesn't have anything. Qin Pingan said bluntly, I don't have anything to give you for the time being. Julien felt that it was a pity. He turned to look at the group of uninvited guests and said, Young master, when I kill them later, I won't have to fuss over whether their fist technique is good or not like that night at the inn. Sui stood on the far right with a cold expression. Young master, can the infatuation sword belong to me from now on if it breaks 1,000 pieces of armor? Lu Baixiang stood on the far left and smiled. Lord, if it breaks 1,000 pieces of armor, you can lend it to me for 10 years. Wei Xian was the last to say, I'm tired of killing the armored elite soldiers. All the Qi refinement warriors belong to me. Qin Pingan smiled. Then what should I do? Pei Qian ate his rice in the ruined temple and said vaguely, Father, accompany me to eat. 1. 354. At the foot of the mountain, Duke Xin, Gao Shizhen, refused his retainer's umbrella and stood in the rain, allowing the raindrops the size of soybeans to fall on his body. Don't talk to me about loyalty to the country or the country. The Duke Xin's mansion only has one son, Gao Shuyi. If it's gone, it's gone. Furthermore, he had poured his heart and soul into cultivating this son for more than 20 years. As a father, Gao Shizhen could not find any fault with Gao Shuyi in all aspects. Before he received the secret letter from the third prince, he had always believed that Gao Shuyi would be a pillar of the Great Spring Temple in the future. No matter who sat on the dragon throne, the Duke Xin family would revive their family tradition and have power over the court. They would be promoted to a Junwang manor and become the new emperor's trusted aide. They would swallow up the northern Jin kingdom and the southern Qi kingdom and become the largest dynasty in the central part of the Tongya continent. The emperor said that he would compensate the Duke Xin's mansion. The third prince said that he would compensate Gao Shizhen. The officials and advisors all advised him to endure. Gao Shizhen had been very calm during this time. No one could tell that he was a man who had lost his only son. First, he left the imperial palace. Then he quietly left the prince's mansion. Finally, he secretly left the capital to serve as the emperor's secret envoy. He went to the courier station in Crane City to meet Yao Zhen. The Duke Xin's mansion was still the righteous Duke Xin's mansion. Gao Shizhen had never disappointed the old emperor Lu Kang. Without that opportunity, Gao Shizhen wouldn't have been able to make waves. After all, Mirage City belonged to the emperor and the Great Spring Dynasty was surnamed Lu. But it was different now. Someone found Gao Shizhen and he found the first prince Lu Kang. Lu Tsong found 5,000 armored soldiers. Gao Shizhen wasn't interested in how many forces he had secretly roped in. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. It was a military taboo to never add fuel to the fire. Even Gao Shizhen, a person from the capital who lived like a prince, understood this simple principle. He believed that the first prince Lu Tsong had thought it through even more thoroughly. Gao Shizhen was waiting. He was waiting for Lu Tsong to give him the head when he went down the mountain so that he could bring it back to his son Gao Shuyi's new grave. In front of the dilapidated temple, Qin Pingan looked at the last two people hiding among Lu Tsong's entourage. After sensing Qin Pingan's gaze, the two of them looked at each other and took a few steps forward. They were the military general Su Qingzhou and the immortal master Su Tong. They were old acquaintances who had fought with Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu at the border inn. Su Qingzhou removed his straw raincoat and tossed it aside, revealing his armor. Apart from the standard saber of the Daquan border army, he also had a saber called Da Qiao, which was an important weapon of the military. Su Qingzhou remained silent while the master of Tsamu nunnery, Su Tong, smiled and said, Mr. Chen, we meet again. Last time it was at the southern border and this time, it's at the northern border. Just like General Su's beloved saber, it's really a big coincidence. Apart from Su Qingzhou and Su Tong, the rest of the 10 entourages behind Lu Tsong were all military cultivators who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The border wars of the Daquan dynasty actually only happened in the northern and southern borders with the northern Jin dynasty and the southern Qi dynasty. In the south, the Yao family's iron cavalry guarded the country's gate for the Lu family. In the north, the eldest prince's 120,000 border troops were at war with the southern Qi dynasty all year round. Battles were frequent and they often attacked the northern Qi dynasty. The military general Su Qingzhou's objective was very clear when he ascended the mountain to encircle Qin Pingan and his party. He wanted the unusual Du armor. It would be best if he could take the saber as well. Lu Tsong only agreed to the armor. As for the saber, he could sell it but not give it away. When the time came, it would depend on how sincere Su Qingzhou and his family could be to buy it. The Laurel Immortal Master Su Tong was the master of the Tsamu Nunnery, the #1 immortal sect in the Daquan realm. He was good at thunder magic and alchemy. He could preserve one's health and live a long life. Because of this, he made friends with countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries. When the spiritual qi flowed out of the robe under the straw raincoat, it glowed with a misty image of colorful cloud scrolls. It looked like a painting of mountains and rivers. In fact, this spiritual weapon robe was called 5 Colors Peak. It was the ancestral treasure of the Tsamu Nunnery and was extremely close to the rank of a magic weapon. Immortal Master Su Tong wanted Qin Pingan's golden robe that looked like a golden dragon robe after it reverted to its original form. He coveted it and dreamed of it. Qin Pingan looked at Lu Tsong and asked, "Is it because of that chair?" Lu Tsong said sternly, "Otherwise? Do you think the lives of my 5,000 border soldiers are worthless?" At this point, the first prince gnashed his teeth. "If I hadn't come to this rundown temple today, if I hadn't seen you, Qin Pingan, with my own eyes, I would have." Lu Tsong pointed at his chest and said, "I won't be happy." Qin Pingan said, "You won't be happy? Didn't you ask for it? 5,000 soldiers of the Daquan border army died on this hill. Forget it. In fact, you know the truth. You will probably tell yourself that those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. When you become the emperor, these 5,000 soldiers will be sacrificed for the country and die a worthy death." Qin Pingan gently waved the withered branch in his hand and said, "Last question. Why do you think that the token on my waist is fake?" Lu Tsong chatted for so long, perhaps because he wanted to embolden himself or because he wanted to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Qin Pingan was willing to talk to Lu Tsong about these things because of the last question. It was an important question. The person who wanted his head was definitely Gao Shizhen, the Duke of Shen. Qin Pingan had long guessed that the person who wanted the item in the Azure Turing Mansion was the one who wanted the blade strengthening gourd. After leaving the post house in Riding Crane City, Qin Pingan hung the jade token on his waist. When he arrived at Peach Leaf Ferry, he was about to bid farewell to the Yao family. On the same day, Qin Pingan announced to the world that he was going to cultivate in Taiping Mountain. This was equivalent to revealing his identity as a direct disciple of Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall to Mirage City. He hoped to reduce the pressure on Yao Zhen in Great Spring's capital city. If the enemies in Mirage City couldn't even recognize the Jade Token, the Yao family didn't need to worry. And those who could understand the Jade Token were most likely experts who couldn't be underestimated. They would retreat in the face of difficulties. In fact, Du Hanliang, the master of the Golden Peak Monastery, who had used the divine man palm to observe the mountains and rivers in the Peach Leaf Crossing Black Canopy boat, was among them. As soon as he saw the Jade Tablet, even if he provoked the displeasure of the Mirage City, he still insisted on leaving. Lu Tsong had a strange look in his eyes and only gave Qin Pingan half of the answer. This Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall token is real, absolutely real, but at the same time it's fake. It's actually better if you don't hang it. If you hang it on your waist, I'll return the 2 words to you. You're courting death. Qin Pingan looked at the Prince of Great Spring, who was getting more and more confident. It was indeed harder to talk to these guys who were born in the royal family. The first one was his neighbor, Song Jisun. Right now both sides had their own reasons. Although there were right and wrong, Lu Tsong and the 5,000 armored soldiers, as well as the hidden Qi refinement warriors and Wudao grandmasters, were like arrows on the bowstring that had to be shot. Some kind of general trend was pushing Lu Tsong behind the scenes. Qin Pingan couldn't say that everyone was going to leave peacefully after eating a bowl of rice in the temple. Fighting for the throne had to be done openly. Qin Pingan didn't want to waste his saliva. If it worked, he was willing to say it. It was just that the other party didn't want to listen. Qin Pingan picked up the withered branch and pointed at Lu Tsong twice. The hunchbacked old man beside him took the lead and rushed forward. Even if it was a trap, so what? Zhu Lian really wanted to see the conspiracy in this world. Sui Yu, who was standing on the right, and Lu Baixiang, who was standing on the left, rushed out one after another. Wei Xian, who was wearing the deity's due armor, strode forward to catch up with the martial madman who was in front of him. He wouldn't attack for the time being. His main goal was to protect this ruined temple. Qin Pingan was patient and waited for the other party's trump card. There was a mountain higher than the ruined temple halfway up the mountain. 2 people stood at the top of the mountain. It was hard to say whether they were otherworldly experts, but at least they were standing at a very high position. An old man in a Confucian robe didn't have the jade pendant given by the academy on his waist. In the Great Spring Dynasty, No one dared to question him even if he stood on the roof of the Golden Imperial Palace in Mirage City. Beside the old Confucian robe stood a burly man with bulging muscles. He didn't look like a human being. Although it was a serious matter, the old man still asked a question that was suspicious of disrespect. "Your master won't break his promise, right?" The burly man's answer was more straightforward and rude. "I don't dare to talk nonsense about what my master did. If you have the ability, ask my master yourself. The premise is that you have the courage." The old man said to himself, "I'm doing things on the basis of righteousness. After all, it's justified. Even if the academy is blamed by Taiping Mountain and my title is taken away, it doesn't matter." The burly man sneered. "You're a scholar who pretends to be sanctimonious, right?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "It's great that you can learn from your mistakes. I've read more than 10,000 books and have dabbled in all kinds of knowledge. However, I've missed the teachings of my master." The brawny man did not want to push his luck and continued to mock the old man beside him. If the old man suddenly changed his mind and came to his senses, wouldn't it ruin his master's impromptu plan? Therefore he comforted him with kind words. "That treasure is so rare. Not to mention that you are tempted and have not hesitated to work so hard for it for so long. In fact, I am also coveting it. After you get it, I will make a deal with you. I will give you the magical equipment that my master gave me. You only need to teach me half of the manual and work for you for 60 years. After the deal is done, you can teach me the remaining half of the manual. How about it?" "How about that?" The old man thought for a while and nodded. "It's a deal." The burly man reminded him, "Before my master left, he told me not to do anything unless it's to save your life. He also told you not to do anything rashly. Even if you do, you should be careful. Otherwise, you'll attract the attention of the sage of the Confucian temple. Although the sage is busy searching for the old ape of Taiping Mountain, once he arrives here, Lu Tsong and the others will be fine, but the two of us will be in big trouble." When the burly man mentioned the sage, especially the two words Confucian temple, the old man's mood dropped even lower. The 72 sages who were worshipping the sage of the Confucian temple in the central divine continent were not to be trifled with. They were not the masters of the 72 academies or the sages of the academies who were respected by the secular dynasties. They were the Confucian sages. The old man's face darkened. He nodded and said, "It's a matter of life and death. Of course I understand." The wind and rain on the mountaintop were even heavier. However, the raindrops seemed to fall on an invisible umbrella and splashed in all directions above their heads. The burly man yawned. He didn't understand why his master, who was so powerful and influential, would want to make things difficult for that young man. If it were the Tong Yi Zong and Yugue Zong of the northern and southern ends of the Chong continent, it would barely make sense. Otherwise, it would be someone like the great gentleman Zhong Kuei, whom the old sword-carrying ape killed without any hesitation, the future great chancellor of a certain Confucian academy who was also qualified. It was a pity that master had calculated everything and had almost included the entire Tongye continent. However, a young outer court odd-job worker had unexpectedly popped out from the Fuyao sect and accidentally discovered the existence of that 12th realm senior. A slight change in one part of master's body had affected the situation as a whole, so much so that it had completely disrupted master's brilliant plan that he had been planning for a long time. Could it be that the fate of the Tongye continent was so strong? It couldn't even be compared to the Hassa continent that was closest to the inverted hanging mountain? One had to know that in the South Sa continent, there was old man Chin who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders. According to the master, he was very famous in his hometown and was regarded as a top enemy. Even the master said that as long as he was in the vast world, he would never be able to defeat the mellow scholar Chin Chunan. A young Taoist priest wearing a hibiscus crown came to the border town south of the Great Spring. He didn't walk into the Hure town. Instead, he walked slowly along the yellow city wall. He stretched out his hand and gently slid it across the rough wall with a smile on his face. Finally, he walked along the official road to an inn near the town. The business inside was cold and cheerless. The little cripple was napping on the table, the old hunchback was smoking on the other side of the curtain, and the woman was sitting behind the counter, calculating and calculating, making her want to smash the abacus. The young Taoist priest crossed the threshold of the inn. His eyes were gentle as he called out to Junyang softly. The little cripple looked up in a daze. He was a little annoyed. Why did a young Taoist priest who coveted the shopkeeper's beauty come in after the down-and-out scholar? Were there no good-looking women in the world? Why did he have to come to their inn to pester the shopkeeper? The woman looked up and asked in confusion, "Little Taoist priest, do we know each other?" The young Taoist priest looked ordinary. Other than the rare Taoist crown, he was not eye-catching in any other aspect. He looked ordinary, was neither tall nor short, and his Taoist robe looked old. The woman felt that this person's gaze was very strange. He didn't have the obscenity of the young men in the Hure town, nor did he have the confusing infatuation of Zhong Kuei. It was as if he was greeting an old acquaintance after a long time. He was clearly looking at her, but it also seemed like he was looking at a distant place. Junyang was a little unhappy. After she asked, the young Taoist priest just smiled and looked at her. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, making her heart palpitate. The young Taoist priest burst into tears for no reason, but he asked with a smile, "Junyang, shall we go home?" Before Junyang could scold him, the young Taoist priest had already wiped his tears. He said self-deprecatingly, "I mistook you for someone else. Please forgive me." He sat down at a table and took out a few pieces of silver from his sleeve. He slapped them on the table and said with a smile, "Buy wine. Buy as many jugs as you can." The inn was located at the border where crooks and honest folk were mixed together. There were often bad people coming and going. The lame young man had been doing odd jobs in the inn for many years and had seen many crazy customers. He didn't feel that he needed to think too much. He took out some silver and said, "Our green plum wine is divided into 3 grades. If it's the best green plum wine, you can only buy 1 jar." The young Taoist priest didn't wait for the cripple to finish and said with a smile, "I want 1 jug of the best green plum wine." Traveling away from home, the world was vast and he couldn't open his heart to anyone. It was even more lonely than a sage, so how could he not drink? He had drunk almost all the good and bad wine in the Tongyi continent. He liked to drink, so it was just right to have a decent-looking blade-strengthening gourd as a wine jug. As for the 2 strange natal flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd, it was better to keep them. When he returned home, he could give them to the younger generation as a gift to make up for missing their coming-of-age ceremony. In his hometown, giving swords was better than giving anything else. The accident in the Tongyi continent had revealed the secret of heaven early. It was not his fault that his 2 subordinates couldn't hide until the end. It was just the right time. Now it was up to the Hassa continent and Fuyao continent to see if things would go smoothly. Originally, the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect should have been destroyed. The Taiping Mountain Lord of Heaven, the sect master, and Ji Hai and his wife would all die. Female Crown Princess Huang Ting, who had taken up much of the fate of a continent, was no exception. As for Zhong Kuei of the Dafu Academy, he was actually ranked very high on the list of the young Taoist priest of the Taiping Mountain. The death of Zhong Kuei was as significant as flattening the entire Taiping Mountain. Therefore, the order he gave the sword-carrying white ape was to exchange its life for its life. If it could successfully escape into the broken dragon's vein, it would be worth it no matter how badly it was injured. After that, it would hide and hide. Otherwise, he couldn't protect the old ape. After all, he could only take 1 person from the vast world. If the old ape didn't hurt its foundation and was still a 12th state sword cultivator, he might have taken it instead of coming to this border in to drink alone because of some old friendship. Zhong Kuei should have lived longer and been more infatuated. The hunchbacked 3rd master signaled Junyang to be careful of this person with his eyes. The woman insisted on carrying the wine jug in 2 white bowls and sat down opposite the young Taoist priest. Junyang poured 2 bowls of wine and asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, did you mistake me for someone else or do you really recognize me?" The young Taoist priest took a sip of the green plum wine and praised the good wine. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "I was mistaken." Junyang asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, you are bold and generous. You have never referred to yourself as a Taoist priest. Are you a fake Taoist priest who pretended to be an immortal in Taiping Mountain?" The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "A real Taoist priest can't be more real. I found a random appearance and practiced in Taiping Mountain for more than 100 years before I got a jade pendant. Later, when I went down the mountain to travel, I died without a body. My sect couldn't even take back the jade pendant. It was very tragic. After that, I changed my appearance and wandered around looking for wine to drink. Finally, I returned to the Great Spring and visited many places such as the Burial River. I also met a scholar named Wang Qi in the Mirage City. He was not young at that time, but his name was really good. Qi, the name of a sage, was slender and had a sincere heart. It's a pity that a dignified gentleman's 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. He was a coward. Junyang's wrist trembled slightly as she raised the bowl to drink. She suddenly finished all the wine and put down the bowl. She asked, "Why are you telling me this? Do you want to kill me?" The young Taoist priest seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He muttered, "I already said that I recognized the wrong person. It has nothing to do with you. That old friend of mine has 9 lives. How can I kill him? If I kill you once, Lord Bai will feel it. You don't know how pitiful Lord Bai is. Even if the scholarly sage kills me, I'll only be half dead. He'll only help me return home earlier. As long as Lord Bai sees me with his own eyes, even if there's a world between us, he'll still be able to turn me into ashes." He was a little sad and sighed, "I can't bear to kill you either." This young Taoist priest who could drive 2 great demons to fight for their lives smiled and picked up the bowl. He took a sip of wine and said, "Looking back, the Tongya continent suffered a great calamity. In the future it's actually a blessing in disguise." Jianyang's heart was in turmoil. "Don't worry. I've already drunk the wine and complained. You won't remember anything." The young Taoist priest put down the bowl and stretched out his finger to draw a circle around the rim of the bowl. Then he stood up and turned to leave the inn. The scene in the inn was strange. It was as if time had reversed. Jianyang, third elder, and the little cripple began to talk and do things in reverse. Finally, when the young Taoist priest crossed the threshold of the inn, everything returned to normal. The little cripple was dozing off on the table, the hunchback was smoking a pipe by the door curtain, and Jianyang was still calculating on the abacus. Everything was still. Only the young Taoist priest's wine bowl was left on the table. He leaned back and looked at the counter. Jianyang coldly looked up at him and met the young Taoist priest's eyes. The young Taoist priest looked behind Jianyang. The snow-white tails were as thick as pillars, densely clustered behind the woman. The young Taoist priest counted the fox tails and frowned. Soon, his brows relaxed and he left with a smile. Jianyang coldly said, "You'll be found out sooner or later." He had already left the inn, but his voice was still echoing in the inn. "I couldn't ask for more. Otherwise, why would I do something unnecessary to deal with a young man who even Mount Taiping wants to protect?" A moment later, the little cripple continued to snore softly. The smoke continued to curl up, and the sound of the woman calculating on the abacus became chaotic. After a long time, the woman caught a glimpse of the white bowl on the table. She slapped the abacus and said angrily, "Little cripple, are you blind? Why didn't you take the wine bowl on the table?" The little cripple woke up with a start. When he saw the wine bowl on the table, he scratched his head. He clearly remembered to clean it up, but he didn't dare to talk back to the woman who was in a bad mood. He took the wine bowl and walked to the kitchen. At the vast border, a young man with a crooked Taoist crown was singing loudly. "Take the wine gourd, take 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 the wine, my beloved little lady's delicate hand, tender as white jade lotus root." Outside the ruined temple, the wind and rain were blowing. However, even with such a heavy downpour, one could still smell the scent of blood. Swayu swept to the side. Tonight, she didn't use a long sword like a sword master like she did at the inn. Instead, she held infatuation in her hand and her body was as strong as a wild mountain monkey. Time and time again she twisted and turned in the forest. Often, with a swing of her sword, the sword aura would spit out and split the soldiers along with their armor into 2 halves. Lu Baixiang went in the opposite direction of Sui right and walked in large strides. As long as the border army soldiers drew close with their knives, they would casually swing their knives. Unlike Sui Right's wide and open sword attacks, Lu Baixiang, regardless of whether it was the edge of his knife or the fierce Gang Qi that was as thin as hair, all of them only targeted the necks of the armored soldiers or used the tip of his knife to point at the foreheads of the elite border army soldiers. During this time, in the forest on both sides, there were martial arts masters and military cultivators hiding in the ordinary border army. They waited for an opportunity to sneak attack Lu Baixiang and Suiyu. There were even bolts of strong crossbows that shot out. Suiyu's sharpness was even stronger than the sword aura of infatuation in her hand. No wonder she was the first female sword master in the history of the Lotus Flower-blessed land to attempt to use her sword to open the sky and ascend with her body. Lu Baixiang strolled leisurely. These soldiers could only be considered the elites of the mortal world. Even if there were a few slightly more troublesome enemies mixed in, did they deserve to be surrounded and killed? Did they not know how many masters and masters of both the righteous and evil paths had gathered in Lu Baixiang's last battle? Furthermore, together with Zhu Lian, the 3 people who walked out of the picture scroll outside of Hure Town were different from the past. Sui Yu focused on practicing her sword and quickly adapted to the flow of qi in this vast world. How could Zhu Lian and Lu Baixiang slack off? There was a big difference between a sixth-realm martial artist who needed to be distracted to adapt to the reverse flow of the qi of heaven and earth and a sixth-realm peak martial artist who had stabilized his realm. In front of the ruined temple gate, Chen Pinggan only used flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 to attack Prince Lu Tsong once in cooperation with the martial madman Zhu Lian. After that, he did not attack again and still stood under the eaves with a withered branch. Su Qingzhou, who was wearing the military school's golden crow warp armor, and the immortal master of Tsamu nunnery, Su Tong, as well as the army cultivators stood in front of Lu Kang. At the cost of the lives of Su Tong, a talisman and an army cultivator, they blocked the attack. It could not be helped. Chen Pinggan had used all his means to deal with eunuch Li Li. Su Qingzhou and Su Tong knew it very well. Therefore they had already expected the two flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 to come and go like ghosts. Lu Tsong fought and retreated. Su Qingzhou and Su Tong were always protecting the first prince. The rest of the army cultivators, who had been in battle for a long time, tried their best to block the attack of the hunchbacked old man. They also had to pay attention to the short and strong man in snow-white armor who had not yet attacked. Lu Tsong did not expect such a lineup to be able to kill Chen Pinggan and the four Grandmaster attendants. However, as long as 2 or 3 of them were killed or seriously injured, it would be enough to set the stage for victory. At this moment, Zhu Lian was worthy of the nickname Martial Madman. His whole body was like a spring and as fast as thunder. As soon as there was a movement, the army cultivators had a trump card for a sneak attack. Their hair was like a halberd, and they could predict the future and accurately dodge. When Zhu Lian charged, the hunchbacked old man was used to bending down even more. His hands were hanging on the ground. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would shoot to some unknown direction like an arrow. His figure was really too fast. Once, Zhu Lian seized an opportunity and appeared like a ghost in front of a middle-aged cultivator. He punched through the man's abdomen and then used the dead man's corpse as a shield to block the saber of one of Su Tong's silver-armored warriors. After throwing away the corpse, he instantly moved to the side. After several steps forward, he did not even look and smashed his arm into the head of the cultivator. With a bang, the cultivator became a headless corpse and fell heavily several zhang away. Wei Xian, who was wearing one of the 8 sets of ancestors' due armor, used his hands to grab the spirit weapons of the cultivators who brushed past Zhu Lian. As long as he caught a spirit weapon in his hand, it would either be crushed or bent by his hands. In addition, armored border soldiers with sabers constantly poured out from both sides of the road. Wei Xian began to retreat. Zhu Lian often slapped and kicked the spirit weapons of the cultivators toward Wei Xian. Wei Xian not only had to kill the armored warriors who were charging toward the ruined temple, but he also had to clean up the trash thrown by Zhu Lian. Far away on the mountain road, Lu Tsong, who was trying his best to look at the battlefield, asked with a calm expression, "Do we really have to exhaust my 5,000 men? Do we have to rely on 5,000 lives to kill these guys?" Su Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "That's the only way. Su Tong and I, as well as the 3 people your highness has arranged in advance, will wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to these 4 people when they take a breath. We'll try our best not to let these people die in vain." Lu Tsong tightened his grip on the saber at his waist, blue veins popping out. Why is the strength of these 4 martial arts grandmasters so different from what was recorded in the spy report? Immortal Master Su Tong said bitterly, "In fact, General Su and I are even more puzzled than your highness. Back at the inn we were evenly matched with our opponents. If we fight in pairs tonight, General Su and I will definitely die." Lu Tsong exhaled a turbid breath. "It's not your fault. It's Chen Pinggan who hides his strength too well. It doesn't matter. No matter how heavy our casualties are, we can make up for it with this guy." Under the eaves of the ruined temple, Chen Pinggan looked down and saw the jade token of the ancestral master hall given to him by the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Chen Pinggan fell into deep thought. 6. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.